It was absolutely necessary. Without it, I would have been scared to death. Floyd Patterson. Chapter 1. From this height, the cars looked like dominoes, the pedestrians like roving dots. The breeze blew crisp and constant, cooling Nate's lungs on the inhale. None of that touted L.A. smog this close to the ocean. To the west, blocks of afternoon gridlock ended at the Santa Monica Cliffs, a sheer drop to white sand and the eternal slate of the sea. The view would have been lovely, except he was here to kill himself. The 11th-story ledge gave him 2 spare inches past the tips of his sneakers. Balance was a challenge, but getting out here had been the hardest part. He'd shoehorned himself through the ancient bathroom window at First Union Bank of Southern California, wobbling for a solid minute on the ledge before daring to rise. On the street below, people scurried about their business, no one squinting up into the late morning glare to spot him. As he flattened against the wall, his senses lurched into overdrive, the smacking of his heart against his ribs, the sweat-damp shirt clinging to his shoulders, the salt tinge burning his nostrils. It felt a lot like panic, but somehow calmer, as if his brain was resigned to the circumstances, but his body wasn't getting the signals. Because he was unwilling to risk landing on someone, with his luck he'd pile-drive a pension check cashing granny through the pavement, he continued slide-stepping to the end of the ledge. The corner of the building gave him less trouble than he'd anticipated as he elbow-clamped his way around, and then he was staring down at the empty alley and the target of the dumpster below. It was, if nothing else, a considerate plan. If he hit the bin squarely, the steel walls would contain the spatter, leaving him neatly packaged for delivery to the crematorium. He was sick of people cleaning up after him. It had been less than 10 minutes since he'd laid open that dumpster lid, but it seemed like days. The chilly elevator ride up, the nod to the wizened black security guard, that final moment collecting his nerves by the row of urinals before muscling open the sash window. Each had stretched out into a lifetime. First Union of SoCal was one of the few West Coast banks located up off the ground floor. Cheaper real estate, more space, better security. But only one high-rise perk held Nate's interest currently. Gauging his position, he slid another half-step to the right, stopping shy of a casement window that had been cranked several turns outward. From the gap issued a current of warm, coffee-scented air and the busy hum of tellers and customers. Business as usual. He considered his own dwindling checking account within. His next step, literally, would void the $1 million life insurance policy to which he dutifully wrote a check every January. But even that wouldn't matter. There was no one who wanted anything of him, and nothing ahead but increments of misery. He took a deep breath, his last, and closed his eyes. Spreading his arms, he let the October wind rise through the thin cotton of his t-shirt and chill the sweat on his ribs. He waited for his life to flash before his eyes, the ethereal song and dance, but there was nothing. No wedding day close-up of Janie's lips parting to meet his, no image of Ciel dressed as a pumpkin for Halloween with her chocolate-smudged hands and dimpled thighs. Just the teeth of the wind and 1,000 needle points of fear, skewering him like a pincushion. The longest journey, according to Taoism and Hallmark, begins with a single step. And so does the shortest. He took one foot and moved it out into the weightless open. That was when he heard the gunshots. Chapter 2. For an instant, Nate wobbled out the fulcrum, seemingly past the point of no return, but then a subtle twist of his hip brought him back fully to the ledge. As he gulped in a mouthful of air, another gun snapped and a swath of crimson painted the window at his side. Nate knew the crack of a 9mm sidearm, but the next eruption, a resonant clatter, suggested that a semi-automatic was in play as well. A gravelly voice floated out through the window gap. "Don't reach under the desks. Step back. Back! You saw what'll happen. Now lay down. On your fucking faces." Gripping the frame beneath the swung-out pane, Nate rolled carefully across his shoulder to peer inside the bank. The blood-smeared glass turned the robbers' faces into smudges, but he could see that they were wearing ski masks. One stood a few feet away behind the teller line, his back to the window, automatic rifle cocked in one hand, the Beretta in his other, surveying the room methodically. Like the others, he wore a one-piece charcoal flight suit, thick-soled boots, and black gloves. Duct tape wrapped his wrists and ankles so no hint of flesh peeked through. The burst of bullets had punched holes in the ceiling, and white dust clouded him like an aura, lending the scene an otherworldly tint. The bank workers stretched flat at his feet, hands laced at their necks, foreheads to the tile, their labored breaths coming as rasps. On the main floor beyond, about 15 customers also lay prone. The coffee trolley had been knocked over, cups resting in brown puddles. 2 robbers patrolled the area on a circuit, stepping over bodies, handgun barrels moving from critical mass to critical mass. By the entrance, the black security guard lay sprawled, tangled in a vinyl banner announcing free web bill pay, a fan of blood marring the money-green print. His pant leg was pulled up, exposing an anomalous striped sock. Whereas his associates shouted and moved in quick bursts, the man by the window moved with a composed fluidity that suggested greater expertise. While the others barked orders, he remained unnervingly silent. Given the man's assurance and the fact that he commanded the big gun, Nate pegged him as the crew leader. And he was standing close enough that Nate could have reached through the window and tapped him on the shoulder. To the right, a pair of armed men, 5, that made 5 of them so far, dragged a middle-aged Hispanic woman toward the vault, her hands fussing at 2 knots of keys and making little progress. The bank manager. Dressed crisply in a wool pantsuit, pearl necklace, and matching earrings, she struggled to keep her legs beneath her. The steel vault door, thicker than a cinder block, rested open, leaving only the glass day gate to protect the nests of safe deposit boxes beyond. As she fought 2 keys into 2 locks and swung the day gate ajar, a 6th masked man appeared from a rear corridor, dumped a black duffel off his shoulder, and announced, "Cameras are down." He removed a fierce-looking circular saw with a chainsaw handle. The teeth of the white-silver blade sparkled. A woman's hoarse sobs echoed off the faux marble walls, and somewhere a man was pleading, a broken loop of desperation. "God, oh God, please, I just got engaged, Nate tried to swallow, but his throat had gone to sand. Forgetting where he was, he drew back slightly. The drop to the pavement below swirled vertiginously into view between his legs. One sneaker lost purchase, his weight pulling out and away, and his stomach flew up into his throat and choked off a cry. His hand slipped a few inches before wedging in the corner of the window frame and firming him, panting against the concrete. The robbers kept shouting, oblivious to the mini commotion outside on the ledge. "Anyone moves or speaks, and I mean one fucking squeak! 3 and 5, get going on those hinges. 4, that bitch better get you into them." All of them barking nervous commands except the crew leader, who stood mutely, projecting calm menace. Nate had wound up clinging to the frame with his face filling the gap, peering down into the eyes of a teller crumpled just beneath the window. He was shocked he hadn't noticed her before. Her white blouse blotted a growing spot of blood. Her mouth guppied a few times, a bubble forming. She looked up at Nate, disbelieving, as if she wasn't sure how she'd been knocked over or why a stubble-faced angel had fluttered up to the 11th floor window. One arm was slung back across her head, an ivory hand quivering in a sideways float. She stared at Nate imploringly. Watching the shallow rise and fall of her chest, he felt his breath catch. He reached down and took her hand. It was cool and smooth, carved from marble. A burbling sound escaped her, the bubble popping, leaving behind a speckled lipstick stain. The crew leader consulted a stopwatch and for the first time spoke. Faint accent, utterly serene. "I would like to hear that solo, 3. In reply, metal shrieked in the vault, sparks cascading into view. The manager backed into the hinges, her bald hands in front of her face. Her mouth formed an oval and veins bulged in her neck, but the metal-on-metal screech of the saw eclipsed all other noise. The biggest of the men had her by the hair. He smacked her head into the vault door, a smudge of blood darkening her forehead, but still the mouth stayed ajar, her fists trembling at her chin. The half-wall partition and open teller gate sliced Nate's view into horror movie glimpses. Straining arm, kicked-off high heel, hank of loose hair clutched in a dark glove. It took the bite of the sill in his armpit to remind him he was hanging through a window. The cool hand tightened in his, grinding his knuckles together. He looked down at the woman beneath him. Her gaze went loose, looking through him instead of at him, and then her pretty green eyes turned to ice. The saw paused. The manager came off mute, and Nate tore his focus from the death-smooth face below. Twisting his hand free, he withdrew his arm through the gap and tried to shake feeling back into it. The manager's screams continued. The big man turned to look helplessly at the crew leader, who said with quiet authority, "She is near the duress alarm. Put her down." "Look, 6, how many are we gonna kill?" Crew leader, Nate thought. Number 6. The leader's boots tapped as he crossed the room. Sheetrock dust flecked his back. He raised his arms, and the automatic rifle coughed, tapping a line of holes through the woman's stiff suit, the percussion and horror nearly knocking Nate off the ledge. The woman remained grotesquely standing, propped against the open vault door, until 6 placed 2 fingers on her shoulder and tipped her over. She slapped the floor, one arm unfurling, her rings clacking tile. A pearl earring skittered away, pinwheeling off a desk leg. Several people yelped on the main floor, and a child began to wail, a single wavering note. A middle-aged man choked out a series of sobs, blurred against the floor into something feral. 1 dead or 20. It carries the same sentence. The crew leader's voice remained exceedingly even, almost peaceful. He brushed white powder from his shoulder. "I'll handle the vault. Empty the teller drawers." He handed off the automatic rifle and stepped toward the safe deposit boxes, pointing. "Here, next. Then here." The big man moved obediently toward the teller line, Nate jerking his head back from the gap. As the footsteps neared, he pressed his face into his straining biceps. His wet shirt had gone to ice against his lower back, the wind riffling the hem. He realized he was biting into his own flesh to keep quiet. The man passed by the window, shoving aside the teller's lifeless leg with his boot. He set his Beretta on a low file cabinet, looped the rifle over his shoulder, and began emptying teller drawers into a black trash bag. A scream knifed through the bank, pronounced even out on the ledge. Nate risked another peek across the room, his face grinding the concrete to give himself a one-eyed vantage. A customer was bucking on her stomach, both masked men across the main floor oriented toward her. Nate wondered what the hell she was doing until a pig-tailed girl, maybe 4 years old, popped out from beneath her and ran toward the exit. 2 handgun barrels traced the girl's movement. The mother screamed again, lunging to a knee and grabbing her daughter's flailing arm. The man nearest kicked the woman in the face, blood erupting from her lip, and she fell limply, dragging the girl to the floor with her. The girl scootered away, hands and feet scrabbling for purchase, a streak of her mother's blood darkening the lobe of one ear. She struck a pillar, her feet still trying to propel her back until she realized she had nowhere to go. Shivering violently, she hugged her legs, buried her face in the bumps of her knees, and shut off like an unplugged TV. The other man, number 2, walked over and stared down at her. "Get back over there with the others. Go on. Move it." The girl remained motionless. He aimed the gun loosely at her head. At the sight, Nate pressed forward into the window gap, long-buried paternal instincts firing. The pane notched farther open against the pressure of his elbow. A few feet in front of Nate, the big man watched the scene unfolding on the main floor. He made a soft noise of deference in his throat and returned his focus to the next teller drawer, shoulder blades shifting beneath the charcoal flight suit. Number 2 firmed both hands on a Beretta, sighting on the girl. "You're gonna want to listen now, girlie." The saw revved back to life over in the vault, a metallic grinding, and the ski mask pulsed again where number 2's mouth would be, a final warning to the girl. 1 dead or 20. It carries the same sentence. Nate looked down at the pretty green dead eyes aimed up at him, across to the clip-on pearl earring resting on the dappled tile, then over at the Beretta, sitting on the low file cabinet next to the big man's turned back, less than 2 steps from the windowsill. Nate strained against the casement window, and it gave another few inches, enough for him to worm his torso through. Head first, he cascaded down over the dead teller. Her body softened his landing, though the circular saw's teeth-rattling reverberation in the concrete walls obscured all sound. 3 of the robbers were out of sight in the vault. The big man was a few feet away, his back still turned, rummaging in a cash drawer. The 2 across on the main floor stayed focused on the girl. Both pistols were now raised, their boots shuffling in at her. Still she didn't move, her head bowed, arms fastened around her bent legs. Rising, Nate felt the complaint of his 36-year-old knees. The listlessness of the past several months fell away, and for the first time in a long damn time, he sensed himself moving without hesitation, with something like purpose. Stepping forward, he reached for the Beretta on the file cabinet. Chapter 3. Nate lifted the Beretta, swung the barrel to the back of the big man's head, and fired. The trigger hitched, a quarter-second delay, and somewhere between recoil and the flare of scarlet against the teller glass, he registered that the first trigger pull had been double action. From here on out, the Beretta would be single action. The gunshot was all but silent compared to the amplified screech of the saw within the vault. The big man's knees struck the ground as he collapsed, shuddering his shoulders and clearing Nate's view to the masked men on the main floor. And theirs to him. Both masks swiveled in puzzlement to take him in, the stillness of the moment stretching out in painful slow motion. The heads cocked slightly, an instinctive attack dog tilt, sending an icy ripple up Nate's spine. He realized what looked off about the faces. There were no eyes. Mesh had been stitched over the holes so that no flesh was visible, an insectoid effect that smoothed the heads to disturbing perfection. With detached tranquility, Nate watched their gloved hands rise, blued steel glinting inside curled fingers. A bullet lasered past his face, close enough to trail heat across his cheek. He was, it struck him, utterly unafraid. In his indifference, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders, felt a smile curve his lips, felt imaginary manacles release. And then his hands, too, were lifting. He reminded himself with alarming calmness that he had to keep his wrists steady as he'd learned in basic, that he should not anticipate recoil, that he was, if not an ace, a decent shot. The air around his head took form as more bullets rocketed past, and he aimed across the teller partition at the first man and squeezed, and half the masked head went to red mist. The man toppled out of sight. His companion was shooting, the muzzle flashing but still inaudible beneath the ear-splitting action of the saw. Nate was firing, too, the far wall giving off little puffs of drywall, spent cartridges cartwheeling across his field of vision. He stepped forward through the laid-open teller gate into the oncoming bullets, to his death, his senses alive with the thrill of freedom. No, more than that. The thrill of liberation. Number 2's mask was stretched at the mouth. He was screaming, and his arms were trembling. Nate watched the bore winking into view like a black eye, and he stared back, his thoughts pounding a suicide urge. Steady your hand. Hit me. But the barrel jerked left, right, bullets framing Nate's silhouette. Nate replayed the man's growled threat. You're gonna want to listen now, girlie. And anger sharpened his focus. He felt the Beretta kick and kick in his hands until the flight suit's fabric did a little dance above the man's chest, and he fell down and away. Sometime in the past second or two, the saw had paused, leaving the pop of the bullets suddenly naked, and Nate turned quickly to face the vault door. A man emerged carrying the circular saw, hood pushed up atop his head, wearing an expression of mild surprise. Nate shot off his ear in a spray of black blood. The man swung his head back, and Nate put a bullet through the puzzled furrow between his eyes. Really? That's the best you assholes can do? The backstrap checkering on the grip had bitten into the web of his thumb. The scent of cordite spiced the air, dragging him almost a decade into the past, to burning sand and blood in his eyes. He blinked himself to the present. 4 down, 2 to go. Moving again behind the teller line, he looked down at the automatic rifle on the floor, contemplating an upgrade. But he couldn't spare the time untangling the sling from the body, so he walked swiftly toward the vault door, stepping across workers' quivering bodies. "Sorry, excuse me, sorry." Sobs and gasps answered him. A wail of sirens grew audible, faint enough to be imaginary. A pistol reached around the vault jamb, firing blindly. Nate drew a careful bead on the gun hand and kept on, swift and steady, not because of courage or heroism, but because he hadn't a thing to lose. He fired once, the round clanging off the vault door, and then he adjusted and fired twice more, a whirl of muscle memory, reaction, and instinct. The pistol flipped back, the fingers spreading comically wide, as if waving, and the hand vanished intact. 5 more steps brought Nate to the vault door, and he strolled through without hesitation. A man sat in the far corner, aiming at the doorway, locked elbows resting on the shelf of his knees. He took a clear-as-day shot at Nate's head, but the wind of the bullet kissed the side of Nate's neck, the slug bouncing around the vault more times than seemed plausible. Nate swung the pistol, figuring he was too close to bother with the sights, and unloaded 2 shots into the guy's gut. Simultaneously, he heard the scuff of a boot in the blind spot behind him. He sidestepped, the coolness of metal brushing his neck and turning to a dagger of flame in his trapezius. Twisting, he shot, but the hammer clicked dryly, marking the fastest 15 rounds he'd ever spent. The blade tweaked the muscle down the length of his arm, barbed wire tugged through a vein. Heat poured into his little finger. A half-turn of his neck brought the handle of a sleek metal letter-opener visible, sticking up out of him like an Indian brave's feather. He said, "Ouch." His eyes tracked to the man who had stabbed him. The ski mask was still on, the mesh patches of the eyes shiny under the fluorescent glow of the vault lights. But from the man's bearing, Nate recognized him. Number 6. Up close, the crew leader seemed slight, slender-hipped and wiry, built for maximum efficiency. He couldn't have been more than 5'9", shorter than his associates. Nate's eyes were drawn to a band of exposed flesh, the white skin striking against the comprehensive black getup. The man had peeled back the glove of his right hand, the meat at the base of the thumb pink from where Nate had shot the pistol from his grip. He held the palm up and at an angle, babying it, which gave Nate a flush of schoolyard pride. They faced each other from a few paces, the masked man barehanded, Nate holding a bulletless gun, Nate realizing with some disappointment that no one would be killing anyone else at the moment. He lifted his good shoulder in a half-shrug, then drew back the Beretta and threw it at the guy's face. Number 6 barely flinched, the gun clipping his forehead. He touched a hand to the black fabric at the point of impact, then rolled his fingertips together, a man accustomed to checking for his own blood. He gave off nothing resembling emotion. The sirens, now louder. That dead calm voice again, the faint accent. "He will be greatly angered by you." Nate said, "Tell whoever he is to take a number." The man pointed at him. "You have no idea what you have done." These words, even more the gravity behind them, cut through Nate's exhilaration, an arctic chill. For the first time since climbing in off that ledge, he felt fear, cold and pure. The man took a step back, and then another, those patches of mesh trained on Nate. "He will make you pay," he said, "in ways you can't imagine." Then he slid past the vault door, his footsteps pattering off. Dazed, Nate looked around, getting his bearings. Aside from the imposing wall of safe deposit boxes, the vault was disappointingly ordinary. Concrete walls, file cabinets, the few freestanding Diebold safes no more impressive than airport lockers. A cardboard legal box on the floor held overflow holiday envelopes and stray staplers. Nate figured it to be the home of the letter opener protruding from his shoulder. One safe was cracked open, and the deposit boxes had been attacked. Thick metal hinges protruded in V-shaped ridges, bordering each column of boxes. Most of the hinges had been sheared off by the saw, leaving the metal door of each individual box embedded, its dead bolts still thrown. Red rectangular handle magnets, the kind used to lift sheet metal from a stack, remained adhered to the closest set of boxes, floating. Nate could see where someone had used them to pry off some of the little doors. A few freed boxes lay open on the tiles, foreign currency, jewelry, and legal documents scattered by the dead man's boots. A neat little scheme. Attack the hinges, yank off the doors, and voila! Unearthed wealth. Muffled cries from the bank floor jarred Nate from his reluctant admiration. He thought of the kill order. Put her down. And his stomach roiled. 1 dead or 20. It carries the same sentence. Human lives weighed against a cold efficiency. The terror that those people must have felt. He walked back out to the bank floor, all of them still lying on their stomachs, quiet sobbing, a few heads beginning to stir, the squeal of tires carried up from the street. He cleared his throat. It's okay now, everyone. Those guys are gone. Or dead, I guess. You're all safe. You can get up. But they all stayed on the floor. Nate wondered briefly if this was actually real and not some bizarre dream. I promise you, he said, no one will hurt you now. Please don't be scared anymore. He took a pleading step forward, a lightning bolt of pain electrifying his left side. Wincing, he tried to reach back to grip the handle of the letter opener, but the movement just made it bob away from his fingertips. Now came more sirens, the chop of a helicopter, a megaphone bleat. The phone on the new account's desk rang and rang. Nate stared at the motionless tableau. All those people, too afraid to rise. The little girl crawled over to her mother, still unconscious from the kick to her face. Nate crouched above the inert woman, laid 2 fingers on her neck. Strong pulse. She's okay, he told the girl. Your mom's gonna be fine. He stood again, his knees cracking, and announced to no one in particular, I'm gonna, go get some help. Medics. Okay? Everyone okay? More stunned silence. The girl held up her arms. He looked down at her, the familiar pick-me-up gesture twinging his heart in a place he'd thought had long ago gone brittle and blown away. One of her pigtails had pulled loose, freeing a cloud of hair. The blood on her earlobe had hardened, a black crust. Both cheeks glimmered with tears, but her face remained blank with shock. He crouched and lifted her, grunting against the pain, trying to use his legs instead of his arms. Her wrist brushed the letter opener, sending through him a wave of nausea so intense that he thought he might vomit. But he kept on toward the door, blood warming the back of his shirt. The security guard had landed face up, his head corkscrewed unnaturally, wide eyes aimed over at them. Stepping into the waiting elevator, Nate turned so the girl was pointed away from the death sprawl. She took his cue, bending her head into the hollow of his neck, the scent of No Tears shampoo bringing him back to CL at that age in the bathtub. We don't splash. The elevator hummed its descent. His skin tingled, the afterglow of that invincibility he'd felt staring down the hail of bullets. How long had it been since he'd felt like that? He'd cheated something in that room, sucked a last taste of marrow from the bone. The elevator slowed, the girl's weight pulling at the crook of his arm. Her face was hot against the side of his neck, and he realized he'd been talking to her, whispering a quiet mantra. Everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna... The doors peeled back, exposing the empty lobby. His footsteps grew heavier as he neared the tinted glass of the front wall. Beyond, cop cars, SWAT vans, ambulances, and fire engines crammed the street. Barricades and gun barrels alternated, a pattern of impenetrability. Sniper scopes winked from awnings and balconies. The girl made a fearful noise and buried herself deeper in his neck. Firming his grip around her with one hand and raising his other painfully overhead, he shoved through the revolving door, staggering out to a reception of countless muzzles and the bright light of day. Chapter 4. When Nate entered the emergency room, flanked by cops like an escaped convict, the TV in the lobby was already rolling footage from outside the First Union Bank of Southern California. Despite the bandages, blood trickled down his arm, drying across the backs of his fingers like an ill-advised fashion statement. The letter opener, removed from his trapezius and encased in an evidence bag, was handed off to a venerable triage nurse, who looked from it to Nate with an impressive lack of curiosity. She led him through a miasma of familiar hospital smells to radiology, then deposited him in a room the size of a walk-in closet. The doctor came in, scanning Nate's chart as Nate crinkled on the paper sheet of the exam table. "So you got stabbed with a letter opener. It sounds so unimpressive when you say it that way." She hoisted her lovely eyebrows. "Sorry," Nate said. "I just joke so people don't notice my low self-esteem." "It's not working." "It's a long-term plan." He exhaled shakily. The adrenaline had washed out of him, leaving him unsteady and vaguely drunk. Beneath the dull throb of a headache, a jumble of images reigned. A burst of red mist from a hooded head, patches of black mesh in place of eyes, the blood-sodden blouse of the bank teller whose hand he had clasped as she'd died. He was rattled, all right, but given what he'd just been through, he was surprised he didn't feel worse. A page fluttered up. The doctor's pen tapped the chart. "Your liver enzymes are elevated. Taking any meds?" "Really is all." She looked at him fully for the first time, her gaze sharpening behind John Lennon glasses. "So that's—" The familiar image flickered through his mind. Lou Gehrig, the luckiest man on the face of the earth, against the packed grandstands of Yankee Stadium, his head bowed, cap clutched in both hands to rest against his thighs. "Yes," Nate said. "Ouch." "Yeah." "And so you're acquainted with your prognosis?" His prognosis. Yeah, he was acquainted. He knew he would soon have trouble gripping, say, a pen. Then one day he wouldn't be able to pick it up at all. He knew that his tongue would start to feel thick, some slurring on and off, at first merely troubling, and then he wouldn't be able to communicate. Or swallow. He knew that he would in due course require a feeding tube, that his tear ducts would start to go, that he'd need eye drops and eventually someone else to apply them. He knew that he would feel some general fatigue, at first inconvenient, then debilitating, that he wouldn't be able to get a full breath. At some point he'd need a CPAP mask at night, and then he'd go on a ventilator. He knew that the cause of the disease was unknown, but that there was a significantly increased risk among veterans. There were no answers, and certainly no good ones. "I am." "Where are you in the course of illness?" the doctor asked. "I was told I could expect 6 months to a year of good health." "When?" "About 9 months ago." He couldn't help a dry smile. It so resembled a punchline. "Any symptoms?" "A little weakness in my hand. It goes in and out. The symptoms are intermittent. Until they're not." She touched his forearm gently, a technique he employed now and again in his own job. "There are some experimental treatments." "Don't." "Okay." She moistened her lips. "I won't say anything comforting." "Much appreciated." She slotted the chart into an acrylic wall rack above a torn-loose people cover sporting an elegiac portrait of Elizabeth Taylor, and wormed her pale hands into paler latex gloves. After poking and prodding at the edges of the stab wound, she slotted an X-ray into the light box and regarded it, chewing her lip. "You're lucky. The point bounced off your scapula instead of punching through to your lung. Mostly muscle damage. You current with tetanus?" "Yeah." "Then just antibiotics and Vicodin. You'll be back to form in a week." She caught herself. "On this front, I mean." Chagrin colored her face, and she busied herself opening a suture packet. "Should we stitch you up now?" Nate smiled wanly. "We could just let me bleed out on the table. Save us all the aggravation." "L.A.," she said, threading the needle. "Everybody's a comedian." He sat quietly, enduring the pinpricks of the local anesthetic, then the tug of his numb skin. "Everyone's talking about you," she said. "The bank. Where'd you learn to shoot like that?" "The Army." "You don't seem the soldier type to me." "I'm not. Just signed up for ROTC to pay for college. It was 1994. I was never going to get called up to active duty." She made a faint noise of amusement, a metallic snip as she cut the last stitch. "How'd that work out for you?" "Not so hot," he said. What was lost? There's a great deal of pain in life, and perhaps the only pain that can be avoided is the pain that comes from trying to avoid pain. Unknown. Chapter 5. At UCLA, the National Guard is not about training soldiers. It is about olive drab t-shirts, jumping jacks, and shooting range practice one weekend a month. Nate enjoys the sense of belonging and participates with gratitude, if not the hoo-ah earnestness his superiors might prefer. The choice is primarily a financial one. He is on his own here. In high school, he buckled down and studied hard, aware that that was the best way out of a house that had been lifeless since his mom had succumbed thoroughly, brutally to cancer when he was in 3rd grade. After her funeral, his father vanished into an effluvium of scotch, a still life in a frayed armchair, the eternal microwave dinner resting on the eternal TV tray at his side. There will be no parent weekends for Nate in college, no palmed-off cash to help cover books. Most of the time, Nate is a normal student. His roommate, a fellow ROTC cadet named Charles Brightbill, is pathologically relaxed and full of childlike wonderment. Charles has an unsurpassed appreciation of all things everybody else noticed 5 minutes ago, marveling at planes overhead, a classmate's cleavage, the color of his just-blown snot in a Kleenex. "Hey," Charles says, "look at that rainbow in the sprinkler mist." Despite Nate's best efforts, he loves the guy. Charles, who is incapable of deception, who dispenses the occasional nugget of inadvertent wisdom, who sleeps in the hall when he forgets his key rather than wake Nate, no matter how many times Nate tells him to bang on the door. After a particularly soul-destroying exam in their junior year, Charles drags Nate out of bed, beach towels in hand. "Rise and shine, pardner. Moping's like listening to Iron Maiden when you're hungover." That's Charles. He can boil down the world and put it in a fortune cookie. Nate relents. 10 minutes later, he cranks open the window of Charles's Datsun 240Z and lets the salt-rich breeze wash over him. Sprawled on the hot Malibu sand, he basks, feeling the life creep back into him. A distant waterlogged shriek startles him upright, a flailing feminine form out beyond the break. Then a young man about Nate's age is disgorged from the sea, landing on all fours on the wet sand before them, surf seething up his forearms. He heaves up salt water, and then his hoarse voice croaks at the beachgoers. "Riptide. She's got a cramp." There is a moment of utter stillness, people frozen on their towels. A few heads swivel to the lifeguard station far along the beach, and then Nate is up and running, dried seaweed pods crackling underfoot. Charles is bellowing after him, but Nate hurdles a wave and strikes out for the break. The undertow grips him, sweeping him toward the woman, who sputters and dips from sight. Muscles on fire, he strokes into a forceful current, and then, finally, her rubbery arm is in his grasp. He sweeps her into him, spinning her so her spine presses to his chest. She spits and struggles, and the back of her head cracks his eye. He lets go, and she goes under the green-black surface and bobs up again, choking. He says, "Stop fighting." He reaches for her arm once more. "Look at me. I got you." She stares at him, drops clinging to her eyelashes, and it occurs to him that she is quite beautiful. They are being swept along, the backdrop of the beach whipping by, and she gives a quick, youthful nod. He spins her like a dance partner, and she surrenders into him, her muscles going limp. Clamping an arm over her shoulder and across her flat chest, he lets them drift with the riptide, reading the water. Then he paddles, offsetting them slightly from the current. They reach the sand a half-mile up the beach, with Charles, 2 lifeguards, and a cluster of onlookers sprinting to meet them. They both cough water and pant, and she rises first, tugging him to his feet, and then they are helped and dried and checked to the point of claustrophobia. The young man who dragged himself to shore stands sheepishly at the outskirts of the cluster. Wrapped in a towel, the woman turns to thank Nate, providing his first full glimpse of her. Her lips are big, almost too big, and the shape of her mouth leaves them between a sneer and a smile. She has creamy white skin and a turned-up nose with a scattering of freckles across the bridge that seem out of place, like they've showed up to the wrong party. Her blonde hair is cropped tight, short enough to be daring. Her features carry it off, but then Nate thinks they could carry off anything. One flash of that quick, wide grin, and he'd not notice if she were wearing a Carmen Miranda hat piled with produce. She has her original factory-issue breasts, a rarity in Los Angeles, and her body is lean, slim-hipped. Usually he gravitates to girls with a little more meat on their bones, but he is quick to realize that there isn't much sense in comparing her to anyone who came before. She introduces herself as Janie. Hovering off Nate's shoulder, Charles stage whispers, "Dude, she's hot," once again narrating the thunderbolt obvious. Nate offers his hand. "Nate Overbay," and they shake, which feels a bit ludicrous given that their bare bodies have spent the previous 15 minutes glued together. At once, Janie's date is by her side, asking Nate, "Can I give her a ride home, or are you going to handle that too?" Nate thinks, now would be a really good time to not say anything. She and the guy begin to argue, Janie offering apologetic glances at Nate until the scene grows uncomfortable. Nate retreats from the commotion, Charles berating him all the way back to their crappy Westwood apartment for not getting her number. Lying awake that night, Nate realizes that Charles was once again dead on and resigns himself to a lifetime of regret. A few weeks later, Nate and Charles are eating Mama Celeste microwave pizza and watching Melrose Place when the doorbell rings. Nate answers and finds Janie outside, double-checking an address she has scrawled on her palm. Her short, wet hair sticks out at all angles, fresh from a shower, and she smells of lavender. Before he can figure out how to talk, she says, "I can't stop thinking about it. How you pulled me out of the water." She has the faintest trace of a lisp, just enough to keep him in mind of her mouth, those lips shaping themselves around each word, however imperfectly. Nate's heart beats a double-time rhythm. "I haven't stopped thinking about you either." "I tried," she says, agitated. "I thought about all the things I probably wouldn't like about you, all the stuff we'd fight about if we ever actually were together. Hey, you really aren't that good-looking." "Why do you do that?" "Because of my boyfriend." Her hands tug at the back pockets of her jeans, a one-shouldered shrug. "Ex-boyfriend now." She lifts her fingers to the echo of a bruise around his eye, where her skull cracked him in the surf. They step into a kiss, and Charles's voice floats from the other room. "Dude, hurry up! Heather Locklear's in a frickin' nightie!" Janie and Nate are instantly inseparable. That weekend they sit cross-legged on his bed, nose to nose, engulfed in conversation about their childhoods, and, as is apt to happen, they start making out. He begins to move her horizontal, then stops himself. She looks up, those lashes framing her large blue eyes. "What?" "I can't decide if I want to have sex with you or keep talking to you." "That," she says, "is the finest compliment I've been paid in all my 20 years. Inevitably, sex wins out. They lie facing each other afterward, breathing hard, Nate's cupped hand tracing the flushed dip of her side. Her straw-colored bangs are now dark, sweat-pasted to her forehead. "What do you think about seeing other people?" she begins tentatively. "I know a lot of guys get weird around commitment." "Commitment?" Nate says. "I love commitment." Charles goes from scorned buddy to third wheel to joint best friend. Janie studies biology and French nearby at Pepperdine, but when she and Nate are apart, the half-hour between campuses feels like a transatlantic separation. They are still young enough to pine as though pining were an Olympic event. Though they see each other almost every day, they pen indulgent letters, drunk on bad poetics. "Jesus H," Charles says, uncrumpling a rough draft he lifted from Nate's trash can. "You're turning into a Celine Dion song." On the occasions when Janie is dressed up and doesn't turn heads in a restaurant or bar, Nate is surprised. Yet this makes her somehow more special, that she is not as arresting to everyone, that her grace and manner put a hook in his limbic system as if she were designed for him and him alone. They are engaged within 3 months. She hails from Wisconsin, a normal childhood and family, with antecedents she calls Gammy and Papa. "What if your dad doesn't like me?" he asks, and she laughs. "He won't like you." Their circle of friends, however, is thrilled. They are the first to take the leap. They tell and retell their origin story, embellishing it by degrees. and he knows that by their 50th anniversary it will involve his rescuing her from a tidal wave in a tropical monsoon. Every time she gets to the rescue, no matter what company they're in, she takes his hand and quotes him back to him. "Stop fighting, you told me. I got you." They marry by spring. After the Olive Garden reception, exhausted and half-drunk on bad Chianti, they collapse on the hotel mattress, Janie kicking off her heels, her white sundress unzipped. "Okay, husband," she says sleepily. "We have to consummate this thing." That laugh. "You on top?" Nate mumbles, "I would if I knew which direction that was." "Give you $100. "I'm $1,000 minimum." "We have to, or it's not legal." "Right. And I might change my mind here." By morning, they are legal. They honeymoon at Nate and Charles's apartment, since they blew all their money on the 50-person affair and their night at the Santa Monica Holiday Inn. Someday, they vow, when they have money, they will go to Paris for a make-up honeymoon, but until then they will always have Westwood. They spend their time drinking root beer floats in bed and studying for midterms. It is like playing house without the house. "Would you like Eggos in bed, wife? On our finest paper plate?" "Thank you, husband. That would be delightful." A week later, she crawls under the sheets with him and announces, "We are having a baby." All around him, the world seems to pull itself into wonderful alignment. He blinks back emotion. "Are you sure?" The pea stick doesn't lie. And 5 of them certainly do not. They move into a closet-size apartment of their own. Janie swells, her tiny frame accommodating near impossible proportions. A former Boy Scout, Charles buys a pager for Nate. He is in abnormal psych when it goes off. Her water is broken. Everything is a blur between Fran's hall and the delivery ward. She is growling and clawing the sheets, and when she takes his hand, she nearly crushes the bones of his fingers. "Look at me," he says. "I got you." That night, they crowd into her single hospital bed. A threesome. 2 days later, the infant remains baby Overbay. As Nate steers Janie out in a wheelchair, the pink bundle in her lap, she says, "We'll name her after the first thing we see when we make it out of here." Nate slows as they near the nurse's station. He says, "And how is little garbage can sleeping?" Janie snorts, covers her mouth. "You know, it's been hard ever since homeless guy started teething." A passing grandmother in the elevator gives them a dirty look, but they can't stop laughing. "Cat ass really got your eyes," Nate says through tears. Still laughing, they push past automated doors into daylight. Janie gazes up at the brilliant blue sky, and her breath catches in her throat. "Ciel," she says. They settle back into their tiny Westwood apartment. Charles brings a beautiful gift, a wooden step stool with Ciel's name carved out, each letter a colored puzzle piece. They study, parent, juggle schedules, and somehow graduate. Nate starts a corporate job with a department store as a buyer of men's suits. Janie enrolls in nursing school. A month before Ciel's 3rd birthday, he manages a VA home loan. The incipient Paris re-honeymoon fund is happily reapportioned, and they get luckier than anyone could expect with a 2-story bank repo fixer-upper in a great part of Santa Monica. When they pull up in a U-Haul, Janie stops midway across the front lawn, crying with gratitude. At night and on weekends, he slaves on the house, putting in floorboards, repainting, replacing iron pipes with copper. Every few months they mark off Ciel's height on her door jamb, the lines stacking up. One Tuesday morning, Janie shakes him awake early, and they sit in horror, clutching hands, watching footage of those 767s crashing into the towers, again and again and again. Janie casts a dark glance through the open doorway to the laundry room, where his camouflage field jacket hangs drying from his last drill weekend. Upstairs, Ciel's bedroom door opens, and he rises silently to get her. In the blink of an eye, Ciel is 7, her dark hair taken up in pigtails. The week after her birthday, they go for a long-overdue family portrait at Sears. Despite the photographer's entreaties, they can't get Ciel to focus. Isaac at school has introduced her to armpit farts, so every pose is bookended with, "Did you hear?" Janie: "No." "How about now?" Finally, Nate swings CL upside down until she's red-faced from giggling, and the three of them topple over onto the plush blue mats, Janie sitting behind Nate, propping him up, CL squeezing her in a side hug, all three of them captured in the flash with indelicate open-mouthed laughs. After a family vote, the glossy portrait goes above their mantel. That night, he and Janie read the Lorax to CL, then go downstairs, drink red wine, and watch The West Wing. He rubs Janie's feet and catches her looking at the portrait and shaking her head, and then they both crack up. Nestled in the warmth of the couch, his wife's feet in his lap, his daughter soundly asleep overhead, he appreciates how their life is a quiet kind of spectacular, a bubble of bliss insulated from the horrors of the outside world. In 3 days' time, that bubble will pop. Chapter 6. Standing with his ROTC battalion in neat formation on the pristine green lawn of the Los Alamitos training base, Nate senses a new kind of sharpness in the air. At his side, Charles casts him a wary eye and says, "There's no free lunch." Sure enough, the sergeant appears, grimacing beneath his patrol cap, and paces before them with the ramrod posture of a man who has seen too many war movies. "We've known this was coming for a long time now, gents. Yesterday I got the order that we're going to the fight. We'll be deploying for an 18-month rotation." Nate closes his eyes. He thinks of the family portrait above the mantel, Janie reclined on the couch with her feet in his lap, the Lorax lifting himself up, and away by the seat of his pants. He tells Janie immediately, of course, but they wait for the weekend for him to break the news to CL. At bedtime, she shifts beneath the covers and fixes her serious gaze on him. "I want to go with you." He forces a smile, though it feels plastic across his face. "It's a long flight, honey." "Will there be snacks?" Nate swallows around the bulge in his throat. "I'll miss you." "If I go with you, you won't have to miss me." He stays with her until she falls asleep, and when he slips from her room, he finds Janie just outside, sitting in the hall. He offers a hand, and she wipes her nose and rises like a lady, and they head back to their bedroom. The battalion is deposited on an airbase in the middle of nowhere, positioned for missions into rural towns. In the sandbox, heat dominates every waking minute. The thermometer regularly creeps to 120. Some days Nate pictures it making a cartoon bulge. The soldiers hump an unreasonable amount of gear: ammo and water, flak jackets and helmets, M16s and Beretta M9s coated with PVD film to withstand the sand, which rises into yellow-orange dust storms at the slightest provocation. Grit gets in their guns, their sweat. It turns the collars of their green and khaki ACUs to sandpaper. Nate's rucksack frame digs into his shoulder above the flak jacket, buffing the skin to an angry red. The moisture-wicking socks don't wick. No matter how much he drinks, he still pisses bright yellow. A few weeks in, while sweeping a house, they come upon a retarded man-boy shackled to an outhouse. The weathered soldiers joke and laugh, and Nate, who has lost his breath at the sight, realizes that he will need to navigate a steep learning curve to make it here. Somehow, despite it all, Charles's optimism remains undiminished. He is one of the rare few for whom war is not hell. On patrol, he is laid back, deals easily with the locals, and has a sixth sense for snipers. The months blend into a single sun-baked episode. They get shot at and do some shooting, mostly returning fire at sand dunes and heaps of rubble. They play policeman and janitor and try to avoid getting blown up by IEDs, car bombs, and booby-trapped corpses. During morning formation one day, it is announced that their 18-month deployment has been extended to 22 months. That night, Nate takes a very long shower. He buys an AT&T card at the PX and heads to the phone center. The booths are lined wall to wall, as in a prison, with hard wooden chairs. In the stall he is assigned for his 10-minute allotment, someone has scrawled, "If the Army wanted you to have a wife, they would have issued you one." Janie's voice trembles when she hears him, as it always does. Still alive? I think so. CL keeps calling you on her playphone, having conversations with you. She sits there dialing and dialing. His mouth is too dry to swallow. Can I talk to her? Of course. Hang on. Some rustling. Then CL says, "Knock, knock." Who's there? Smell mop. Nate smiles. I won't do it. I shall not. I shall not be fooled. CL giggles. Then her tone shifts. Why can't I ever call you? It's hard to get through here, baby. I have to call you. That's not fair. No, it's not. Zachary C. called me Thunder Thighs when I went up to ride on the board and everyone laughed. He had to say it all loud. According to Janie, CL has been eating at a steady pace in the 17 months since Nate's deployment. His guilt mixes with rage. He wants to cut off Zachary C.'s head and feed it to jackals, but all he can do here, in a prison-sized phone booth on the far side of the world, is say, I'm sorry, baby. That's okay. I drew you a picture at school. Come home and see it? A pause. Daddy? I can't, baby. Why not? It's too far. But I will. Promise? Promise you'll come home? He pictures her first beach trip. Soggy diaper, pink suit, floppy hat, her standing against the backdrop of the waves, clear as a Kodak, and feels a mounting pressure behind his face. He thinks of his mother at the end, her mouth rimmed with cold sores, sipping ice water through a straw, the weight of her absence in the house, how his father crawled into a bottle and evaporated, and he saw himself at CL's age, alone at the kitchen counter, eating Cap'n Crunch for dinner. Yes, he tells CL. I promise. The next morning he is awakened by Charles at O*00. They've been tasked with finding a guy possessing critical information, who, judging by the photograph, is not exactly distinctive in appearance. Charles is not worried about the mission, however. His biggest concern is his mother's cookies, which arrived yesterday in a care package. Charles does not want to eat the cookies, but is too respectful to throw them away. He owes much to his mother, not least his irrepressible good nature. A single parent, she lavished her only child with endless love and support. But while Grace Brightbill is a world-class mother, she is a terrible baker. Conflicted, Charles carries her package down the hall as if he has been burdened with the custody of a holy relic. Rubbing his eyes, Nate trudges outside to where their convoy patrol waits in the dark, the men stuffed into Hummers. The interpreter, a bone-skinny teenager with sleepy eyes, wears a too-big helmet, a threadbare rucksack left by someone from a previous rotation, and a t-shirt with the sleeves cut off. The shirt features the Adidas trefoil logo across the chest and, written beneath in the appropriate font, Abibas. The Terp smiles at Nate and Charles, showing a sideways front tooth, and says, "What up, niggas?" Nate says, "My brother," and they bump fists. On the jostling ride, Nate is distracted by Janie's words from last night, upset that he can't be on the other end of his daughter's pretend phone calls. Charles is still going on about his mom's shitty cookies, so finally one of the guys says, "Give 'em to Abibas." The Terp receives them with a smile. They vanish into the threadbare rucksack, and Nate enjoys a few hours of relative silence. By the time they arrive at the town center, the sun has asserted its presence. They get out and scan the surroundings, their M16s aimed at the ground but tightly held. All around are cinder block walls, street dogs, TV dishes nailed to corrugated roofs. And eyes everywhere. Windows, rooftops, doorways. People talking on cell phones, whispering, ducking from sight. A quartet of old women in burqas, all expanses of black cloth and jutting chins, stare from a front porch, as still and craggy as a rock garden, the skin under their eyes so dark it seems grafted on. Looking through the open door behind them, Nate sees a child-size coffin. Nate's squad heads to a house with the front door busted off the hinges from the last raid. At least 20 people are jammed into the front room, which has a vague barnyard smell. A rug covers the cement floor. The walls are bare aside from pina colada-size Iraqi and U.S. flags stuck in the cracks. Everyone inside is focused on a TV the size of a toaster. The men command the couch, holding hands. The women sit on the floor chewing flatbread. A little girl stands in the middle of the room, hitting a paddle ball. Whack, whack, whack. The men rise and offer tea, but the mood changes when the sergeant pulls the women into the next room, as is SOP. Nate takes off his Wily X sunglasses so he can make eye contact as he helps settle everyone down. He figures that ordering people around in their own house is disrespectful enough when you're not sporting shades on top of it. The girl continues, whack, 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 but this seems not to bother anyone except Nate, who sees his own daughter in her deep brown eyes. The soldiers show the photo of the man thereafter, but no one knows anything. The entire assemblage is gone as deaf, blind, and dumb as the proverbial three monkeys. Charles comes in from the back with a skinny little man who has plastic zip ties around his hands. Shaggy hair frames the guy's drawn face, and he wears a white man dress and black flip-flops. "Found him hiding behind the generator," Charles says. They get Abibas over to the man, who denies being whoever he is supposed to be. The dispute continues in translation, Abibas jotting down parts of the exchange in his notebook, and finally the sergeant lowers his radio and says, "They want him in now. I'm calling up a helo. You six get him to the meet point. Overbay, you're in charge." The little girl trails the half-squad out and follows at a distance, her face betraying no emotion or interest, the paddle ball never ceasing its elastic dance. Whack, whack, whack. They trudge under the heat, the houses turning to shacks, the shacks eventually giving way to sand dunes. The captive makes not a noise. Abibas is perspiring through his clothes, and McGuire makes a crack that maybe the sweat stain'll fix the spelling of his damn shirt. The little girl with Ciel's eyes crests the rise with them. Whack, whack, whack. And there below the Black Hawk waits. They pile in, Charles waving goodbye at the girl who stands silhouetted against the sun, her paddle in perpetual motion. The helo vibrates and shudders, revving to life. Abibas shouts at Nate, "Damn it to shit! I forget my notebook. Sarge tell me must always have notebook. At house. I go back." He looks ill with concern, so Nate waves him off duty, figuring where they're heading there'll be professional interpreters, and the kid scrambles down and starts to jog away. The Black Hawk begins to lift. "Hey!" Charles shouts after him, pointing at the threadbare rucksack wedged between the seat and the cabin floor. "You forgot my mom's cookies!" Abibas stops and looks back at them. Then he turns and runs. The seconds slow to a molasses crawl. The Black Hawk hovers 4 feet above the sand. All 6 soldiers have gone as stiff as statues in a half-rise above their seats, oriented toward the rucksack. Nate is nearest. It is right there across from him. Above the panicked roar inside his head, Nate hears the pledge he made last night to Ciel. Promise? Promise you'll come home? And he cannot unlock his muscles. From the seat beside him, Charles leaps. He lands atop the rucksack, smothering it, and a brilliant white light frames his body as the bomb detonates. The Black Hawk pitches to the right, the pilot overcorrects, and they lurch into a nose-down spin. Nate sees the fan of the beating rotors kiss the sand, and then there is a great violence of physics and an eardrum-rending screech. Images and sensations strobe rapid fire. The slid-back door, weightlessness, Nate's open mouth pressed to the sand. He rises, uneven on his feet. An explosion surges behind him, a wave of heat propelling him to his knees. Atop the dune the girl bears silent witness, the whack, whack, whack lost beneath the roar of flame. There are parts everywhere, parts of flesh and metal. Half faceless, McGuire is screaming and holding his severed leg, and then he stops screaming. It is suddenly silent. Sand swirls, settling like rain. Though a whoosh of white noise streams in Nate's ears, he hears a ragged breathing coming from somewhere, and he spins in the cloud of grit and yells, "Charles! Where are you? Where the fuck are you?" and realizes he is stepping on his friend's hand. Charles is alive, his gut a muddle of tattered fabric and dark, dark blood. His hands press into his stomach farther than they should, and his eyes are wild and rolling. Everyone else is dead. Nate's radio shattered, supplies on fire, the nearest medic with the squad back in town. Nate stands dumbly still for a moment, then crouches and hoists Charles over his shoulder. Charles gives off a sound that is not human. Nate staggers up the slope, past the girl silently watching with Ciel's eyes. Whack, whack, whack. And Charles is howling and sobbing, "Don't leave me, don't leave me, don't you?" Nate runs. Pain screeches down his spine, ignites his muscles. The heat rising through his combat boots and Charles's weight on his shoulder are oppressive. The burn spreads through his thighs, his calves, the taut muscles of his groin. He feels as though he is inside a pizza oven. Charles is sputtering and shrieking, the journey a jarring kind of hell. "Don't leave me, don't leave me, don't you leave me." And Nate's shirt is saturated with his friend's insides. He runs harder as if to stop the blood draining into his eyes. His vision is a painted haze of brown and red, red and brown, smudged together as if by a child's fingers. "Help me," Nate shouts. "Somebody, help me." Charles is quieter now. "Don't leave, please." Nate's lips are coated with dust, and his voice is gone. He can't generate saliva. He blanks out on his feet, still running. Then suddenly, the squad is all around, the sergeant trying to pull Charles off his back, saying, "Let go. Nate, you can let go now. Let go of him. Let go." Nate topples over, Charles landing beside him. Long dead. The blank stare inches from Nate's face. And Nate is talking, but no one can hear him. "He's okay," Nate pants into the hot sand. "He's okay. Just make him breathe again." Chapter 7. When the ramp of the C-17 lowers, bringing into sight the wavering black tarmac of the Los Alamitos Army airfield, a chorus of cheers goes up from the plane's cargo hold, and Nate spills out with a sea of camouflage into the temperate Southern California air. He spots Janie and Ciel on the runway, waiting behind the sawhorses. Ciel looks bigger, her face round and smiling. She and Janie are jumping up and down. Beautiful. He runs to them, and they smash together in a three-way hug. "Welcome home, husband," Janie tells him, beaming, and he says, "I missed you, wife." But the jubilation quickly recedes, leaving behind a ponderous silence that lasts the car ride home. Nate walks through every room in the house he loves, trying to make it his own again. It does not feel like he belongs here, or anywhere else. A void has opened up between him and the rest of the world. He reminds himself it has been just 72 hours since his sprint across the dunes, with Charles bleeding out on his back. How Nate feels here in Santa Monica. It's just temporary. When his pacing carries him downstairs, Janie and Ciel are waiting in the family room, bursting with excitement. A large cardboard box sporting an oversized red bow sits on the carpet. Ciel says, "Come on, hurry, hurry, open it." He lifts the lid and peers inside. A rustle of tan fur, and then a puppy head pokes into view. The pup scrambles up his arms into his face, slurping, and Nate holds him, running a hand down the strip of reversed fur on the spine. Ciel says, "He's a Rhodesian Ridgeback. They used to be lion hunters. He'll grow up huge to 100 pounds. He's yours, but Mom said I could name him. Want to know his name? It's Casper, like the ghost." Janie adds, "They say it helps, I guess. Adjust. A dog. Unconditional love. No conversation." Nate squeezes him, smells him, lost in the warmth, the quiet magnificence. He hugs his wife and his daughter, Casper squirming from lap to lap, and for a single moment, he forgets the burden he still carries on his back. He sleeps fitfully, knowing the task in store for him tomorrow. Back on the eve of his redeployment, a gnawing need drove him to ask his lieutenant if he could serve the death notifications to the families of the men killed on his watch. His request went up the chain and was quickly approved. It was hardly a sought-after job, and he was handed a pamphlet to read on the flight home, providing guidelines for casualty notification officers. It is not until he gets to the front door of the McGuire's house that he realizes how woefully unprepared he is. Every detail embeds thunderously in his brain. The paint peeling on the doorframe, the sudden laxness in Mrs. McGuire's face at the sight of him, the rasp of the screen against his shoulder as he steps inside. McGuire's father, a hulking rectangle of a man, creaks the floorboards of the hall and then sits across from Nate, his dry hands cracking at the knuckles when he grips the armrests of his chair. Nate doesn't remember what he says, but then Mrs. McGuire's eyes are leaking, and Mr. McGuire is asking him something. Nate musters his voice. "Yes, sir. He died honorably." "Was he in pain?" McGuire's mother asks. Nate thinks of McGuire gripping his severed leg, the screams. He says, "No. Mr. McGuire, did you kill the bastard who got him?" "No, sir." Nate rises and, as instructed, delivers a small bag with McGuire's effects. His stomach burns as McGuire's mother sifts through the contents. A cross pendant, dog tags, a G-Shock watch with a smashed face, and feels the need to say, "I can't imagine what it's like to lose a son." "Two," the big man says sharply. "We lost both." He looks up and away, a distant glint in his eyes. "How's the war going, son?" "I hope we've turned a corner, sir," Nate says lamely. "Yeah? What corner is that?" He snickers at the silence. "We had a name for that corner, too, when I was in the Corps. We called it Clusterfuck Bend." Nate cannot think of a response, so he keeps his mouth closed. "His body?" Mr. McGuire asks. "It's been well taken care of. It shipped from Rammstein, full honors rendered at each point of transfer." "I don't give a shit about that. What kind of shape?" A pause. "Well?" "We didn't recover his whole body, sir." "What's missing?" Mr. McGuire wets his lips. "Go on, son. If I can take it, you sure as hell can." "A leg. And part of his head." Mrs. McGuire's eyes move abruptly to the ceiling. "Who went down with him?" Mr. McGuire asks. Nate lists the names, ending with Charles. Mrs. McGuire says, "You tell their mothers and fathers, thank you, for us." It is a full minute before Nate dares to speak again, though he has been forbidden to offer any details about the activities surrounding the death. He hears himself start to spill. "It was an IED hidden in a rucksack, right in front of me. I should have gotten to it before it went off. I could have—" The deep voice cuts him off. "See, son? Now you're making your problems our problems. Don't you think we got enough problems tonight?" Nate's entire body is trembling. "Yes, sir." "So act like you got some sense in you." The man's face has turned ruddy. "Don't leave us with more to chew on. See, you'll go on home, eat dinner with your wife, tuck your kids into bed. You'll move on. We'll be here. So you think of us from time to time." Mrs. McGuire says softly, "Jim," and he silences. Nate looks down into his lap for a long time. "May I please use your restroom?" She points. "Powder room, off the hall there." Nate runs the water to cover the sound of his vomiting. He splashes water on his face, dries his eyes with a pink hand towel that smells of floral detergent. Studying his reflection, he vows to learn how to do this better. He squares himself, emerges, delivers the necessary information as best he can, and shows himself out. As he drives away, his sweat-drenched uniform clings to him like a bad dream. Johnson's family next up is kind and appreciative, and that is all the worse. Then comes Miles's stepmother, who says, "Well then," and closes the door. Bilton's wife asks Nate to drive her to school to tell her son. The following day begins with a sad meeting in a church basement. Stained coffee maker, cinder block walls, and unbroken wailing. Tommy Kay's mother takes her son's baseball cap from the bag of effects, presses it to her face, and inhales. By dusk, the compounded effect of so much suffering has left Nate utterly void. He welcomes the numbness, because he fears that if he starts crying, he will crack wide open. Arriving at Charles's childhood house, Nate realizes he has saved this, the worst, for last. Inside, he sees Grace Brightbill bustling at the sink, a plump, pleasant-looking woman with dyed blonde hair cut in a bob. He recalls her pride at every one of Charles's papers, no matter how bad. The report cards pinned to the fridge by photo magnets of Charles in T-ball. Nate sits in his car, replaying her son's voice. "Don't leave me, don't you leave me," and feeling the heat of the explosion, the sand raining down on him. How he himself couldn't leap for the rucksack. And so Charles had. Nate struggles to keep breathing. Self-loathing swells and washes over him, and he realizes he is too craven to proceed. Driving away, he dials headquarters to request that someone else be sent to serve Charles's death notice. He knows already that this will be a decision he will regret for the rest of his life. But he cannot stop himself from making it. The next day, depleted and emotionally hungover, he takes CL to lunch as promised. She eats 10 chicken nuggets and then 5 more. When she asks for a sundae, he says, "I think you've had enough, honey." "But I can't get full." As they walk out, a teenage kid accidentally pops a ketchup packet in his hand, and red goo snakes down his wrist, his forearm. All of a sudden, Nate's face goes hot, and he is back in the sandbox, spinning in the wake of the explosion, his ears ringing. McGuire is there, holding his severed leg, and... "Daddy? Daddy?" He has blanked out completely in the doorway of the fast food joint. He swallows hard, turns his head from the guy, and says, "Let's go." There are other signs, too, in the weeks that follow. He cannot watch a plane in flight without bracing for it to explode. Despite the mounting bills, he cannot bring himself to go back to his job as a buyer of men's suits. He and Janie make love with more urgency, as if they're trying to hold on to something. They talk less afterward, Janie rolling over into a paperback, Nate staring at the ceiling, watching the fan blades spin like the rotors of a helo, and reliving those instants confronting the left-behind rucksack. Night after night, lying beside his wife, he changes the dance steps, rewrites history. 1,000 times he watches Abibas pause on the dune and stare back at them, then turn and run. Nate looks over at the rucksack. But in this alternate history, he puts his promise to CL out of his mind. He unlocks his legs. He leaps. In the morning when Nate brushes his teeth, he hears Charles's voice in his head, sees him sitting on the edge of the bathtub. Charles is in his green and khaki ACUs and wears his combat helmet. But one thing is different. There is a massive hole blown in his stomach, and he is dripping blood onto the ivory bathroom tiles. "What the fuck?" Charles says. "It's indulgent, all this moping and shit. Get over it already. You're home." "I know," Nate says through a mouthful of toothpaste. "I know that, but I can't get it from my head into my gut." Charles peers through the hole in his stomach wall. He flexes, making the intestines wiggle, then looks up with a pleased smile. Noting Nate's expression, he assumes a serious face. "Don't get boring." Nate spits foam into the sink, rinses. "Sorry. I'm hung up on killing you." "That crap again?" Charles waves a bloody hand. "What could you have done?" For the first time, Nate actually speaks out loud. "I could have jumped first." He goes in search of work, but inevitably winds up sitting with Casper on the curb by the car wash, watching the vehicles go in filthy and come out spotless, that toxic film reel throwing images against the walls of his skull, corroding him from the inside out. No matter how many times he works and reworks the equation, he is locked inside. It is destined to tally up the same. 2 dead legs, 3 frozen seconds, threadbare rucksack 5 feet away. Nate takes Casper out late when the neighborhood is still enough to mute the noise in his head. One night he arrives home to find Janie swaying on the porch swing. "Maybe you should bring CL on your walks. I'm worried about her weight." He says, "I'm not home most nights until she's in bed." "Maybe that's why she's getting so heavy," Janie says. "She's been comforting herself with food since you—" "I know." He feels a burn across his face. "I just can't clear my head right now. It's just temporary. Maybe if you were busier—" He waves a hand, but the gesture loses momentum. "I can't buy men's suits again, Janie." "I don't want you to buy men's suits. I don't care about the money. I'll pick up an extra shift at the hospital if I have to cover the mortgage. I will always make sure the mortgage is covered. I just need a little time. I've been home 5 fucking weeks." Her face reddens, bringing the freckles into relief. "You know what?" She takes a deep breath, lets it out slowly. "We don't do this. We don't talk to each other this way." He stares at her, and she stares back, unflinching. Agitated, Casper trots to Janie's side and whimpers until she pets him. "I can't reach you, Nate. No one gets through to you. You do. Not anymore." Her face holds so much sadness, he has to look away. Janie says, "I know you loved Charles. God, we all loved Charles. But you have to let go of what happened." "I can't." "Why?" Though he never considered it, the truth is right there, waiting, and it comes out in a heated rush. "Because then I'd be abandoning him. Again." She receives this, bracing into the weight of it. She nods once. The breeze blows through him. "When you were gone," she says, "CL would crawl into bed where you used to lie. How do I explain to her that now that you're home, you're still not home?" He cannot lift his eyes from the porch boards. Janie says, "You are the only man I want to be with. I feel like I dreamed you up playing boyfriend when I was 9. I love you too much for us to turn into roommates. Some couples can do that, maybe, but not us. Doing that with you, it would be worse than not being with you." He clears his throat. "You and CL are all I want. But I can't find my way back here." Janie quotes him to himself. "Stop fighting," she says. "I got you." His mouth is dry. "I don't know how." Silence. The porch swing creaks, Janie's toes touching the wood as though stirring water. She says, "We build our own cells, brick by brick." He thinks of his father shuffling around the house after his mom's funeral, how he'd blank out in front of the microwave sometimes, staring at the number pad, unable to proceed. He says, "Maybe this is what I have to do right now." She swallows hard, then says, "I have not a thing to say I won't regret later." He walks upstairs into their bathroom, shuts the door, and sits on the closed toilet. A while after, her footsteps enter the bedroom, the sheets rustle and the light clicks off. Through the thin door he hears her crying softly, and though he wants to hold her more than anything, he cannot rise, cannot turn the doorknob. His courage is gone. He lost it back in the sandbox in that goddamned helicopter. He lost it when he made his daughter a promise that he'd come home to her. He thinks back to the day Charles dragged him to the beach, Janie's cries carrying across the water. Nate was the one who had jumped into the riptide when no one else would. He had borne her to shore, and now he is huddled on a toilet, shuddering, scared to open a bathroom door. He waits until her breathing grows regular, then sneaks out to slip into his side of the bed. Later that night, screams awaken him. He bolts off the mattress, and his boots sink into burning sand, and there is smoke in the air, and he is yelling for Charles. "Where are you? Where are you?" The screams keep coming in the dark, and he stumbles and smacks his head into the corner of the wall by the door. Blood streams down his forehead, tacky and hot, and then his eyes are stinging, and he lurches through the door, knocking it free of the top hinge, and Janie is at his side, holding his arm, and then he sees Abiba's, staring with unreadable eyes. And he shoves, and Janie flies back and hits the wall, and he is staggering down the hall, Charles's blood streaming down his face, bellowing, "Where are you? Where the fuck are you?" And the screams have stopped suddenly. But Casper is barking, and he fills his daughter's doorway, but she is gone. Janie is behind him, yelling, her cheek carrying a plum-colored bruise, and her words flood in. "Stop it! You're scaring her! You're scaring her!" And he follows her quaking finger to where Ciel has tried to wedge herself beneath her bed to hide. Janie goes to her and holds her. He wipes his forehead, and his arm comes away dark. Quietly panicking at what he has done, he says, "No, no, I don't scare her. I don't. Do I scare you?" And Ciel looks out from beneath the dark row of her bangs and says, "Yes." His insides crumble. He stands, swaying, mouth ajar. His skin on fire, he retreats slowly into their bedroom, Casper at his heels. Nate washes the blood from his face, uses Band-Aids to close the gash at his hairline, finds an instant cold pack in the emergency kit beneath the sink. When he steps out, Janie stands watching, pale, silent. He says, "I am so sorry I hurt you. You didn't know what you were doing." Ciel was crying. She had a nightmare. "It is unacceptable, what I did." "I know you didn't mean it." "It doesn't matter," he says. "I need to get myself—" "What?" "To a place where I deserve to live here again." Janie looks away, her eyes well. "It wasn't supposed to be like this." He can't find any words. His throat clutches. Desperate for something to do, he cracks the ice pack, but she says, "I'm fine." He holds it out. He can barely look at the growing spot of black on her beautiful pale cheek. "Please." She lifts the ice pack from his hand. Casper follows him down the hall. Ciel is tucked in again, but wide awake. He sits at the edge of her bed. Casper curls up in the pink nest she has made for him from an old comforter. He keeps a wary eye on Nate, which shatters Nate's heart anew. When they are out, Casper will not allow strangers to get between him and Ciel, and that is how Nate feels now. Like a stranger. He says, "I'm so sorry I scared you." She says, "It's okay, Daddy." "No," he says. "It isn't." She stares up at him with her rich brown eyes, and he strokes her nose once with his finger. "Why can't it be like it used to?" she asks. He swallows around the lump inside his throat. "It just can't right now, baby." "Why not? Don't I get a vote? I never get a say in anything." "We don't always get a say in what happens to us," he says gently. He kisses her on the forehead, breathes in the No Tears shampoo scent of her. He strokes her back until she falls asleep, then goes downstairs to try to catch his breath. As he paces the unlit living room, it strikes him that he is denying himself his wife and daughter as a punishment for cherishing them so much that he couldn't unlock his legs on that helicopter and leave them behind. He pauses before the family portrait. The three of them falling over, laughing, propping one another up. He vows to get back to that place. What he's dealing with, it's just temporary. And yet 5 years pass. 5 years that see further dismantling of the life he knew. Nate's journey through that time is weightless, stunned, much like his flight from the spiraling helicopter. The point of impact comes in a medical office, from a bearded neurologist with kind, wise features. Precisely how one wants one's neurologist to look, particularly when he's delivering a diagnosis like this. And Nate realizes that up until that moment, when it came to bad news, he'd never had a sufficient yardstick for comparison. He drives away in a daze, cloaked in a black cloud of dread. He pictures his mother languishing in her hospice bed, dying by millimeters, her features caving in on themselves. How his father, too, was eaten from the inside, hollowed out like a rubber Halloween mask, the eye holes empty. As a 9-year-old, Nate had vowed that if he was ever lucky enough to have a family of his own, he would never, ever let it erode like that. And so he tells no one. Not Janie, not his daughter. At all costs he will spare them the suffering he learned all too well in his own childhood. Soon enough he will not be able to control the deterioration of his grip, the drying out of his eyes, the strength of the breath in his lungs. But he can pick a time and a date, and a ledge high enough to offer a good view and a long drop. He just has to do it while he still can, and pray that nothing interrupts. Like, say, 6 hooded thugs robbing a bank. Because then he might find himself sitting on an exam table with a neatly stitched stab wound, alive against his own goddamned will. Long Way Up. Necessity has the face of a dog. Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Chapter 8. Leaving the hospital, Nate rode shotgun in the unmarked sedan, ignoring the throbbing in his shoulder and doing his best to keep up. Ibarra, who'd given no first name, drove fast and talked faster. Easy confidence, slender athletic build, dense hair shaved to the bronzed flesh at the sides and back. He could have been 30 or 24. So first of all, forget that shit you've seen on TV, Ibarra said. We don't always travel in twos. We're not all dickheads, and a gesture to his charcoal golf shirt with the gold seal at the breast. We don't have to wear suits and ties. He flashed an unreasonably handsome smile, complete with dimples. Also, we play well with others. We do have jurists, but LAPD's got a talented team over at Robbery Special, so I'm not gonna march in there and bark about how I'm taking over their case. He picked a speck of lint off the spit-polished dashboard. You sure you don't need to go home, catch a breath, change? Nate looked down at his crisp new t-shirt, donated by the hospital. Crease marks at the chest and stomach from where it had been folded, presumably piled in a stack of other clothes awaiting stabbing victims. I'm fine. They reached the police cordon, and Ibarra slowed the Chevy Tahoe and flashed his badge. Marcus Ibarra, FBI. I got the hero with me. Gonna go walk the scene. The cop's eyes were hidden behind a pair of Oakley blades, but he lifted the reflective band of glass to Nate and said, Nice work in there. Nate's heartbeat was quickening in proximity to the bank. He nodded. Thanks. Beyond the sawhorses, media and rubberneckers had massed. One woman was crying and kneading her sweater in her fists. A sister of a victim? It struck Nate that she could also be a relative of one of the men he'd killed this morning. He had to rewind the thought. One of the men he'd killed this morning. One head lifted higher than the rest, rising above the crowd as if on a stick. A man's rough-hewn face, lantern jaw, mashed nose, slash of mouth. Flat eyes fastened on Nate as his gaze swept across. Nate did a double-take, but the face was gone. Ibarra's eyes were on him, and then on the sea of folks. What? Just a guy in the crowd. Looked, I don't know, menacing, I guess. He put it down to nerves, but couldn't help noticing Ibarra file it away in some private place. They drove through and parked on the sidewalk. Before leaving the hospital, Nate had filled in first a patrolman, then 2 detectives, and finally Ibarra on what had gone down in the bank. Or at least a version of what had gone down. Assumptions had been made before Nate had been sutured up and available to correct the record. By the time he'd entered the discussion, he was already party to the lie, and the lie had ossified into something hard and immovable. It went like this. Nate had been in the bank bathroom. He had heard shots. He had climbed onto the ledge, inched his way around, and saved the day. The questions, which had been detailed and copious, had picked up mostly at the saved the day part, and he'd been happy to pick up there as well. Did everyone need to know he'd been planning to pancake himself into a dumpster? He would be made the subject of a suicide interventionist, and then there'd be a 72-hour psych hold. No, that wouldn't do at all. So rather than lay himself bare to be probed and picked at, he'd help through a few steps of the investigation, resort to Plan B, and let everyone figure it out when he wasn't around to feel stupid about it. Walking toward the bank entrance, Nate was surprised to hear his name shouted out. Instinctively, he stopped and looked at the swarming reporters, and the agent had to press a hand to the small of his back to keep him moving. In the elevator, Ibarra knuckled the button for the 11th floor. As they rose, Nate thought about the last time he'd ridden up in this car, how he'd been sweating through his shirt in anticipation of taking the leap. And yet, implausibly, here he was again, back in the same little box, ascending to the same floor, Sisyphus in the age of technology. Ibarra caught him smirking at himself, and it seemed to pique his interest. "You seem remarkably steady," the agent said, "given, everything." "I must be faking it well," Nate said. "Impressive stuff. The ledge, the window, the timing. 6 armed men." Ibarra whistled. "Guess that high-end military training kicked in." Nate studied Ibarra back. Was that an accusatory edge in his voice? Or just Nate's guilt working on him, putting a paranoid filter on an ordinary observation? He knew the truth of who he was. Nate Overbay, failed suicide, and the hero routine was starting to wear thin. "Look," Nate said, "I was a drafted dipshit. I don't know how to kill a guy with a chopstick or anything. I'm just an army grunt who learned how to shoot a gun. You laid low 5 trained gunmen. Element of surprise, and a lot of luck." "I glanced through your military jacket," Ibarra said. "You went through quite a bit over there." "Not as much as some people." A familiar voice sailed out from behind him. "I'll say." Nate half turned, and sure enough, there Charles stood, dripping on the elevator floor, chest blown open, heart visible through the bars of his ribs, hanging like a clump of grapes. He gave a big smile, dried blood cracking on his cheek. "You really stepped in it this time, partner." As always. Impeccable timing. Nate turned away, annoyed. "Someone's uppity today," Charles said. "Prefers to hang out with his alive friends. No, really, it's cool. I get it. Ignore me. But can your alive friends do this?" Horrible, moist sound effects from behind Nate. He didn't even want to know. It dawned on him that Ibarra was staring at him expectantly. Nate did his best to look attentive. "Sorry, what?" "I said I had some buddies came back with PTSD. You dealing with anything like that might be relevant to how things went down today?" Out of the corner of his eye, Nate could see Charles poking his tongue through a hole in his cheek. "Nah," Nate said. "Got over that a long time ago." The elevator doors spread to a panorama of cops, CSI, and bank security workers. Radios bleated, iPhones chimed, cameras winked. Charles had vanished. He hated commotions, and Nate found himself immersed in bloody memories of the morning. He moved forward on numb legs, the pill bottles rattling in his pocket untouched. By the lobby, Ibarra held down the crime scene tape, and Nate high-stepped over. The black security guard was gone, but evidence cones marked the outline of his body. The smudged pool of blood looked shiny and gelatinous beneath the overhead fluorescence. A burly little man hurried over and blew out a breath, exasperated. He was balding, and the male-pattern swirl had lifted from his pate. It had been a long day. He introduced himself as the bank director of physical security, shook Nate's hand earnestly, then launched into the update. "Looks like they dodged the parking lot cameras downstairs, rode the service elevator up. So much for 11th floor security. As you saw, dark clothes, not form-fitting, big boots. Hard to read height, weight. No flesh showing anywhere, so witnesses couldn't get a read on their ethnicity." "Considerate of them to leave their bodies behind," Ibarra said. Nate was having a hard time lifting his focus from the crimson smudges on the floor tile. He thought of the guard's eyes, rolled back almost to solid white. The security director continued, "Before they hit the vault, they broke down the door to the security closet and unplugged the DVR box that catches the digital footage." A.R.M.Y made a popping sound with his lips. "So they could work the vault with their hoods off." "Right," Nate mumbled. He pictured the man stepping into sight in the vault doorway, gripping the circular saw, the hood pushed up atop his head. His ear, torn away in a spray of black blood. How he'd looked back, and Nate had shot him again through the forehead. He heard A.R.M.Y's voice as if from a distance. "You okay?" Nate nodded quickly. Fine. "These guys were pros, moved fast and hard," the security director continued. "No one could get to an alarm. Our vault door is 18 inches of steel, tool-resistant for 30 minutes, but it was, of course, open for the business day. So they sailed in through the day gate. They used a diamond-tipped rescue saw to hit one of the quarter-inch D-bolts, got a little over $300 into a duffel, which, thanks to you," a nod to Nate, "is still sitting on the floor in there. They were razoring into the safe deposit boxes when you went in guns blazing." A.R.M.Y was nodding along. He'd heard this all already. Clearly repetition was a big part of the investigation, sifting through the evidence again and again, looking for flecks of gold. The robbers' bodies lay where they'd fallen, hoods now tugged off, flight suits sliced open and peeled back like flayed skin. Nate walked where directed, minding the cones, the blood spatter. He found himself crouching over the first corpse in the lobby, regarding the clean-shaven face. "You're gonna want to listen now, girlie." So much less menacing without the black hood and bug eyes. Younger than he'd have thought. Nate wanted to reach down and touch the waxy features. "He's what? 27, 28? This one?" A.R.M.Y checked a black leather notepad. 26. Nate wondered about the next of kin. Who would answer the door to the death notification? Sickly mother? Pregnant girlfriend? 9-year-old son home from soccer practice? Gazing at the bodies sprawled on the tile, Nate was all too aware of how the loss of these lives would ripple out. Awe settled in, a sense of the enormity of what he had done, but he expected to feel something more, too. A hint of remorse, perhaps. But no. There were too many other parts to this equation. Those bullets riddling the bank manager's stiff pantsuit, the cool white hand he'd gripped through the window, a young girl's earlobe, darkened with her mother's blood. The security director had been pulled away, but A.R.M.Y was still at Nate's side, asking a question. "You said the sixth man had an accent?" "Eastern Europeanish," Nate replied. "Russian? Polish?" "More Russian, I'd say. But I don't know." A.R.M.Y gestured at the bodies. "Local dirty white boys, all 5. Accent no makey the sense, Hoss. You sure you weren't hearing things?" "I'm sure." "Do you know who they were, the dead ones?" "Yep. They're an Inland Empire team. Been on our radar a little more than 3 years. But a few things don't add up. 1, what the hell were they doing in Santa Monica? They've never even made it west of Victorville for a job. And 2, what's with the sixth man? They've always run jobs as a 5 crew." "Maybe they recruited," Nate said. "I don't know. 5 men's generally the most you see in a job like this. 6 is the tipping point for logistics. More trouble than help." The sixth man seemed to be the crew leader. "So you said. In that case, why would a new recruit run the show?" Nate closed his eyes, put himself back in the vault. The scuff of that boot behind him. Number 6, lying in wait with the letter opener. The whistle of movement, steel through air, and the hot pain in his shoulder. He heard the voice, a low rush of menace. "He will be greatly angered by you," and couldn't ward off a shudder. They were working for someone. "Right," A.R.M.Y said. "He from He Will Make You Pay." They'd been through this as well. Stepping past the teller gate, the agent gazed at the blasted drywall of the ceiling and ran a hand over his utilitarian buzz cut. "AKS-74U assault carbine." You can tell from the bullet holes? Nate asked. No. Ibarra grinned. Crime scene report. Now can you walk me through it? I already have. Several times. Ibarra pressed his fingertips together. I got this wife, yeah? She loses her damn birth control pills. I'm talking 2-3 times a week. Not a good thing to lose. And I always tell her, I say, honey, retrace your steps. And she argues and argues. Puerto Ricans, right? But when she finally listens, there they are. So what do you think? Can you do that for me? Nate said, find your wife's birth control pills? No smile. Instead, Ibarra pointed at the window, still cranked open as Nate had left it, swath of blood across the pane. Nate took a moment, chewing his lip. Then he walked over, set his hands on the sill, and leaned out into the cool dusk air. Whoa, cowboy. Ibarra's voice sounded distant behind him. Want to reel it back a little? Nate pulled himself in. Nothing was left of the teller with the pretty green eyes but a collection of evidence cones at his feet. He set about retracing each move, starting with his tumble through the window over her lifeless body. One detail at a time. The tiny puffs of drywall, the relentless screech of the saw, the bullet sailing past so close it trailed heat across his cheek. Recounting all this now in relative solitude made it more real, and with every step he took, a black tide rose in his chest, threatening to choke off his words. He had shot 2 men on the main floor and was stepping back toward the vault when something glinted under a desk, catching his eye. He walked over, crouched, and picked up the pearl clip-on earring. Cradled it in his hand. Flashed on its owner's limp arm unfurling, her rings clacking tile. The black tide climbed into his throat, catching him off guard, and he eased himself down to sit on the floor. Several of the cops paused and looked at him, then a few CSI techs. The movement around him ground to a halt, the focus of the room pulling to him. He swallowed hard, tried to keep the emotion from his face, but he could feel his cheeks turn to pins and needles. Sorry. He clutched the earring, the clasp digging into his palm. Just give me a sec here. Ibarra waved the others to get back to work and squatted next to him. Take all the time you need. After Nate caught his breath, he finished the walkthrough, ending with his face-to-face with number 6 in the vault. Ibarra scratched his head with a pen. Can you look at some security tape? See if you can pick out the crew leader? I thought they wiped out the footage, Nate said. We got some in the service elevator and back hall before they pulled the plug on the digital feed. Nate followed him to a rear office filled with monitors, where the security director and 2 robbery homicide detectives waited, the screen before them fluttering on pause. The footage showed the robbers crowded in the service elevator, 6 forms covered with black fabric. The director clicked play, and they all watched the men ride up, waiting to explode into action. Wrists jiggled, boots tapped, gun slides were racked, magazines reseated, every man a jumble of live nerves. Except one. Number 6, the smallest of the crew, stood perfectly still, his hand on a slight tilt, those patches of mesh staring directly up at the security camera. Staring directly, it seemed, at Nate. Beneath the crisp folds of his t-shirt, Nate's skin went clammy. The man's quiet poise. No suggestion of what was to come. He might have been riding the elevator up to see a movie or visit a friend. That slender, compact build, the faint accent. He will make you pay in ways you can't imagine. The threat recalled sent a blade of ice up Nate's back. He was already dead, ready and willing to find the next opportunity to pull the plug himself. So why be scared? Maybe because he sensed the promise hidden in that calm voice, the promise that whatever he would deliver would be worse than death. Nate swallowed dryly and pointed at number 6. Riding down in the elevator, Ibarra said, We're gonna need you at the press conference outside. Press conference? Nate said. So you're gonna help ID me for the guys who want to kill me? The media's already dialed into the story. There's a picture circulating the web of you walking out of the bank carrying that little girl. Looks like a Bruckheimer one-sheet. If we don't trot you out, you'll have media crawling up your ass for weeks. Smile pretty for the cameras, satiate everyone's appetite, and no one will remember you by tomorrow. The guy threatened me, face to face, and I believed him. Whoever his boss is, I killed 5 of his guys and screwed up his robbery. I doubt they'll come after you. Bank robbers and cold-blooded murderers fit different profiles. A comforting factoid? I'd imagine not. Ibarra removed a business card and handed it to Nate. My cell's on the back. Something freaks you out, anything you need, call me. And I'll make sure LAPD has a squad car drive by your place at intervals for a few nights until the scare wears off. Ibarra took note of Nate's expression and said, "What do you expect? A Secret Service detail?" "No," Nate said. "If I get killed, I get killed." Ibarra's smooth forehead wrinkled a bit at that one. They hit the ground floor, their footsteps ticking across the lobby. Ibarra spun them through the revolving door, and a wave of noise and heat hit them. Bodies and news crews everywhere. In the middle of a small clearing stood a podium. Before Nate could get his bearings, he was ushered forward to the bouquet of microphones, a police captain stepping aside. Nate blinked and gazed out. Above all else there were lights, bright lights that hid the faces of his interlocutors. Questions sailed out of the white blaze. "When you took them on single-handedly, what were your thoughts?" Nate moistened his lips. "I was just reacting to what was in front of me. I guess it took me 36 years not to think for once." "Did you have a mission plan in mind?" There was a particular chagrin, Nate realized, in being taken more seriously by others than he took himself. "Point and shoot," he offered. A feminine voice from the back. "Were you scared?" "No, not really. I was angry." "At what, specifically?" "They killed 3 people, kicked a woman in the face. Seemed on the verge of shooting a little girl." Bass voice in the front row. "So you think they all deserved a death sentence?" Nate said, "I think if I hadn't shot them, they would have killed more people." "Yes, but still, there are laws." Clearly the reporter intended to goad him. Nate thought about how in the past he might have responded with something appropriate. He sorted through all the replies he'd ordinarily think to make, the placating gestures, the tempered assurances. But then that feeling returned, the sensation he'd encountered as he'd floated through the teller gate, bullets carving the air around his face. Liberation. And he replied, "You want laws? Here's a law for you. Don't fucking rob banks and kill innocent people." A hush descended. A reporter reached over to a cameraman's gear and clicked off the live feed. A firm hand hooked Nate's waist, politely conveying him to the side, and then the police captain replaced him in front of the microphones. "I think that's enough questions for the time being." Biting off a smile with perfect white teeth, Ibarra led Nate off. Once they were clear of the crowd, they nodded goodbye, and Nate went to find his trusty, rusty Jeep Wrangler where he'd parked it an eternity ago this morning. Climbing into the driver's seat, he realized that he felt neither embarrassment nor regret over his final reply at the podium. He had said exactly what he'd wanted to, just as this morning he'd done precisely what he'd needed to. No fear, no capitulation, no paralyzing self-scrutiny. He had, literally, nothing left to lose. He pulled on his seatbelt, set his hands on the wheel, and the thought hit him. What a trite, goddamned shame that he had to be dying to learn how to live again. Chapter 9. Plan B. Nate would drive home and kill himself. Handful of Vicodin, some alcohol, a languid drift into the sweet hereafter. Given the press conference, news of his fake hero stint would spread quickly, complicating matters, making him answer questions he'd rather not. It would be best to handle business before opening up the whole can of worms with Janie and CL, especially since he'd managed to keep everything from them for this long. After months with depression gnawing at his skull, he'd settled on a plan and had felt energized. Foot on the accelerator, a last burst of gas to take him over the cliff edge. He had to see it through now, before he ran out of steam. To fortify himself for what was to come, Nate stopped off at a diner for another last meal. The middle-aged waitress had tired eyes, crayon marks on the hem of her uniform, and a pale band of skin around her ring finger. "Triple scoop hot fudge sundae?" she asked. "That's it?" He smiled up at her. "That's it." He savored each bite, and left her a $207 tip, all the money in his wallet. Where he was going, he wouldn't need it. He was lurching between red lights on Wilshire on his way home when a dark town car pulled up beside him. It rolled forward, nosing dangerously into the intersection to bring a tinted back window even with him. He glanced across, sensing a presence behind it. Someone watching. A sheen of perspiration sprang up on his arms, the nape of his neck. He looked at the streetlight, glanced back over. Menace emanating from that square of black glass. The tint was darker than standard, illegally so. The town car was too far forward for him to make out anything of the driver, save a sliver of ear and an old-fashioned cap. He drifted up to get a better look, but the town car matched his movement precisely, pushing farther out into the red light, making a passing car honk and swerve. He stopped. The town car stopped. That tinted rear window so close now he could reach across and knock on it. He rolled down his window and was proceeding to do just that when the tinted glass moved as well, lowering 2 inches. A hand emerged, a cigarette stub poking from between the index and middle fingers. A tattoo branded each knuckle, and yet the nails looked manicured, and 3 stripes showed at the wrist. Pale flesh, cream French cuff, dark suit. The smoke reached Nate's nostrils. The cigarette burned down, and the hand adjusted, a quick pulse, and pinched the cherry between the 2 knuckles. A wisp of black smoke, burning flesh. Then the hand let the dead stub fall. An echo from the bank vault played in Nate's head, that accented voice. "He will make you pay, in ways you can't imagine." Numbness spread through his body, a stand-in for fear. Slowly he became aware of a cacophony of bleating behind him, the din of horns, and he realized that the light had changed to green some time ago. He stood on the brake pedal, a game of chicken, the 2 vehicles blocking a corridor of traffic. A sharp ring issued from his lap, startling him into a jolt, sending his old-fashioned clamshell cell phone to the floor. He chased it around, and when he straightened back up, the town car was gone from its spot beside him, already way up ahead, shrinking to nothing. But one detail grabbed his attention before it vanished. There was no back license plate. Enduring curses from LA drivers all around, he accelerated, glanced at caller ID, then fought the phone open. Jen Brown, his tough-minded boss, calling from downtown. Probably caught wind of the robbery. He said, "I'm okay." "Good to know," Jen said, "but I wasn't asking." Maybe word of his fake hero stint wouldn't spread quickly. "I need you to pay a house call," she continued. "Sean and Erica O'Doherty of Encino." "I don't know," he said. "It's not been the easiest day. Imagine what theirs is going to look like." He took a deep breath, considered those pills awaiting him, and how he'd do well to get to them before the man or his bank robbery cohorts caught up to him as promised. "I don't think I can do it right now." "Okay, then I'll send Ken." "Ken? Not Ken. Last time "I know," she said wearily. He left a note pinned to the door. "Let's skip the outrage. We're short-handed and you're the only guy who does it right. Blah, blah, blah. Pretty much every time you say you can't, you wind up doing it anyway. So let's just pretend we already had this part of the conversation." He gritted his teeth. "You got the file?" "Right in my pretty little hand." He sighed, turned onto the freeway. "You know how to manipulate people." "I'm not a cop for nothing." Nate triple-checked the address before ringing the doorbell. At the side of the porch was a teak bench, its base lined with shoes. loafers and sneakers, and a pair of worn Converse high tops with peace symbols magic markered on the sides. The stab wound throbbed in his shoulder, and he hoped it wasn't bleeding through the hospital-issue t-shirt. Footsteps approached, and Nate closed his eyes, gathered himself. A pleasant woman in her 40s answered, her husband behind her in gym clothes, a folded Wall Street Journal under his arm. The woman's eyebrows rose with surprise. "Hi?" He took quick note of the marble floor of the entry. "I'm Nate Overbay. Are you Erica? Sean?" "Yep." Sean glanced at a runner's watch with an angled face. He was a husky man, former athlete, with a wedge of dense copper hair. "What can we help you with?" "I work with LAPD. May I come in?" Nate wanted to get them seated. Sean O'Doherty was a big guy, and it was a long fall to that hard marble floor if he fainted. Erica nodded nervously. On their way to the couches, Sean let the newspaper drop. They sat, and Nate asked, "Just the two of you home?" Sean said nervously, Yeah, just us." Nate set his hands on his knees. He hated this moment most, the moment before the world flew apart. He cleared his throat. "At 2:30 today, your son Aiden was driving from his dorm room to guitar practice. He was struck by another car and brought into the USC Medical Center with severe injuries to his head and chest. He was unconscious. The medical staff did everything they could to revive him, but they failed, and he died." A cry flew out of Erica. Her face turned red, and she leaned back into the cushions. Sean was standing. He'd moved so fast that Nate had missed the transition from couch to feet, and the man wobbled a moment and then sat down again. He was breathing hard, nostrils flaring. Nate gave them maybe 10 seconds, which stretched longer than 10 seconds seemed like they could. "I am so sorry to be here," Nate said, "but I will help in any way I can and answer any questions." The first reaction was often an unexpected one. Sean's mouth tightened. "Who did you say you are again?" "Nate Overbay. I'm a professional crisis responder." The overblown title served to make up for the fact that he was not a social worker, a chaplain, or a paramedic. Though deployed by LAPD, he didn't carry a badge and was not a sworn officer. When he first started nearly 5 years ago, a social services team was supposed to go out every time, but budget cuts had whittled down the cast until he was the last man standing. Now, when he wasn't available, death notification service fell to whichever patrol officer drew the short straw. So Nate had done his best to be available for every call, to strive to better himself, to find one more way to diminish, however slightly, a family's pain the next time around. He was not so dumb as to be unaware that he was trying again and again for personal redemption, but not so smart as to figure out how to break the cycle. Erica's voice fluttered, so fragile that Nate could barely make out the words. "This is a mistake. How can you be sure there wasn't some mistake?" Nate had pulled the incident report, gone to the morgue to talk with the coroner, sat with Aiden and held his cold hand. To make sure he didn't terrorize the wrong family, Nate had checked the driver's license in Aiden's wallet against the database in case the 19-year-old boy had been carrying a fake ID. "I'm certain," Nate said. Aiden was identified and pronounced dead at the hospital. Experience had taught him that to overpower denial he needed to say to the bereaved, frequently and boldly, that the person had died. It had also taught him not to say that time heals all wounds, that he knew how they felt, that there was a reason for everything. He had learned when to pause, to let them breathe, when to lead and when to follow. But mostly he had learned to ignore everything he had learned, at a moment's notice. Erica withdrew into herself, shoulders curling, chin dipping. Sean looked at her, his mouth downturning violently, almost a sob. "You're the cops," Sean said, his voice high, adrenalized. "He's a kid. You couldn't protect him from some idiot driver?" Nate said gently, "No." Sean was standing again, jabbing a finger down at Nate. "You should have done something. Someone needs to fix this. This is your fault. Your fault. Nate rose. Okay. He kept his hands out and his voice soft. I'm gonna sue the fucking shit out of you, this city. I'm gonna... Sean's finger, inches from Nate's face, began trembling violently. His face flushed, and then he was sobbing, rent-open cries loose on his feet. Nate lifted an arm, and Sean grabbed him and sobbed into his shoulder. And Nate held him for 5 minutes, and then 10, until Erica rose and led her husband with great care back to the couch. Sean sat, holding her hand, tears streaming as Nate answered their questions and told them what to do next, writing everything down since recollection would be foggy. Directions to the morgue, police case number, direct line to the coroner's office. He did all that, and then he shut up. Erica broke the silence. But it's so unfair. He's our only child. Finally, she came apart, fist pressed to her mouth so hard that the skin went white. Heat swelled in Nate's chest, and he looked down, the carpet blurring at his feet. Some responders believed they always had to be strong for the relatives, but Nate had found that the times his voice hitched or his eyes watered, family members had looked at him not with disdain, but appreciation. Erica caught her breath again, blew her nose. What a stupid thing to say. No, Nate said. Life isn't fair, is it? Who gets to live? Who dies? No. I want to see him, Erica said. I want to see my boy. Where is he? Sean lifted the printout that Nate had brought, the route from their front door to the morgue. He raised his red-rimmed eyes to Nate and said, Thank you. Nate nodded. Is there anything you'd like to ask me? Anything you want me to do? Shaking their heads, they rose to see him out. He always made the second-day call himself, since the last thing a family in crisis needed to see the morning after was a new face. When a piece of jewelry or a watch was released, he'd take it home and scrub off the dried blood before delivering it. He'd be one call away, their guide through the rough terrain. So he started to say what he always said next, that he'd check in with them again tomorrow. But then he remembered. For him, there wouldn't be a tomorrow. He paused on the porch, looking back at Erica and Sean, feeling that nagging sense of remorse. His mind moved to his best friend's body outlined against a brilliant blast of white, his failure of will in the car outside Charles's mother's house. That night in the house, his daughter trying to hide beneath the bed, his wife looking on, a bruise rising on her cheek. So much unfinished business. So much he still owed. Since his diagnosis, he'd done everything to spare Janie and CL any more trouble on his behalf. But maybe he owed them a final explanation before he punched out. He was just here last week, Erica said. Standing where you're standing right now. He was tying his shoes, and the phone rang. She gestured toward the teak bench at that row of sneakers, Aiden's beat-up Chuck Taylors waiting, one on its side. I went to answer. Could be important, you know. A nail appointment? She gave a disgusted little laugh. You know the worst part? Nate shook his head. I never got to say goodbye. Chapter 10. For the whole ride, Nate alternated his gaze from the road to his rear view, searching for dark town cars with illegally tinted windows. After parking, he sat, double-checking that no one had followed him, but also, he realized, stalling. It took all the courage he could muster to head up the walk of the beloved Santa Monica house. A corner brick at the base of the porch had come loose, and he paused to shove it with his heel back into alignment. Owning a house was a war of attrition. Sap holes in the gutters, birds' nests in the chimney, dry rot in the window frames. Tears of rust hung beneath the house numbers, and he thought of the time he would have cleaned them with pride. He knocked, and a moment later the door swung open. Pete looked out at him, doing his best to disguise his consternation. Nate. Been a while. Right. Okay if I come in? Pete looked unsure. Hang on. He leaned back. Janie? A moment later, there she was. She wore a flare-waisted Spanish gauze blouse, bright orange to pick up the flecks in her eyes. Not that Nate noticed. Her thin eyebrows lifted, disappearing beneath the bangs of her pixie cut. What are you doing here? I need to talk to you. And CL. She raised her left hand to push a wisp of hair off her forehead, and he saw with great chagrin that her ring finger sported a diamond the size of a bran muffin. It's been 9 months, Nate. 9 months. Women make babies in that time. Not a visit, not a phone call. I know. I want to explain. And it's not like you came by to see her frequently before then. That wasn't just me. I would have loved nothing more than... At once there was a clutter of claws scraping floorboards, and then Casper was there, nosing through Pete and Janie, losing his mind at the sight of Nate. 110 pounds of Rhodesian Ridgeback backing up in celebration, wiggling, thick tail smacking legs and walls, turning to shove his hind end into the nearest set of knees. Off, Pete said. Off! Down, Casper! Off! Casper! Nate said, Sit. Casper sat. Janie's face was flushed, hiding the freckles. Did you at least bring the divorce papers? They're at home. Signed. Why didn't you just bring them? It's been an eventful day. That's why I want to talk to you. He took a breath, unsure where to begin. Did you see the news today? No. There was a robbery this morning, at Wilshire and 9th. I heard about it, Janie said. Radio. I was sort of in the middle of it. Whatever she and Pete were expecting, it was not this. Janie's expression softened with concern. The door creaked open and Nate followed them in, Casper zigzagging underfoot like a patrol car slowing traffic. As they passed by the family room, Nate noted the new family portrait on the mantel. A trio, this time properly posed, with Pete replacing Nate. At the sight of the 3 glossy faces, he felt his last handhold at the cliff's edge crumble. In the kitchen, Nate perched on one of the stools that, in another life, he'd found at a garage sale, then sanded and repainted. He ran a thumb across the grain of the wood. Everything like a detail, from a remembered dream. Janie said, I'll see if she'll come down, and headed upstairs. Pete finished washing romaine leaves in the farmhouse sink, set them aside, and dried his hands on his Wharton School sweatshirt. Pete was a widower, an intrinsically decent guy, and a former neighbor whom Nate and Janie had known in passing. He had made a lot of money in commercial real estate, and when he'd moved in here a few months ago, he'd cut a check to finish off the mortgage, an act of generosity that Nate still resented. Nate might have been struggling with that banknote, but at least it had been his. Even when he and Janie had separated about 3 years ago, it had given him comfort to know he was keeping a roof over the head of his daughter and the woman he still wildly, ineffectually loved. Over Janie's objections, she'd sent 70% of each modest paycheck to her until she stopped cashing every other one to make sure he kept some money for himself. Pete's arrival had dissolved the last sure way Nate had known to help his family. Since then, he and Pete had harbored an affectionate dislike for each other. Back in the months after Pete's wife passed, Nate remembered walking Casper by his house and seeing him inside, eating dinner alone at that big dining table. And no matter how much Nate wanted to hate him now for sleeping with his wife and raising his daughter, he just couldn't bring himself to get there in full. Nate sat on his former stool and fussed with the neat stack of mail before him. Brokerage statements, Vanity Fair, a Lexus service reminder, all the accoutrements of a robust, prosperous life. They had added a wine fridge beneath the microwave. One of the bricks on the porch is loose, Nate announced to the silence. Pete laid the romaine leaves side by side on a paper towel. How am I supposed to reply, Nate? I say it's no big deal, I'm insulting you. I say I'll fix it, you'll get pissed off since you think it's still your porch. Nate wanted to say, "It is still my porch. I rebuilt it with my own 2 hands. I leveled the form, poured the concrete base, used a toothpick to scrape the mortar from beneath my fingernails." Instead, he said nothing. He had lost the right to have opinions here. Pete distributed the romaine across 3 plates, setting fewer spears on the last. By way of explanation, he said uncomfortably, "We're trying to help her with her weight." At a loss as to how to respond to that, Nate lined up the mail nervously and smacked the envelope edges straight on the marble slab. 2 tickets fell out. Turandot at the Amundsen Theater. Nate lifted them to the yellow light. "Opera? To celebrate our engagement. You saw the ring?" "No," Nate said. "I didn't notice." Janie entered, and he looked hopefully past her, but no CL. His disappointed gaze returned to the tickets. She took note of his expression. "What?" Nate's mouth moved instinctively before he could stop it. "You hate opera," he told her. Janie halted by the stove. "Huh?" Pete paused from chopping. "It was a surprise." "Oh," Nate said. "Oops. But she hates opera. You hate opera." Janie's smile did not quite reach her eyes. "Not really," she told Pete. "There is no not really," Nate said. "This is opera. There are 2 camps. You either love opera or you hate opera. There is no Switzerland when it comes to opera." Janie's head whipped over to him. He showed his palms. Pete looked confused and a touch disappointed. "You really don't like opera? I'm sure I can find someone to give the tickets to if you—" "Look," she said, resting a hand on the small of Pete's back. "Can we maybe not have this discussion right now, honey?" Constantly with the pet names, as though they were afraid if they didn't label each other at the end of every sentence they might find themselves estranged. Nate said, "Where's my daughter?" "She doesn't want to see you," Janie said. The words, like a slap. It took him a moment to recover. "Why not?" Pete said, "She's probably afraid you'll disappoint her again." "Don't take yourself so seriously, Pete," Nate said. "No one else does." Janie was studying him, furrows texturing her forehead. It wasn't so much his words, he realized, as his tone that had caught her attention. She seemed less angry than mystified. "What's gotten into you, Nate?" Pete leaned over the counter toward Nate. "CL is my responsibility now, too. And you can have all the smart-ass quips you want, but I'm going to do right by her. Which, if you actually took a second to think, is probably what you want, instead of some asshole stepdad who doesn't give a shit about her." Nate thought about those abysmal first months after the separation. How on day 4 the sight of a girl riding her father's shoulders had nailed him to the pavement outside a grocery store. How one desperate night Janie had let him in just so he could sit in the darkness of his daughter's room and listen to the faint whistle of her breath as she slept. How CL, standing in the dim light of his tiny 1-bedroom, had clumsily declared, "It's too hard when I see you and then you're gone." Then a few visits later, "Sometimes it's easier when the person who leaves just leaves for good." And how, even though it gutted him, he'd given her more space, until their weekly dinner became monthly, then quarterly. And how after the diagnosis he'd torn himself away from her and Janie altogether, not wanting them to have to suffer anything with him, whether out of love, guilt, or obligation. Fair or not, he wanted to weaponize all that pain and loss and aim it right through Pete's gallant face. But instead he looked at Janie and screwed his jaw shut. Casper lifted his square Scooby-Doo head and compassionately took in Nate's discomfort. He wasn't an animal so much as a human in a dog suit. Janie said, "You're bleeding." He peered over his shoulder and saw where a crimson seam blotted the undershirt. "I'm okay." She wet a hand towel, carried it over, and lifted his shirt in the back. Pete and Nate made an effort to avoid eye contact. "Nice stitch work," she said, dabbing at the edges of the wound. He relaxed a bit under her touch. "The bank robbery," she reminded him. Before he could speak, CL appeared in the doorway. She still carried 30 or so extra pounds, though her fullness didn't detract from her beauty. Those dark brown irises, almost black, long bowed lashes framing her eyes, rendering eyeliner or mascara superfluous, raven locks twisting this way and that, now streaked with maroon. Everything about her appearance, from the goth girl highlights to the baggy charcoal sweater with torn thumb holes in the sleeves, seemed too angry for a 15-year-old girl. Or perhaps right on target. He'd forgotten how long 9 months was in the life cycle of a teenager. "What's with the undershirt, Nate?" she asked. "Show some respect, CL," Janey said. "Call him Dad." "It's from the hospital," Nate said. "I got stabbed during a bank robbery." Janey took in a clump of air. "And I shot the robbers. Well, most of them." Pete lowered his hands to the counter, and Janey's hands stopped moving on Nate's back, but CL didn't miss a beat. "Were any of them named Jason Hensley?" "No." "Then I don't care." "Who's Jason Hensley?" "My shithead boyfriend, who thinks that buying a new guitar is more important than taking me to Magic Mountain, as was promised for our 3-month anniversary." "CL," Janey said, "I love you, honey. And I know that in your 15-year-old brain, boy troubles are equivalent to your father's getting stabbed in a bank robbery, but can we please focus on him right now?" "You don't actually believe him, do you?" Pete said, "Whatever you want to think about your father, CL. He's not a liar." She rolled her eyes. "Fine. Go ahead." Nate walked them through the official version, leaving out the almost suicide and the threats that Number 6 had leveled at him in the vault. When he finished, CL's mouth was popped open, exposing a wad of fluorescent gum. "Aren't you worried?" Janey asked. "That they'll come after you? I mean, you killed 5 men. They have to have, I don't know, associates." Nate thought about that tattooed hand curled through the gap in the town car's window, pinching off the cigarette between the fingers without so much as a flinch. Just slow, steady pressure, suffocating the flame. Nate tapped his palm to his pocket, felt the comforting weight of the pill bottle against his thigh. His exit plan. "I'm not concerned about it," he answered. "CL. So you just came to—" "I wanted to tell you before you heard about it somewhere else," he said. And, there was no good transition. I'm sick, too." Janey had forgotten about the towel, which was dripping pink onto the floor tiles. She looked as though she were piecing herself back together internally, and he felt a darkening remorse for bringing this here, to her and CL. "As in?" was all Janey could manage. Nate took a deep breath, bit his lip. Here was that point before the world flew apart. The toughest death notification he'd have to serve. He said softly, "I'm not gonna be around much longer." Janey shook her head, more fat drops tapping the floor tile. "What?" "ALS," he said, and then, for CL's sake, "Lou Gehrig's. That's why I cut off from you guys 9 months ago. We were already... and I didn't want to put you through it." Though Janey's face stayed still, there were tracks on her cheeks instantly, as if they'd sprung through the skin. He felt an overpowering urge to take her in his arms, but then CL said sharply, "That is so unfair," and stomped away. They listened to her Doc Martens pound the stairs, and then a door slammed so hard that a magnet fell off the refrigerator. Pete cleared his throat, then said, "I remember when Sally died. I couldn't find any sense in getting out of bed. But after a while..." His hand circled, trying to land on a thought. "Someone said once that whenever a door closes in your face, another opens farther down the hall." "Which door is that?" Nate said. "To Valhalla?" A sharp silence. Janey looked unsteady on her feet, and Pete pulled her in and rubbed her shoulders from behind. His face was heavy with sadness, and Nate felt a rush of regret. He sucked in a breath. "Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a jerk." "No," Pete shook his head. It was a dumb comment for me to make. I don't know what to say. I'm really sorry to hear about it, Nate. Nate pointed upstairs. Look, I'd better... Janie nodded, a quick jerk of the chin. Upstairs, Ciel's closed door waited, as imposing as a prison gate. The pencil lines on the door jamb marking her childhood heights were fading. A few more months and that piece of their shared past would be as lost and gone as Nate himself. He'd wasted so many chances. Countless nights he could have just walked down the hall to this room, pulled out a board game, read a story, picked her up, and breathed her in. Gathering himself, he tapped the wood with a knuckle. No response. He entered cautiously, expecting to draw fire. She sat at her desk, hunched over schoolwork, facing away. He hardly recognized the room beneath the magazine collages, the posters of boy-men actors, the scattering of teenager clothes. But there, half buried by a cast-off jacket, was the step-stool that Charles had sent as a baby gift, her name carved in wooden letters. It remained where Nate had positioned it a decade ago, so she could step down from her big girl bed and come wake him if she had a bad dream. He clung to the sight of it, let it moor him. He cleared his throat. Where to start? Your boyfriend. Is he a nice guy? Of course not. He's an asshole who treats me like shit. I grew up with no positive male role model in the house, so that's what I get. He watched her back, debated how to forge into a wave of sarcasm that thick. Look, I get that you're angry with me. No, I'm just sullen and withdrawn in general. Ironically self-aware, too, which insulates me further. I could do drugs, or cut myself, or get a shoulder tattoo of some Chinese symbol for vagina power, but instead I think I'll just stay pissed off. Ciel. She whirled. What? Her face was fighting to maintain the tough veneer, but he saw right through the cracks. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be around. I'm not sure what the big diff will be. I mean, even before you split, our seasonal dinners were hardly a mainstay. You told me it was easier for you to see me less. I was 12. I was a kid. You shouldn't have listened. You shouldn't have believed me. You should have fought me. Her voice was wavering now, on the verge. Well, honey, you were convincing. You left. I had no say. I had no say. She noted the effect her words had on him, and her scowl lightened, if only for a moment. You know what? Never mind. Fine. It's all my fault. She turned back around. Bye-bye now. He stared helplessly at the clothes littering the floor, a black polo shirt catching his eye, car wash decal on the breast pocket, Ciel's name stitched above. Wait a minute, he said. You're working at a car wash? Why? That's not really your concern either. Ciel, he said. What's going on? She turned again. Pete lost most of his money in the recession. Some real estate thing crashed, which means we can't afford my stupid private school. So I got a job, but it's still not enough. He sank to sit on her bed. Why didn't you tell me? She picked up her iPhone in its pink rubber case and poked at the screen disinterestedly. Because you've been so available? So you guys are... We're fine. Or so Mom and Pete say. It's not like we'll be on the street or anything. There's just no money for extras. Which would be... Oh, that's right, my education. How much is Brentwood Prep? Since she'd started last year at Pete's urging, Nate was unacquainted with the price tag. $20,000? No, 20,000 glass beads. They're having a special. Do you like it? No. She tossed the iPhone aside. The girls are all named Chelsea or Sloane, and if I have to hear from one more ass clown that he's so brilliant he has to smoke pot to slow his brain down, I'm going to puke on his worn-out Vans. Nate was struggling to keep up with all this. So you don't want to go there anyway? The thing is, I do want to go there. Annoying, sure, but hello? It's high school. At least the teachers are smart, and there's honors classes, and the students aren't as lame as they could be. Plus, it'll get me into a good college, too. Not that I'll be able to afford that now, either. So I'd better enjoy this semester, since it's my last hurrah before I move on to stitching wallets in some sweatshop. Given his own experience joining the Guard to pay for college, Nate had always sworn he'd work until Ciel's education was squared away. Pete's arrival had seemed to take care of all that. Until now. She glared at him. Oh, come on. This isn't your concern. Any more than anything else has been these past 9 months. Or 3 years, for that matter. You just... what? Moved on? Got over it? No. I never got over it. A cynical snicker couldn't quite hide the hopefulness. What then? He studied his hands. I always thought there would be time. There's never time. There's only right now. And you suck at right now. He was running numbers in his head, but there weren't many to run given the anemic state of his bank account. Maybe I can help with the tuition. I don't want anything from you. What can I do then? Once again she showed him her back. Die somewhere else. The words left a clean hole through him where his stomach used to be. He sat for a while and watched her shoulders, the back of her head. She was ostensibly re-immersed in homework. His joints ached as he stood. I wish I could have done better by you. He heard the faintest sniffle, but nothing more. For whatever it's worth. I'm proud of everything you are and everything you'll be. He took care to ease her door shut silently behind him. Janie and Pete were where he'd left them downstairs by the sink, the salad plates sitting unmoved. Janie asked, You want to stay for dinner? He thought of his date with a handful of pills in the quiet dark of his apartment, those inked fingers curling through the town car's window. Nah, I have to get back. The look of relief in Janie's eyes about killed him. I'm sorry to hear about the investments, Nate said. Pete tensed a bit. We'll figure it out. You have enough to worry about. Don't worry about this, too. Janie added quickly, She'll be fine in public school. We were. Okay. Nate wanted so badly to raise a hand to her cheek, to feel those lips one last time, but instead he tipped his head. I just wanted to say goodbye. Pete said, If there's anything we can do... You know what I like about you, Pete? You're a decent guy. And you've never let the fact that we don't get along mess anything up. Nate lifted his eyes, indicating the thunderous silence emanating through the ceiling. Take care of her. When, I can't. They shook hands, and Pete pulled him into a hug. Janie said, Honey, I'll just see him out. And Pete said, Of course. Janie walked Nate to the porch, and they stood there. Nate crouched and fussed with the loose, goddamned brick. There's a mortar bag in the garage with a little left over. When he stood, he saw that she had tears in her eyes again, and he said, Janie, I want to say something comforting, but I don't know if it's for me or you. So I'll keep my mouth shut. Afraid of what his face might show, he looked at his waiting car. Come on. It's not that bad. You still get to go to the opera next week with Pete the Fun Vacuum. You're a menace. I want you to know, he said, there was never anyone else for me, Janie. Her lips trembled, and then she nodded once, turned, and hurried inside. He walked to his car. He had the keys in the lock when he heard from behind, Fuck you. He turned, and Ciel was standing there, her sweater sleeves pulled down over her fists, her face flushed. I loved you so much. She spit it like a curse. I lit candles when you were away at war, and then, when you left us, I lit candles that you'd come back. Dear God, please bring my daddy back to me safe. And even when you were with us, you were busy with your stupid job taking care of everyone else except for the people you were supposed to be taking care of. Sia, you can't have my sympathy. You can't have it. You don't. I don't care if you're dying. Despite her best efforts, tears were leaking. He stood there, still, his heart coming apart for her. More than anything, he wanted to go to her, but he knew if he took so much as a step, she'd bolt like a deer. You can't die yet, she said. You didn't earn it. You left us, and now you get to die before I can get even. When he trusted his voice, he asked, How were you gonna get even? I was gonna have a great life and get married and be successful and keep your grandkids from you. But you're dying and trying to make me feel. Her face wobbled all around. Why do you come tell us anyway? I wanted to say goodbye to you. I wanted to have a chance to set things straight. Why now, Nate? His proper name, like a projectile. I mean, you found out months ago. And you're not sick yet. I mean, you still have months left at least, right? The weight of his bones pulled at him. It might be sooner than that, Ciel. She staggered a bit. Encased in her sleeves, her fists tightened. Does Mom know that? He shook his head. Then why are you laying it on me? It's too late for me and your mother. She swiped at her cheeks angrily with her sleeve. It's too late for me and you, too. He watched her all the way up the walk, hoping for a final glimpse of her face, praying she'd turn around one last time. She didn't. Chapter 11. A scattering of envelopes waited on the doormat outside Nate's second-floor Westwood apartment. His mind flew to that dark sedan. Were these written threats from the man attached to the tattooed hand? Not to worry. Nate was a handful of pills from being safely out of anyone's reach. Crouching, he saw the network logos brightening up the flaps and let out a thin breath of relief. Letters from a bunch of local news affiliates requesting interviews about his heroic role in the bank robbery. Kicking them aside, he scooped up the morning paper. Standing in the hall, he folded the Los Angeles Times back to the obituaries, as was his recent habit. There was Mary Montauk, a professor of linguistics who had helped design the first spell check program. Gwendolyn Dawson, born crocheter and special ed teacher. Arthur Fisk, heir to a textile fortune, World War II airman, and benefactor to the Getty. Nate pictured the man in a canary-yellow sweater, reclining on a puffy down bed bleached with ethereal light as he drifted off, a faint grin touching his lips. He'd had plenty of time to adjust the temperature, Arthur had, to ease his way into a place of nostalgic contemplation, a prince's view back over a life well lived. As always, Nate's eye snagged on the last line. Arthur is survived by Pamela, his loving wife of 63 years, 4 sons and 11 grandchildren. Good on you, Arthur, he thought. Entering his apartment, Nate dumped the paper and letters in the trash. 3 years later, IKEA labels remained stuck on the furniture, arrows and letters to aid assembly. He sank onto the fold-out couch he'd bought in optimistic hope that Ciel would spend the occasional night. 2 thumbtacked photos livened up the opposing wall. A candid, blurred shot of Janie and him from the wedding, dancing and laughing into the embrace of a private joke. And Ciel at 6, all broad smile and crooked teeth, crouching with a soccer ball at her knee. On the coffee table before him sat the signed divorce papers and his suicide note. He lifted the note to the light. To Janie and Ciel, my collective heart. Janie, I wish you every happiness with Pete. Pete, please stop reading over her shoulder. This is a suicide note. A little damn privacy, please. And Ciel, I've thought long and hard about what I want to pass on to you. And I guess it's that there are no guarantees. So don't waste your time here like I did, too much of mine. If you hold on to stuff too hard, you'll sink with it. He paused and smirked a bit at himself. Nate Overbay, armchair philosopher. I resent only one thing, sweetheart, and that's every minute I spent away from you and your mom. I had so many chances to do better, and I couldn't. But it was never for lack of love. You and your mother were the best part of me. Were they ever? To the cop reading this, first, sorry to the guy who had to scrape me out of the dumpster, or off the corner of 9th and Wilshire, if I missed. Second, when you serve the death notice to my wife and kid, please be patient and kind. Don't check your watch. Make eye contact and hug them if they need it. Nate. P.S. There's half a ham sandwich in the fridge. Have at it. Tapping the note to his lips, he sat a while, thinking about his ill-fated visit to Ciel's room and running figures in his head. 3 more years of high school at 20 grand a pop. Then college at twice that amount. A familiar pressure mounted inside him until he sprang forward, grabbed a pad and pencil from the drawer, and tallied up estimates, weighing his checking account balance, not much, benefits from Uncle Sam, minimal, and projected income for the few months he'd still be able to work, meager, against upcoming medical costs to sustain him through his decline, colossal. A very large negative number stared up at him from the pad. How dismal to see his worth laid out like this, his life reduced to this sad figure. He was not much use at all to Ciel, but he was more use to her dead now than dead later. He tossed down the pad, went to the kitchen, came back with ham sandwich in hand, chewing. He clicked on the radio, Lady Gaga still caught in that bad romance. Just because it was a suicide didn't mean it had to be depressing. Taking another bite, he paused in the middle of the living room for a final survey. Everything was death. The unread books on the shelf, Moby Dick staring out, unvanquished, the browning fern in the corner that would outlive him, that pillar candle that would be removed, half-burned from the shelf by a clean-up crew hired by his landlord. There was such a horrible self-centeredness to dying. Every detail filtered through a gray lens. He'd been unable to break out of his own head, until this morning in the bank when he'd floated past the bullets in a perfect suspended state of who gives a fuck. Grabbing a bottle of Knob Creek from the cupboard, he sat at the kitchen table, lined up his pill bottles, and took roll. Vicodin and antibiotics from the ER this morning, Xanax for sleep, gold pearls of vitamin E, and his nemesis, Riluzole, oblong tablets that left him alternately weak, fatigued, dizzy, or nauseous. 11 Xanax, 18 Vicodin. More than enough to do the trick. He arranged them in a vast smiley face, poured himself a tall shot of bourbon. The thought of his dead body bloating here sickened him. The stench would seep into the walls, and then some poor person would stumble onto him, maybe the landlord's wife. No, he couldn't have that. He thumbed open his cell phone and called the number on the back of Agent Ibarra's card. Voicemail. Hi, it's Nate. You said to call if... Well, I remembered something that might help in the investigation. I'm out right now, won't be home for a few hours at least, so if you could come by my place late? He hung up, walked across, unlocked the front door for Ibarra. Now he was ready. Sitting again at the kitchen table, he reached for the bottle of bourbon, but another hand gripped it suddenly from the other side, the fingers caked with blood and sand. Charles sat in the opposite chair, his torso a gruesome scramble. They say suicide is a coward's way out. Nate pulled the bottle irritably from Charles's grasp. I'd like to see them stand 11 stories up and look down at the spot their body's gonna mark with a Rorschach. Tendrils of black smoke lifted from the edges of his charred flesh. Christ, you're touchy. Look, all I wanted to do is jump off a building. I get it. You got served a shit sandwich. Any way you slice it, you gotta eat the fucker. But still, I don't think you have to go all Jane Austen. Huh? You know, the bell-jar chick who offed herself. That was Sylvia Plath. Whatever. I'm just saying, look at the bright side. For the first time in your life, you can say and do whatever the hell you want. The bright side? I'm dying. I've still got PTSD or whatever the hell they're calling it these days, as evidenced by, well, you. Plus, I'm one signature away from divorced and my kid hates me. Charles crossed his arms over the hole in his chest and did his best to look bored. I won't sit here and listen to you whine. You can do that to a wall. I am doing that to a wall. Charles shook his head with disappointment. I'm out of here, then. I'm not sticking around for this. Fine. Fine. But Charles remained, looking away like a pouty child. Nate banged down the bottle. Look, I have to do this while I'm still up for it. Do you have any idea how pathetic it feels to be too depressed to kill yourself? You're still sitting there talking to me, which means you want something. Charles spread his arms, releasing a waft of smoke. What do you want, Nate? Nate stared at the pills arrayed before him. I want to die well, he said. When he finally lifted his eyes, Charles was gone. Leona Lewis had come on the radio, all soulful runs and sultry beat, a just audible church organ running beneath the melody like bedrock. Nate slid the pills neatly off the table into his hand and stared down at them. His heartbeat skipped, his brain spinning, throwing images. Janie's skin, pale beneath seawater. Ciel's baby gums, suckling his knuckle. The car wash polo, her name embroidered at the breast. His daughter's education. Her whole damn future. How could he not make sure he provided for that? His mind landed on the $1 million life insurance policy he was about to void with a single swallow. No payout for Janie and Ciel. His beneficiaries, in the event of suicide. All he had to do to assure his daughter's future was put down the pills and die horrifically, one agonizing minute at a time. His daughter's voice rang in his head. I don't want anything from you. He remembered as a child finding his mother's hair, too much of it to be stray, clumps and clusters like the residue of some violent act, loose on the pillow, twined in the teeth of her comb, lining the inside of that snug terry cap she wore. Ciel again, turning her back. Die somewhere else. Okay, he said. Okay. He palmed the pills into his mouth. On the radio, Leona kept bleeding. She kept bleeding. The pills melted on his tongue, bitter and toxic. He reached for the bottle, unscrewed the lid. He thought of Ciel working at that car wash, and it still not being enough. The bottle was at his lips. You cut me open, and I... The bourbon pooled in his mouth, smoke and sweetness, the pills swirling. $1 million. All he had to do was suffer. Keep bleeding. He turned his head and spit out the pills onto the cheap linoleum, leaning on the table, coughing. His cell phone rang. He said, Ciel. He darted across and snatched it from the counter. Hello? An accented voice said, Remember me? Nate's insides turned to ice. He looked down at the brown puddle dotted with pills. Number 6. Go to your bedroom. Nate could barely hear his own voice over his thundering heartbeat. Why? Something you must see. Nate reached across and locked his front door again. Keeping the phone pressed to his face, he walked back, his steps slowed with dread. The room was as he'd left it, the bed neatly made, but one pillowcase was oddly missing. The striped ticking of the pillow stared up at him nakedly. He halted in the doorway, gaping. The voice jarred him. No, look out the window. His legs had turned to water, but he got himself across and parted the curtains. There's nothing there. Just wait. Something slipped over Nate's head, blotting out all light. Fabric yanked tight across his face, suffocating him. The last thing he sensed before dropping into a pool of black was that it felt an awful lot like a pillowcase. Chapter 12. Before consciousness, There was pain. In the thick soup of his head, in his feet, cold and numb, in his thighs, bitten lengthwise as if by a bandsaw, the sockets of his shoulders, tendons screaming, and his wrists overhead. Oh, his wrists. Nate's eyes opened tentatively. Vast, dank room, perhaps a warehouse. Little light. His own biceps crowding his field of vision. His arms suspended above. His teeth chattered. It was colder than seemed reasonable for indoors, each breath frosting the linings of his lungs. When he looked down, it seemed that his lower half had disappeared. Incredulous, he realized that his legs were, bizarrely, encased in ice. Claustrophobia crowded in on him, and he tried, stupidly, to lift his feet, to kick, to run, but there was nothing except the cold cast, enveloping him to the thighs. Quick breaths, panic sweat freezing on his face. When he tried to wipe the beads off his cheek with his sleeve, he saw that his hands above were trapped inside matte black handcuffs and snared on a meat hook. The chain holding the hook rose several feet before vanishing into darkness. The ceiling might be 10 feet above or 100. Bands glittered at his wrists where the skin had been rubbed raw, and beneath everything else, pulsing like a heartbeat, was the dull pain of the stab wound in his shoulder, straining the stitches. He will make you pay in ways you can't imagine. He blinked rapidly several times, a trick he'd learned in the army that was supposed to hasten nighttime vision. First, the rectangle of ice around his legs came clear, on its side, the size of a refrigerator. Mist rose from its surface, making the air waver as he peered into the darkness. Pallets, boxes, scattered tools, a rescue saw, like the one used to cut through the steel of the bank vault. At the fringe of visibility, he became slowly, chillingly aware of 4 human forms standing idly apart, studying him with cocked heads. He gave a startled shout and reared back, the lip of ice biting his hamstrings, the meat hook's chain giving off a rusty abattoir rattle that scratched through the huge space and clawed its way back off the walls. His vision clarified further, the men's facial features unsmudging. The tallest he recognized as the face in the crowd outside the bank, the man with the lantern jaw and mashed nose, broad shoulders like a yoke, stubble bristled on his bullet-shaped head. Beside him stood a stocky man with a red and white striped Where's Waldo sweater, frayed at the sleeves and collar. Rather than hanging regularly from his frame, the sweater sloped out a few inches over the shelf of his muscular chest before falling. Nate took in the next, a slender man with sharp features, shiny dark hair secured in a tight stub of ponytail. And there, stepping forth for a closer look, was number 6, the crew leader from the bank. Nate recognized his bearing, the short form with wiry muscles and a low center of gravity, built for fighting. He looked younger than Nate might have guessed. Blonde hair carefully arrayed in a dated style, something just shy of a 70s bowl cut, and a forehead that, Nate noted with a stab of satisfaction, bore a bloody nick where he had nailed it with the empty gun. The puckish round face with blue eyes called to mind that of a youthful sailor from a Soviet propaganda poster, full of confidence and purpose, and yet unnervingly flat, scrubbed of uncertainty. He approached Nate, drawing disturbingly close, until Nate could feel the man's breath against his cheeks. Those blue eyes picked across Nate's face. "He will stay conscious now," number 6 declared, the accent sounding more clearly Russian to Nate's ears. Nate took it as a bad sign that they had not bothered to wear masks. "Who are you?" The crew leader returned his focus to Nate. "We are Tyazhiki, shadow people. We are not here. We do not exist. But you have names." "Ah, yes. I did not introduce myself before. I am Misha. You wonder why you are here?" "No," Nate said. "He must collect from you. From your body, perhaps." Lazily, he touched Nate's chest with a finger and pushed. The chain creaked above, the ice again bit the back of Nate's legs, and he couldn't help but grunt. He clenched his jaw to stop the chattering. Needles of pain pierced his bloodless arms. What they were going to do to him would no doubt be horrific, but in the end there would be death. He blew out a breath, trying to find that place of fearlessness he'd captured inside the bank. "Will you lower my hands, please?" The man in the striped sweater spoke up. "Not yet." "Look, Waldo, there's 4 of you, and I'm wearing ice block pants," Nate said. "If I make a move, I think you got me covered." The man looked confused. "Waldo?" "He is called Dima," Misha said. "With the ponytail, Valeric. And he," a flick of the hand of the huge guy from outside the bank, "is Yuri." Despite the accent, his diction was perfect, if formal. "His hands stay hooked on chain," Yuri declared. "More pain." But Misha leaned close and unhooked Nate's wrists, their faces inches apart. He smelled of soap. Yuri sucked his teeth and looked away, displeased but unwilling to press the matter. The other 2 shifted uncomfortably, pretending not to notice Misha's power play. Lowering his arms hurt more than Nate could have imagined. His shoulders throbbed. He fought off the pain, then asked, "Russian?" "Not Russian," Misha said, the first fragment of anger. "Ukrainian." Nate gestured with his chin. "What's with the ice?" "Just wait." Nate looked down helplessly at the freezing block. "You say that a lot." "Do not wear yourself out," Misha said. "It is frozen solid around your legs. We chipped the hole, lowered you in." "It'd take all 4 of you to think this one up." "A sense of humor. Impressive, given the circumstances." "I'm ready to die," Nate said. "There is nothing you or your boss can do to me." In response, Misha smiled. The grin was all upper gums, as if someone had carved the slit of his mouth too high on his skull. A bang of metal on metal boomed through the warehouse, Nate stiffening atop the block of ice. An unseen door slid on rusty hinges. Footsteps tapped slowly toward them through the darkness, Nate's apprehension growing with their proximity. And then a light flared, a directed beam, making Nate squint. Blotting the tunnel of light, the perfect silhouette of a male form, standing still, arms crossed high on his chest. When the man began to walk again, his shadow preceded him, elongated across the floor, creeping up the ice block, Nate's torso, and finally his face. The man neared but remained perfectly backlit, so Nate could make out nothing of his features. He halted several feet away, the culminating note of the big, stagey entrance. "The width of a cheetah's canines matched perfectly the vertebrae of its prey." His accent was much stronger, his gruff voice giving him away as decades older than the other men. "To sever the spinal cord." He made a single clean gesture, planing his hand to cut the air. In the cold, his breath rose like smoke from his nostrils. "There are those who are meat and those who are fed. Nature's design." He turned to pace, a slant of light falling across him. Weathered face, ridged and leathery, scored with wrinkles. Wide, rounded mouth. Sapphire eyes, hard as stones. He wore an impeccably tailored suit and, beneath, a form-fitting black thermal shirt with a boxer's notch at the throat. The fabric hugged his compact muscles. He looked dense, unbreakable, carved from wood. A few coarse gray chest hairs showed at his neck. Hands in his pockets. The sleeves of the suit tight across his biceps. His skin looked to be nearing 70, but his lean body and virile bearing seemed that of a man a half-century younger. No doubt, the man from the town car. He halted again, those stone-hard eyes bored into Nate. "I am designed to terrorize you." Nate's heart drummed at the base of his throat. "I killed 5 of your men." "Those were not my men, except the one you did not kill." He showed his teeth, which were unexpectedly beautiful, and it took a few seconds for Nate to realize that they were, of course, fake. "My men do not get killed by someone like you. They are different. You do not make this kind of tough in America." Nate's mouth had cottoned. His legs ached through the numbness, and he was having trouble keeping his own teeth from clicking together. "What's your name?" he managed. "Pavlo Maximovich Shevchenko." "What are you going to do to me?" Nate asked. "And can we just get it over with?" Pavlo's lips peeled apart from those magnificent teeth again. Then he held out his hand. It wore a black glove, but Nate would have bet that beneath the leather the nails were manicured and each knuckle sported a tattoo. Valeric stepped forward, sweat-darkened strands twisting loose from the pulled-back hair at his temples, and placed a few photos in Pavlo's palm. "When the human body is severed and the torso placed on ice, the cold preserves the brain function. Sometimes for 20 minutes, half-hour. So everything is felt and—" He mumbled a foreign phrase, searching out and finally finding a word. "Observed." He held the glossy photos up to Nate's nose and thumbed through several. Nate took in the slideshow of pink and red. He said, "Excuse me." Pavlo nodded like a gentleman, stepped back, and Nate vomited onto the floor. When he lifted his cuffed hands to wipe his mouth, his shoulders screamed. He noted how the ice stretched to his left like a tabletop, and when he looked back over, Yuri stood beside Pavlo, holding the rescue saw with its diamond-tipped circular blade. Somehow, despite the ice, sweat trickled down Nate's face, his back. He fought his stomach still, tried to slow his gulps of air, kept his eyes from the saw. 20 minutes. 20 minutes, and then it's all over. He composed himself. "Okay," he said. There was a long pause, and then Misha asked, "Okay, what?" "Do it." It struck him that he'd rediscovered something in that bank, in the face of those bullets. He was once again the guy who'd saved Janie from the ocean, who'd pulled her through a riptide and delivered her to shore. A dark laugh bubbled out of him, edged with hysteria. "Kill me." Pavlo's gaze moved across his face, as if searching out a way to bore in and crack him open. He stared back. The best part of having nothing to lose was that no one had leverage over him. There was nothing at stake anymore. Pavlo seemed to read this, finally turning away. "There is little red diary," he said conversationally, "in the back of a closet. It is kept locked. In it are a girl's complaints, what she views as hardships, how life treated her unfairly. In the last entry, on page 89, she recalls a childhood memory. Her father bursting into her room one night in the clutch of a nightmare, blood streaming down his face." He turned, the faintest pursing of his lips, savoring a reaction. Abruptly, Nate became aware again of just how much the ice had chilled the air. The cold in the bones of his legs, aching. Each breath jerked his chest. These men, in his daughter's room. They broke into the house today, between the robbery and now. They must have moved immediately after the shootings, while Pete and Janie were at work and Ciel at school. "The ice is not for you. It is," a black-gloved hand circled, "demonstration." At once, all pain was gone. "Let me be clear," Nate said. "If you lay one finger on my daughter, my entire life will narrow to the single focus of killing you." Pavlo paced, frowning, deep furrows cupping his mouth. "There is a custom in our part of the world. If you step on someone's foot—" He turned and asked Misha a question in what Nate assumed was Ukrainian. Misha replied, "Accidentally." "Accidentally, you must offer own foot for person to step on in turn. Just a light tap. And yet, we right wrongs at once, so resentments do not fester. Understand?" Nate swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. Nodded. "You and I, we require razborka, settling of accounts," Pavlo said. "Much planning we spent for the bank heist." Nate said, I will figure out how to get you money. I do not want money. I have plenty of money. You robbed a bank. I had an acquaintance, Danny Urban, no longer with us, God rest his soul. We had disagreement over fee and ownership of object. He placed object in his safe deposit box in First Union Bank of Southern California. We know it is there, but we do not know box number. Nate thought about how the robbers had sheared off the hinges of all those nests of safe deposit boxes and yanked off the tiny doors, how the safes and the cash had seemed like a second priority, an afterthought. So you robbed the bank as a cover? Nate asked. To get whatever Urban had? No answer. What is it? Pavlo stopped pacing. His gaze turned on Nate. It is what is inside the box. His teeth gleamed. You interrupted my plan to get it. Now you will get it for me. Nate felt his mouth fall open a little. You're kidding, right? I can't do that. It's impossible. Plus the bank's a crime scene. The safe deposit boxes are sawed open. Bank will reopen and have rebuilt boxes within 24 hours. They are bank. They cannot afford not to. Customers will be fearful. So you want me to... What? Nate coughed out a note of incredulity. Break in? You are a VIP at bank now. You play at being big hero. So use your special... Status, Misha chimed in. Status. Pavlo repeated the word slowly, tasting it. To figure out solution. We had our solution. Nate stared frantically at Pavlo, but the man gave up nothing. Just kill me. Let's handle this now, between you and me. Take it out on me. Pavlo continued, undeterred. You will find me at New Odessa restaurant to deliver in 5 days, Sunday at midnight. Sunday? It's Tuesday night. There's no way. The rescue saw in Yuri's hands rev to life, a deafening roar that faded back to silence. Pavlo held up a finger. 5 days. The contents of that box in my hand. Or we will take your daughter, slice her in half, and place the top of her on this ice, here, where she can look across at rest of her. But you, we will not touch you. He rested a gloved hand on the surface beside Nate. Is there any part of this that is unclear? Nate shook his head. If you run, or we cannot find you, we do this to her also. How the hell am I supposed to... A long, patient blink, eyelids like crinkled paper. If you talk to police or FBI and Agent Ibarra, we do this to her also. The mention of Ibarra gave Nate a fresh stab of dread. So Pavlo knew about him already. How much access did this man have? 5 days, Pavlo continued, or the precious handwriting in Little Red Diary will never make it to page 90. He held up the handcuff key, which glinted in the faint light, then dropped it. A metallic ring, and then his dress shoe pinned it to the concrete off the bounce. He nodded, and Yuri revved the saw again. He walked up to Nate, forearms tensing to control the powerful tool, and drew the biting blade back over one shoulder. Nate tried to lean away, ice pressing into his hamstrings, and as the carbide teeth whistled toward his chest, he closed his eyes. A scream of impact, frozen chips flying up at his face. The ice shuddered around him, and then the block shifted, a crack zigzagging from the incision and moving between his legs. As Nate blinked away the ice flecks from his eyelashes, the men withdrew. Their shadows crowded the beam of light. Then one of them kicked over the source, and the darkness was again all-embracing. Pattering of footsteps. The rusty door slid open, then shut. Silence. Cold. Terror. Another reappraisal of what it meant to hit bottom. Nate strained, shoving his numb legs this way and that, the ice giving by degrees. He fought one leg free and finally the other, sliding down onto the floor where he lay for 5 minutes or 30, panting, waiting for life to seep back into his lower body. His hands cuffed before him, he rolled painfully on the concrete, searching for the key that Shevchenko had dropped. At last he felt it beneath the numb tips of his fingers. It was an agony of cramped muscles and near misses until he finally guided it into the tiny slot and managed to twist. Freeing his wrists, he slung the cuffs away. They slid in the darkness a good distance, unobstructed. It took several attempts to rise, and a few more for him to feel his legs beneath him well enough to walk. Staggering in the gloom, pinwheeling off crates, he considered the task before him, and what hung in the balance. 5 days. The contents of that box in my hand, or they would kill Ciel. There'd be no offing himself now. Finally he groped his way to the door and stepped out, soaked jeans chafing him, t-shirt askew, into an alley. He limped toward an unfamiliar intersection. A few gangbangers sitting on the shell of a Camaro looked up from their brown-bagged 40s as he passed. He was, he realized, a long way from home. Chapter 13. Pavlo Shevchenko woke with a knot in his throat and his lungs clutching for air. He drew in a screech of breath and rose, slapping off the sheets. He sat up, basted in sweat, eyes darting, making sure the walls were far away. Space. There was space here. His California King mattress sat centered in the 2,000-square-foot bedroom that was the second floor. When he'd bought the mansion in the bombastically titled Mount Olympus community in the Hollywood Hills, the first thing he'd done was knock out all the upstairs walls to give himself more breathing room. He would have taken out the pillars, too, if they weren't needed to hold up the roof. Floor-to-ceiling glass looked out at a steep stretch of canyon and the boulevard below, alive with light and movement. He rose and paced the vast room to show himself that he could, that he had the freedom to roam. His history was defined by cages. His great-great-grandfather was a Cossack highwayman who died in the prison camps of Peter the Great, where the Voria Vizakonia, thieves-in-law, first rose to power. Populating the sparse branches of Pavlo's family tree were more sworn criminals with allegiance to nothing but the thieves' world, the Vorovskoy Mir. A grandfather who survived the NKVD torture chambers only to succumb to the terrors of Babi Yar, an uncle who sliced off his finger in a corrective labor camp in the Urals to show defiance to the conventions of the world outside the bars. Pavlo was born on the day of Stalin's death in Donetsk, an industrial city in a bleak corner of Ukraine. At the time, his father, who had taken the thief's vow to turn his back on all family except for his fellow criminals, was busy dying of dysentery in the Omsk colony, where he'd been sentenced to 6 decades of hard labor. By his 13th year, Pavlo had made his way to the black markets of Odessa, where he came up among the syndicate, rising to the prestigious position of pickpocket by the age of 15. He did the bidding of the old-school Voria, growing skilled with a blade. For his first execution, he cut off a man's fingers, locked him in a car, and set it on fire. He never forgot how the man stared at him through the windows, never crying out. An early lesson taught by that hollow gaze. There are those who are meat, and those who are fed. By his 17th birthday, Pavlo was so feared that when he entered a room, grown men would put out their cigarettes and rise in respect. He did multiple stints in the zone, coming out each time with more skills and more decoration, his service record tattooed into his flesh. The zone mocked the very conditions of existence. Cells built for 16 prisoners were filled with 60. Not enough room for everyone to stand at once, so they took shifts on their feet, rotating by the slot of the window where they drew in a few precious lungfuls of oxygen. They slept in stacks on the bunk beds, one toilet for 60 men, a hole in the earth, no paper. Men died of the heat in the summers and of cold in the winters. They suffocated in plain sight. When Pavlo was punished for asserting order, he lived for months at a time in a cement-walled standing cell little bigger than a coffin. 1 hour a week for exercise. He was allowed into a below-ground pen with a mesh ceiling that looked up into cells, the caged run of a jaguar. Like everywhere else, it smelled of rot and death and the insides of other men. Air. There was never enough air. In the zone, he learned the truth of humanity, saw people as they really were. Downcasts, the lowest of the low, lived beneath cots, where they washed foot wrappings and ate crumbs. Their bodies existed only for the others. They were used until they were no more than living remains. Prisoners were trampled, kicked to death, beaten with dirt-filled socks until they urinated blood. The grumbling in their stomachs underscored the emptiness within. There was one rule only: survive. And yet, in the midst of all this, there was tradition, honor. When there was an interruption in the order of things, Pavlo oversaw one of the pravilki, the thieves' courts. A man who had stolen from a vor above his rank was held on the floor, and the others took turns jumping from the top bunk until they'd shattered his rib cage. There was that potted plant in a prison in A.R.M. that lived on the lip of the window grate. Each morning they would move it hand over hand through the room, each man allotted one sniff. There were chess games played with pieces of saliva-moistened bread, and about once every season a ladle of fish stew poured over the kasha to make it edible. Naked, Pavlo ran his fingers along the glass, staring down at Hollywood below. Notes from a rock concert at the Roxy climbed the hill, the thrumming of a bass guitar. He counted his steps. 283 around the bedroom's perimeter. Just like last night. Just like the night before. Pulling on a silk bathrobe, he walked up the floating staircase and emerged onto the concrete plane of the roof, drew the nighttime air into his lungs. Free to walk, free to breathe. He was indestructible, as resilient as a cockroach. When the apocalypse came and the bombs fell, he would scuttle up from ground zero and turn his antennae to the toxic winds. He spread his arms in the darkness, reaching as far as his body allowed, and touching only air. After a 6-year stint in corrective labor colony number 6, Pavlo had been released into a new age, post-Soviet Russia in the early 90s. The next generation of thieves didn't tattoo the markings of their trade on their flesh, but they respected and feared Pavlo and were savvy about the new system. A leader in the powerful syndicate, he was now a businessman, dealing in bank schemes, Japanese electronics, stolen Volvos and BMWs from Europe. The spoils of a nation were there for the taking. He bought factories, razed them to the ground, and exported the scrap metal. Aluminum to Estonia, nickel to Latvia, titanium to Lithuania. He whored and gambled and ordered the deaths of judges who opposed his will. The time and his reach were bespredel, without limits. He arrived at the edge of the roof, a sheer drop several hundred feet to the rocks of the canyon. The boulevard showed its full nighttime colors, the glitz of Ripley's museum, the bronze pagoda and copper-topped turrets of Grauman's Chinese theater, the tall wall billboard of the latest HBO star glowering over a Boeing-sized pair of Ray-Bans. Commerce, free trade. In the thawing of one empire, he had learned the rules and reaped the rewards of capitalism. He had come here, to the source, to enjoy them. He walked the roof's edge, paying no mind to the harrowing drop inches away. His steps were sure and steady, his muscles taut. The fall was nothing compared to the beauty of all that space around him. He stopped and leaned over, his bare toes gripping the edge. Shout and there would be no echo. Drop a stone and he would hear no impact. Space. He turned and kept on. 120 steps. His to take whenever he liked. The house was built into the hill, so the roof came level with the sloped street. A neighbor passing on a late-night walk lifted a hand in greeting. Pavlo stared until the man lowered his arm and hurried on. Pavlo walked along the property line as he did most nights, picking through the large, fine-grained granite rocks he had imported from the Urals. 68 steps, measuring the expanse of what was his. He reached the thick double front doors and tapped. Yuri opened and stepped aside, replacing his pistol at the small of his back. Pavlo entered, moving past the neat line of flannel slippers for guests. Shoes were forbidden inside. The downstairs furnishings were decadent. Cabinets of rift sawn oak with ebony finish, marble countertops with quartz for the glint, dripping chandeliers, imported gold-leafed fixtures, patterned parquet flooring. A different life. He pattered down the brief hall and turned into the girl's bedroom, opening the door quietly. The curtains were drawn and it smelled of cigarettes and stale perfume. Nastya lay on her stomach across her bed, facing away, painting her nails, headphones on so loud he could hear the tinny echo of rock music. Tall and reed-thin, she wore a sleeveless t-shirt and jean shorts slightly bigger than bikini bottoms. Her legs were so smooth that it looked as though her skin had been spray-painted on. She was striking as only a Ukrainian girl could be. Expansive cheeks, pouting mouth, neck like a swan. He remembered the first time he had seen her, a bundle of pink blanket delivered to his doorstep by a familiar whore, a girl herself. The infant's sapphire eyes, the shape of them too. There could be no question that she was his. He'd taken her in his arms, and by the time he'd looked up, the whore had vanished. As a Vor, he could hold allegiance only to the Brotherhood of Thieves. He had turned his back on his birth family and sworn to have no family of his own, save the Vori of his Akonya. And yet, Anastasia, Nastya for short, a daughter, arriving like Moses in the reeds, and him, a weathered criminal aged by decades of crime and life in the zone. When he'd held this infant, some part of him he'd long thought extinguished had flared to life inside his chest. She was pure. She was good. She was his last chance to be human. He was revered enough that the Brotherhood would honor this choice, but he could not be seen raising a girl in plain sight. To have her, he'd have to leave the nation, leave his life behind. And so he had, riding the wave of emigrants allowed out by Yeltsin in the late 90s, a stop in New York's Brighton Beach to organize his money through wires and offshore accounts, then on to Los Angeles, where anyone could be reinvented as anything. For her. All for her. She was 17 now. He stood in the doorway and watched her. Long, honey hair that reached the small of her back. Her legs were crossed at the ankles, one foot bobbing to the music. Fluorescent bands from various dance clubs encircled her wrists, each day of the week marked by a different stripe. He had spoiled her. He knew this, and yet could not help himself. He knocked gently on the open door. She turned, flinging the headphones down around her neck, her smile lighting the room. "Papa!" "Open these curtains," he said. "The view. It is free." He could barely make out the faint etchings of the scars, a spider web just past her cheek. The imperfection only highlighted her beauty. He watched her in the liquid glow of the lava lamp. "I like it dark. I'll hold up safe, you know." She knew little of his past. "Very well, Nastya." He discerned the faintest whiff of schnapps, that American syrup. "Have you been drinking?" "Course not." She stretched, curling her back, her face screwed to one side, childlike. "What's with the new guy? Misha. He creeps me out." "He is friend from the old country." The fan turned lazily overhead. "He makes you uncomfortable." "Yeah, he's always fucking staring at me. Why can't we just keep Valeric, Yuri, and Dima like we always have?" "Misha, he does other things." "Fine." She turned away and flicked her hair like a horse's tail. "I'm thinking of getting a tattoo, a little butterfly, right here." She poked a finger at the base of her neck. "We have discussed. You will not ever have your skin marked." His tone, harsher than he'd intended. He remembered the time one of his brodiagi had brought him a monogrammed shirt, how it had reminded him of the ID tags sewn onto his prison uniforms. He'd excused himself and burned it in the bathroom sink. Nastya looked at him, a touch of fear showing in her eyes. But he didn't mind if the fear kept her from marring her smooth skin. She covered with a pout and stretched languidly, rolling her shoulders, a great cat. Okay, fine. But Jesus H. I mean, you're a fine one to talk, head to toe. You are not me, and thank God you will never have to be. You're not so bad, old man. That smile. Can I have some money for Tuesday night? The club again. Yeah, it's Julie's birthday, and the girls want to... Already he was peeling hundreds from the wad he kept shoved in the pocket of his bathrobe. You know I cannot say no to you. Except about tattoos. Yes, except tattoos. He set the money on her nightstand next to an overflowing ashtray. You will be driven, the town car. You're the best. Tugging the headphones back on, she returned to her nails. It was 3 a.m. and a school night, but when he thought about what he was doing at 17, he closed his mouth and exited. Dima, Yuri, and Valeric were playing cards at the kitchen table. Misha sat alone at the counter, cleaning his gun and wearing the faint grin of a contented boy. They rose when Pavlo entered. He strode across to Misha. Do not look at Nastya again, he said quietly. Misha nodded. Pavlo moistened his lips. I do not trust Nate Overbay. Watch him closely, and his daughter. At any sign. Yuri said, what if he cannot deliver? Any other plan will have a cost in lives and resources. We can afford to give him 5 days before we consider these. Why do we not just take the daughter now and start mailing him pieces of her? Misha asked. Yuri snickered. Misha swiveled his dead stare over at him, and the smirk dropped from the big man's face. This is not the old country, Pavlo explained patiently. It does not work that way here. We must be more subtle. I see no need, Misha said. If you would free me to handle matters in the fashion I am accustomed. Pavlo leaned forward, setting a hand on Misha's shoulder, his stare making clear that the conversation had just ended. Misha bit off his words, assembled his pistol with a deft twirl of the hands, and headed out. Pavlo looked at Yuri. I brought Misha because he is fearless. This is good, but can also be bad. You are important. You understand how to play here. Yuri's mouth moved around bunched lips, no doubt swallowing his objections. Pavlo tilted his head toward the door. Yuri rose and followed. Valeric and Dima returned to their cards. Pavlo walked upstairs. 57 steps. That empty second floor, room enough to breathe, to stretch. He walked the edges again, his shoulder rubbing the glass, counting and recounting his steps. Finally he lay on his mattress and stared through the skylight at the coal-black heavens, contemplating all that was at stake, and what he was willing to do to protect it. Chapter 14. Nate pried his wallet from his stiff jeans and paid the taxi driver with a credit card, still cool from the ice block. Some UCLA frat boys ran by, hazing a pledge who was jogging with a bra on his head, all clamor and idiotic fun. The Westwood apartment, priced for students, had been the most that Nate could afford when he'd moved out, so a certain measure of shenanigans came with the territory. A block from campus again, but as a grown man. 1 step forward, 19 steps back. The cab pulled away, and he shouldered against a tree, cracking the sidewalk, and dialed. Of course, Pete answered. I wanted to check on CL. Make sure she's... It's late, man. Really late. Sorry, Nate said. Is Janie there? She's asleep. Look, will you just go down the hall and check that CL's okay? Just because you're sick doesn't mean you can pull this shit, Nate. Is my daughter fucking okay, Pete? Or do you want me to drive over to find out? Up until now, Nate had never shown Pete an inch of anger, and the abrupt silence signaled the man's surprise. The phone hit something hard, and then Nate heard footsteps thump away. After a few moments had passed, Pete said, "She's fine," and the dial tone hummed in Nate's ear. He shot an exhale at the sky and limped upstairs, muscles aching. In the shadows to the side of his door, a man waited, slumped against the wall. Bile rose in Nate's throat, and he froze midway up, hand clutching the rail. The head swiveled to him, an alertness piercing the darkness. They considered each other. Nate swallowed, a dry click, unlocked his legs, and continued up. As he crested the top step, the form came off the wall to meet him, stepping into the light. A.R.M.Y. Damn it. A.R.M.Y. The agent's curious expression turned into a concerned squint. The hell happened to you? What are you doing here? You called me, remember? Something you remembered from the heist? Right. He'd called A.R.M.Y. to come discover his own dead body, back when life was simpler. I went for a walk. Fell into a puddle. A puddle? Where? Nate fought his key into the lock. On the street. A waist-high puddle? On the street. I fell. Nate's fingers felt loose and lifeless, and the keys slipped, clacking to the concrete. He crouched, but it took some concentration to get his hand to close around them. Maybe it was just the cold, not the illness. A.R.M.Y. crossed his arms. Here's where you probably want to stop digging, and tell me why exactly you called, and what the hell is going on. The agent's confidence eroded Nate's resolve. Up against the Ukrainian mob, his daughter's life threatened, tasked with robbing a bank. There was no way he could navigate through this on his own. He had to get help from the authorities. He turned to face A.R.M.Y. in the outdoor corridor. Okay. Look, when I got home tonight, A.R.M.Y. shifted, and over his shoulder, beyond the brief throw of guardrail, a curve of street came visible down below. About 100 yards away, a streetlight dropped a yellow funnel onto the sidewalk, encircling a man who stood motionless. Misha. He stood in the brazen open, his hands in his pockets, a statue. The night seemed to fragment, and Nate had to remind himself to keep drawing breath as he pieced it back together, shard by shard. A.R.M.Y., impatient. You got home, and what? Below, Misha moved his arms, letting them hang at his sides. Something glinted at his left fist, pointing down at the concrete. Nate forced his eyes back to A.R.M.Y. I called you because I was scared. I just made up an excuse to get you over here. A.R.M.Y. ran his tongue along the inside of his lower lip, his eyes skeptical. Don't waste my time. Nate nodded, his gaze pulled right again to the middle distance. Misha vanished behind a passing car, reappeared. The man was standing in the middle of the sidewalk gripping a gun, and no one seemed to notice. Okay. Sorry. You can go, then. Nate pointed to the stairs, a nice broad gesture so Misha could see that he'd refused to cooperate with the agent. Turning, he fumbled the key into the lock, his fingers half responsive. The bank manager was killed, A.R.M.Y. said. Flora Esposita, Nate said. Her funeral's tomorrow. Forest Lawn, 11 a.m. Family asked if you could be there. You know, you being the guy who saved the day and all. I'll do my best. Yeah, A.R.M.Y. said, walking away. You seem to have a lot on your plate. Nate went inside, closed and locked the door, leaned against it, trying to catch his breath. Gripping his wrist, he flexed his fingers, balled them. More tingling. The living room window beckoned. With dread, he crossed to it, the street drawing into view by degrees. Misha remained, watching, waiting for Nate. Misha lifted the gun, aimed at the window, at Nate. A flush rolled beneath the skin of Nate's face like a breaking wave. Misha cocked his head, tugged the barrel up an inch like a kid playing soldier. Even at this distance, Nate saw his lips move. Pow! Misha returned the gun to his pocket and stepped away from the streetlight, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 15. At first light, Nate emerged from the depths of a slumber, his cheek buried in the bare pillow. Despair washed over him, magnified by aches. Stab wound in his shoulder, freeze burns on his legs, chafe marks on his wrists. Concerned that his fingers were still weak, he sat up and tested his grip around his own forearm. Not great. Trudging through the living room, he tapped the photos of Ciel and Janie, as was his morning ritual. No matter how unpleasant it would be, he'd have to update them now in some fashion. He owed them the truth, but he'd rather not do it during the morning rush to school and work. This afternoon, then. Reaching the kitchen, he confronted the puddle of bourbon and half-dissolved pills he'd spit on the floor last night when he'd decided not to go through with it. A pathetic postscript ensued, him on his hands and knees, wiping the mess off the linoleum with a dish rag. There'd be no easy way out now. Sitting, he took his pills, properly this time. 50 milligrams twice a day, on an empty stomach. Because deteriorating from Lou Gehrig's wasn't unpleasant enough, he had to forswear alcohol and caffeine while taking Riluzole. Sober, tired, and dying. A cheery little triad. He downed some Keflex, antibiotics for the stab wound, and sat rubbing his eyes, trying to ratchet himself fully awake without the benefit of coffee. The situation was surreal, beyond nightmarish. Had he really, 10 hours prior, been ensconced in a Volkswagen-sized block of ice? Had a Ukrainian thug actually threatened to murder his daughter if he didn't break into a safe deposit box? He tried to formulate a next move, but his brain couldn't find traction. When it came to robbing a bank, where did one start? He grabbed the morning paper and read the account of yesterday's events. Local man foils heist. There he was, in grainy black and white, at the press conference, mouth ajar as if in mid-belch, being steered aside by the police captain. His current job was listed, professional crisis responder for LAPD, and he was described as a former soldier. An upstanding citizen, brave and newsworthy. He wondered how the article might have read had the reporter known he'd slunk out onto that ledge to give up the ghost. No mention was made of his family. With that in mind, he flipped back a few sections. The obits were thin today. Henry Vivian White, global head of corporate development for a Century City-based investment bank, had died due to complications of a malarial infection he'd contracted while on safari. Henry leaves his beloved wife, Beatrice Poundstone, and sons Robert, 24, and Michael, 22. Attaboy, Henry. After disabling the fire alarm, he retrieved his suicide note from the coffee table and burned it in the kitchen sink over the disposal. The words curled and vanished into black. The ringing phone jarred him from his quiet desperation. A chirpy front office woman was on the line, confirming his dental appointment for next week. "Oh," Nate said, staring at the dying embers. "No, thank you." "Would you like to reschedule?" "Nah. I'm going to be dead soon, and one of the great benefits is not worrying about plaque." He thanked the puzzled silence and hung up. Then he called to check in on Erica and Sean O'Doherty, the parents to whom he'd served the death notification yesterday. One advantage to still being alive was that he could do his job another day. Reaching voicemail, he left his information again, should they need anything. Into the shower, blasting the heat, flexing that left hand beneath the stream. Leaning into the burn, he thought, I can still feel this. My nerves still function, my muscles still work. Little victories, little defeats. Breathing the steam, he contemplated his first step in dealing with Pavlo Shevchenko. He'd go into the office. What better place to gather information than at LAPD headquarters? Given that the funeral for Flora Esposita, the bank manager, was in a few hours, he pulled his suit from the back of the closet, brushing dust off the shoulders. His gaze caught on the gun safe buried beneath a pair of kicked-off trousers. Squatting, he twirled the dial, inputting Ciel's birthday. The safe clicked open for the first time since he'd lugged it into the apartment. With some hesitation, he peered inside. There the pistol sat, an M9, the same model he'd toted around the sandbox. Chewing his lip, he considered. What was he going to do? Gun down Mafia in the street? If it came to it. But not today. Today he had to go through a metal detector at LAPD headquarters. He kicked the door closed. The suit still fit well, a pleasant surprise. Sitting on the bed, he leaned over to lace up his shoes, but his left hand had gone weak again, and he stared at it, willing it to clench, to obey. If it couldn't do this, how the hell could it grip a gun, pull a trigger, protect his family? His fingertips chased the laces around until he sat back up, winded with exasperation. He sat for a time, breathing. Then he got up and retrieved his loafers from the closet. When Nate stepped off the elevator at the police administration building and entered the bullpen, the detectives and clerks rose and clapped, a tradition to recognize officers who'd closed tough cases. He literally stepped aside and glanced behind him, not getting it until Ken Nowak shouted out, "Look at Hero Boy all dolled up. You going on Oprah today?" Nate moved into a sea of handshakes and backslaps, noting how odd and enjoyable it was to be recognized as an equal here on this floor, where by dint of his unusual job, he'd never quite fit in. The only person seemingly unimpressed was Jen Brown, who remained hunched over her desk in her private office. Her center-part haircut had not been updated since he'd known her, nor, he suspected, for some time before that. When he darkened her doorway, she did not look up from her paperwork. As a sergeant, she was tasked with overseeing the ever-diminishing crisis response unit, an added responsibility which bore little upside for her. "So," she eventually said, not yet giving Nate the benefit of her gaze, "you shot a bunch of thugs. Good work, Overbay. And here I thought you only did touchy-feely." "Look at you, getting all emotional." She looked up finally, trying to stop a smile from forming. She liked him, he knew, no matter how much she tried not to, and he felt the same way about her. "Why are you here?" she asked. "No one died today. Yet." "I wanted to do some more follow-up for the O'Doherty family. From yesterday." Telling a lie here, in the heart of LAPD headquarters, felt perilous. The first step onto a slippery slope. Jen was staring at him blankly. Or was that suspicion? "Remember?" he added. 19-year-old. Car crash. "Right. I forgot. Mr. Research. If my detectives did half the legwork you put into holding people's hands, we'd have a 90% close rate." She pulled off her eyeglasses, ducked out of the chain, and set them on her desk. Shoving back in her chair, she pinched the bridge of her nose. Her white blouse, as close to feminine as her wardrobe allowed, was tucked into severe wool pants. "Parents take it all right?" "About as expected." 19 years old. What a thing." She sighed. Then her sergeant face snapped back on and she waved him out. "Whatever you need for them. Just keep out of my hair. Oh, and Nate." He leaned back through the doorway. "The bank. Seriously. Didn't know you had it in you." Nate went to his desk, a ledge of pressed wood floating above a swivel chair. If the half-partition walls hemming him in were more ambitious, he could call it a cubicle. Despite the cramped quarters, he couldn't complain about the workspace or the building. LAPD had finally upgraded its HQ after nearly 60 years, leaving behind Parker Center with all its scandals and transgressions. Two intersecting planes of mirror-like glass, 10 stories high, formed the new building. The city had gone to great lengths to have LAPD's kinder, gentler image reflected in the environmentally friendly building. Plenty of glass to evince transparency, a cafe called LA Reflection, and a rooftop garden that the media releases referred to as contemplative. Headquarters might have traveled merely the distance of 2 downtown blocks, but the move had allowed LAPD to enter the new millennium. Nate sat at his desk and gave a nervous glance around. Across the aisle in his chair, Ken arched his back in a lazy stretch while one meaty hand scrabbled across the keyboard to refresh baseball scores. A detective, too, he was wide-shouldered, sloppy in demeanor, but neat in appearance. Though disastrous when filling in to serve death notifications, he had proved to be a capable, even sharp detective, a fact that Nate found continually surprising. He hunkered down, tucking into his computer and logging on to the databases. His job granted him low-level clearances, enough to pull up crime reports and case files, to check rap sheets and addresses. First he keyed in Pavlo Maskimovich Shevchenko. A decades-old picture of the man came up, perhaps from when he first immigrated, along with minimal information. No driver's license, no gun license, expensive address in the Hollywood Hills, substantial taxes paid in California for a little more than a decade. He'd had surveillance placed on him by various detectives and the FBI, which at multiple points had tried to build a continuing criminal enterprise case. He was suspected of having served time throughout Ukraine and Russia, but his crimes were unknown, the files from Eastern Europe either lost, scrubbed, or made purposefully opaque by a bureaucracy eager to encourage his emigration. However, one detail had made the journey with him. His nickname, listed as Psik, Russian for psycho. Nate scrolled down to a series of surveillance shots, that predatory gleam in the eyes cutting right through the blurry photography. His mouth, he realized, had gone dry. A few drops of blood tapped the mouse pad, and he looked up sharply to see Charles there, his skin as gray as death. "Way to go, dipshit," Charles said. "You broke fortune cookie rule number 37. Don't make enemies with a dude nicknamed Psycho." "Not here, Charles. Not at work. Can't you just, I don't know, go back to being dead?" But Charles was already leaning over him, staring at the screen. "Let's look up that hot girl with the huge rack from English 101. What was her name?" Nate ignored him, checking the address of the warehouse in which he'd regained consciousness. The deed was held by a company that owned 27 more properties in the greater Los Angeles area and Brighton Beach, New York. Slum apartments, a textile factory, scattered storage facilities. The company resided within a shell corp within a shell corp, and that was how many shell corps deep Nate was able to dig before his clearance hit a wall. Charles had turned to sit on the desk next to him, resting an elbow atop the monitor. He snapped his fingers. "Mindy Scardina. Do you mind?" Nate must have been making faces because Ken glanced across, then turned back slowly to his desk, wearing a look of puzzled annoyance. He unclipped from his belt a cluster of keys the size of a hockey puck and tossed them on his desk, the gesture somehow conveying disgust with the state of his surroundings. "Oh, what? Your advanced Google search is more interesting than Mindy Scardina's tits?" Charles slid over in front of the monitor and squirmed back and forth, making Nate try to read the screen through the hole in his torso. "Move. Charles, move. You're disgusting. Would you grow up?" "No can do. I'm frozen in time." He made spooky ghost fingers. "Stuck at 27 years old. Like most men. Except I have an excuse. If I don't figure out how to break into that safe deposit box, they're gonna kill CL." Charles's brow furrowed, a few grains of sand cascading down his face. "Maybe you can look up the bank?" "That's what I'm trying to do." But Nate couldn't access any bank information whatsoever, let alone obtain a listing of safe deposit boxes at First Union. Charles's shoulders sagged. "Now what?" Pavla's dry voice ran in Nate's head. "I had an acquaintance, Danny Urban, who is no longer with us, God rest his soul." Already Nate was typing. "Let's start with the owner of the safe deposit box." Urban's digital file loaded, and they stared together at the text, mouths slightly ajar. "You're kidding me," Charles finally said. "The guy's a fucking hitman. What next?" Nate clicked a link. A file loaded, and then a crime scene photo jumped out at them. Urban sprawled across a bedroom carpet, having clawed the patterned comforter off the mattress when he fell. a neat hole above his right eyebrow. One hand lay open, the two smallest fingers shot off, a defensive wound, and an assault rifle lay just beyond his reach. His thin lips were stretched wide in a death rictus, the glittering squares of his teeth spaced along the pink shelves of his gums. A subcompact pistol was placed deliberately beside his head, the barrel aligned neatly with his cheek. An echo of that broken English. "We had disagreement over fee and ownership of object." Clearly, this was how disagreements with Pavla Shevchenko ended. Nate scrolled down and lifted a finger to the screen, reading the lead detective's report of the ongoing investigation. Though an autopsy had been performed in short order, Urban's corpse remained in the perennially backlogged morgue, stowed for future tests. The hitman's private weapons cache had been taken into evidence, a small arsenal that included everything from frag grenades to AR-15s. Ironic given Urban's low-tech MO for his murders. He used a $10 lock-blade knife, available through any hunting catalog. According to ballistics, the Sig Sauer P-250 set down by Urban's cheek had fired the bullet extracted from his head. Leaving the gun behind with the body protected the killer from being found with the murder weapon. The move was also, the detective had noted, a calling card of elite contract killers hired by the Eastern European mob. Misha. Charles shuddered, sand falling off him like dandruff. So a hitman killed a hitman? What's the story? Pavla hired Urban to do a job, Nate said, to knock someone off and get something. Why'd he use an American killer? Charles asked. Why not one of his Ivans? Maybe to make sure there was no connection that could be traced back to him. But then once Urban pulled a double-cross or wanted to keep what he stole or whatever, our boy Pavla went back to his roots, which exposed him more. Then again, so did having Misha run a bank job. But Pavla was willing to take the risk. Nate rocked back in his chair. Whatever's in that safe deposit box, he wants it bad. We don't even know which box it is, Charles complained. What are we going to do, break into all of them? That was Misha's plan. What the hell could be in that box? Incriminating photos? Family heirloom? A priceless jewel? Charles shrugged. I vote sex tape. The floor creaked behind Nate, and he closed out of the screen quickly. Pivoting, he looked up at Ken. What are you looking up? Ken asked. A flush crept hotly across Nate's face. His mouth opened, but his brain was still waiting to feed it an excuse. 1 second passed. Another. Then, just a word I overheard the other day. Chiajiki. Nate grimaced. I think it means shadow people, Ken said. They're enforcers brought in by the Ruskies. No papers, no visas. Utterly lawless. They'll literally ship 'em in on container ships, route 'em through the Long Beach port. They'd do a job and head back, not a footprint. Charles was standing behind the detective, imitating him, wagging his head importantly. Nate did his best to focus. The Russian mob's ruthless, Ken continued. They'll shoot you just to check the sight alignment on their guns. If it's cheaper to bring in a hitman than pay off a loan, they put out a contract. Life means nothing. How about Ukrainians? Nate asked. The Ukrainians? Ken whistled, and Charles at last stood still at the ominous note. Even the Russians are afraid of the Ukrainians. Chapter 16. Flora Esposito's funeral at Forest Lawn Cemetery was a crowded, animated affair. Countless uncles and weeping second cousins and families from church. Among others, Nate was singled out by the stoic widower in the eulogy and had his hand shaken by numerous relatives after the casket was lowered from view. The outpouring of warmth only added to his silent regret at the fraudulent role he was playing here. He'd gone into that bank to take a coward's leap, and had walked out a hero. Head down, he moved between the plots back to his jeep. You seem uncomfortable. He turned to find Agent Ibarra, impeccably neat in a black suit. It's a funeral, Nate said. Right. I just thought that, given your job, you'd be used to... A wave of his hand. Events like this. Nate thought about finding Flor Esposito's clip-on earring on the bank floor, how he'd squeezed and the clasp had pushed into the tender skin of his palm. If I'd gone through the window earlier, maybe I could have kept her from being shot. It was a regret he hadn't made conscious until he heard himself saying it. But you said you climbed out the bathroom window right after you heard the shots. Yes. So how could you have gotten there earlier? Nate wet his lips, shook his head. Ibarra had fallen into step beside him, the lush grass soft underfoot. You know what happens when I see my kids? Ibarra asked. You're reminded of the simple power of human love? Ibarra squinted over at him, but didn't smile. I wonder what they're not telling me. Maybe that's from being an agent, sure. But you know how teenagers are. Girls. I have two. And everything's a lie right now. Not 'cause they're malicious. It's because their white matter's not grown in yet, you know? He shook his head. They're hard to get through to. It's like they're talking one language and We're pre-verbal. Ibarra laughed, a dimple indenting either cheek. Right? So last night my oldest came in past curfew, and I asked where she was, and of course, she was at her friend's. And I know she's lying, and she knows I know she's lying, but we're doing this dance still, right? He stopped walking, his perfect teeth shining in the morning brightness. Ever have that? Where you're talking to someone and you know they're lying and they know you know, but there you are, still talking? The easy smile remained, but his gaze was suddenly intense. The suit felt hot and tight across Nate's shoulders. He chose his words carefully. With my daughter, sure. Yeah, kids. Sometimes they don't know what's good for them. Ibarra touched Nate's arm. See you around. Nate watched him pick his way through the headstones. When he turned around, he noticed someone among the graves just a few yards off. A worker with a bag lunch and neatly combed hair showing gray at the part, a mouth a line of forbearance. He'd paused for his break, sitting respectfully at the edge of a little fountain beside a newly turned plot. A wet shovel rested against one thigh. When Nate approached, the man removed his cap. Nate stared at the fresh dirt, and the man looked at him with his sun-beaten face. You family? No, Nate said. Oh. The man set his cap on his knee. Sometimes there's a big turnout. A gesture to Flor Esposito's grave, around which a dozen folks and grandkids remained, consoling one another. And sometimes he flared his half-chewed sandwich at the rectangle of soil. Nate read the grave marker again, the name registering this time as belonging to the security guard from the bank robbery, the older black man with the striped socks who'd wound up twisted on his back in the lobby. Wait, this is... The worker nodded. The bank paid for his resting place. Jesus, Nate said. Someone should be here. Someone should... He felt suddenly weak, and he eased himself down to the fountain ledge beside the man. Bad way to die, the worker said, when you won't be missed. Nate tried to picture what his own funeral would look like. A few colleagues recycling the same stories, a hired shovel, a designated funeral coordinator, bowing his head mournfully and checking his watch. Shirt untucked, tie loose, he sat, the sun heating his face. The man chewed quietly beside him for a while, then rose to get back to work, one calloused hand rasping up the shaft of the shovel. Chapter 17. When Nate approached the Santa Monica house, blaring music greeted him from the garage. Less a song than a wall of noise aimed at his face. A masculine voice screamed the wrong lyrics to a Guns N' Roses song. Welcome to the jungle! We got funny games! Nate passed between the cars, which had been pulled out onto the driveway to free up the garage, and a big doofy teenage kid drew into view inside, hopping around and flailing at an electric guitar. CL sat atop a low cabinet, flipping listlessly through a magazine, her fingers punctuated with black nail polish. Her private school uniform, plaid skirt and white blouse, matched neither the fingernails nor her scowl, but it gave Nate a brief, inexplicable stab of pride nonetheless. No, 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 knees. Come on, I'm gonna make you speed. The kid noticed Nate and dropped the guitar, letting it dangle around his neck from the sling. He was at least 6'4" and thick, but he looked less strong than soft and uncoordinated, all elbows and knees. The curse of the teenage male. A few spread-out dots marked his pale chin and cheeks where a 5 o'clock shadow was trying to will itself into existence. An oversized hoodie with plush checkered lining half-covered a pair of Bermuda shorts so long and baggy that they hung in one piece like a kilt. He wore a slightly bemused smile and shaggy black hair capped by, of all things, a hipster fedora. Ear gauges had enlarged the holes in his lobes to the size of nickels. Jason, the shithead boyfriend. CL's dark pupils lifted, though her face stayed pointed at the magazine. Gasp, she said flatly. It's my screw-up of a father. Despite the reception, Nate took a moment to soak in the sight of her. Beautiful, safe, intact. She looked up at him, wrinkled her brow at the spectacle of him standing there gawking. Don't be disrespectful, he said, covering. It's Mr. Screw-Up. Nice suit, Nate, she said. Jason ducked out of the guitar and extended it to CL, who gave him a withering glare. I'm not a coat rack. He set it down lovingly on the floor and turned to Nate with excitement. Dude, you're the man. People are wearing What Would Nate Overbay Do t-shirts. I'm not kidding. Google that shit. What are you talking about? Nate said. Have you watched the news? You're a celebrity. No. Steve McQueen was a celebrity. I'm Monica Lewinsky. Jason chewed his lower lip. Who's Steve McQueen? Who's Monica Lewinsky? CL asked. I give up, Nate said. CL back to her magazine. Thank God. Nate eyed the husky kid. Jason, right? How old are you? 17. But I've been emancipated because my parents were screw-ups too. No offense. None taken. You are aware that my daughter's 15. CL flipped a page harder than necessary, giving off a crisp snap. And a half, Jason said. The edge of a tattoo peeked up from his collar. It's only like 16 months difference. I appreciate the math, but you're still too old for her. Or maybe you're just blinded by the radiance of my awesomeness. Or maybe that. Reminding himself that he had bigger fish to fry right now than an emancipated 17-year-old with gauge earrings, Nate backed out of the garage and headed to the porch. Pete answered the front door, on his knees in the foyer, skinny bottle in hand. Nate, how you feeling today? Oh, God, let's not start that, please. And what the hell are you doing? Putting hot sauce on my dress shoes. Casper watched cautiously from the kitchen doorway. He lifted a stare in Nate's direction, his Rhodesian ridgeback brow furrowed in puzzlement. The wrinkles on his forehead could convey a broader range of human emotion than most human faces could. Nate took in this standoff as Pete returned to the task, diligently applying sauce to the heel of a two-tone wingtip. Of course, Nate said. Then, why? The dog has chewed up half my shoes. So you're putting hot sauce on them. To dissuade him, yes. An admittedly unconventional approach, but I'm running out of footwear. At least footwear that doesn't make me look like a homeless guy. Nate had to smile. Pete got up. Casper, come. Here. Come. Come. Nate snapped his fingers low at his side, and Casper trotted over. His hindquarters stayed offset at a slight jag from his front legs, like revelers navigating a two-man horse costume. Pete took Casper's collar and pointed the dog's unwilling nose to the shoes. See this? Steer clear. He scratched Casper behind the ears, released him, and dusted his hands. He's a maniac. Ate a box of tampons last week. This dog is an exceptional animal. That's what all dog owners say. You ever hear anyone say, "Oh, my dog, he's really ordinary"? A fair point. Nate looked at Casper. Casper looked at him. They knew better. So what's up, Nate? I want to talk to you and Janie, actually. She'll be right down. Pete started for the kitchen, then said reluctantly, Listen, the U-pipe beneath the sink's leaking. I've checked it twice. What am I missing? It's the drain, not the U-pipe. Plastic washer gets worn out. There's a box of them in the corner of the pantry. Thanks. A sheepish grin. I'll take a look at it. Pete assumed his position behind the kitchen island. Ground turkey shaped into patties, corn bobbing in a pot on the stove, 2 glasses filled with soda and a third, presumably Ciel's, with water. Pete drizzled olive oil into a pan, dropping in sliced onions as Janie entered. Her head tilted as she took in Nate. Awkward. You called late last night? Yeah. Look, there's really no good way to lead into this. So, I didn't just go up on that bank ledge to foil robbers. I was up there to jump. He kept his eyes on the marble island, but he sensed both faces go lax. The disease, you know. And... What, Nate? Janie said. You need to be careful here. Keep an eye on Ciel. Keep her close. Wait. Why? You're scaring me. Just be cautious. It's for your own good, and hers. We haven't seen you in 9 months, Janie said. You don't get to tell us what to do. Certainly not without telling us why. Okay. He took a breath, bit his lip. I got knocked out and regained consciousness half embedded in a slab of ice. She'd been ready with a response, but his words must have caught up to her, because her mouth froze partway open. It closed with a little pop. Still speechless, she circled a hand for him to continue, then listened intently as he spelled out his ordeal with the Ukrainians, ending with Pavla's threat. The onions sizzled, black wisps rising, until Pete picked up the pan and turned it upside down in the sink. Janie sank onto a bar stool. Pete coughed out an angry one-note laugh, wiped his mouth. They threatened to kill my baby, Janie finally managed. It seemed she was saying it aloud to try to get her mind around it. Yes, but I'm not gonna let that happen. All due respect, Nate, Pete said, but it hardly seems like you're in control of the situation. He hurled the dish towel at the backsplash. Janie looked catatonic. From the garage, muffled screaming. You can have anything you want, but you're a better mint taker for free. We need to just get in the car and start driving, Janie said. Not yet, Nate said. These guys have shown that they have reach, resources. They'll be watching, and who knows what they'll do if you try to run. I've got a window to take care of this. So we're supposed to just sit here? Janie said. You want them to catch up to us at a Motel 6 in Nevada? Pete said. The question bled through the air, and they breathed until it dissipated. Do we tell Ciel? Nate asked Janie. Are you kidding? Pete said. It'd scare the living hell out of her. What's the upside in that? She hates not knowing, Nate replied. Not having a say in things. Janie, are you okay? Nothing. Janie, look at me. I will take care of this. Give us a moment here, Pete said. Okay. Nate pulled his gaze reluctantly off Janie. I need to check something in Ciel's room. I'll just... Heavy on his feet, he mounted the stairs. For all his concern about sparing them fallout from his illness, here he'd inflicted on them something much worse. In Ciel's room, he headed for the closet, parted the curtains of clothes, a mound of clutch purses in the back. He dug under them, and there it was. A red diary. Just as Pavla had promised. His men had shown up so quickly after the bank shootout. They'd stood where Nate now stood, arms in her daughter's wardrobe, prying and digging and reading. Revulsion rose in his gorge, then something sharper. Rage. Gathering himself, He breathed deeply, tapping the red leather against his thigh. Something in the closet caught his eye, mostly hidden beneath a black sweater. The edge of a wooden frame. Was it? He lifted the sweater tentatively to discover their old family portrait. The three of them laughing and hugging and half falling over. She'd kept it. Buried in her closet, but still. When he inhaled, he felt the slightest catch in his throat. The door boomed open, and Ciel and Jason spilled in, Ciel mid-rant, just saying, "I can't believe you called a friend of mine sewer crotch on your Facebook page." She halted 2 steps into the room, her eyes blazing over to Nate, who was bent into her closet, incriminating diary in hand. Nate held out his hands, a felon at gunpoint. "I'm sorry, She flew across the room and ripped the diary from his hand. "I can't believe you. I get that you're dying and everything, but you can't just sail in here and start prying around in my stuff and reading my journal." "Seriously," Jason added. "Can we get this clown out of here?" Nate asked. "Chillax." Jason showed him his palms. "I'm leaving." He kissed Ciel, keeping his eyes on Nate the whole time, a little power move that on another day when Nate owed his daughter less might have resulted in a broken nose. And then the kid was gone, thumping down the stairs, whistling the chorus from Paradise City. Nate faced his daughter across a floor littered with dirty clothes and torn-out magazine pages. She glowered at him. "Why are you back here?" "What? Why do you come back again? I assume it wasn't just to read my diary." He wanted so badly to be straight with her, to paint the whole picture, taking some of the edges off the gory points, but he wasn't sure what was best, and Pete and Janie certainly deserved a vote. He cleared his throat to stall, but Ciel was having none of it. "What were you doing at the bank, Nate?" Quite a lane change. He heard himself hesitate a beat too long. "Bank stuff. Making a deposit. But I was interrupted by the robbery." A second late, he caught his choice of words. "Interrupted? From what? Making a deposit?" "Yes," he said. "In the news you said you were in the bathroom." Her gaze, steady beneath those long eyelashes. Questions and emotions whirring beneath the surface, slot machine reels that wouldn't land. Did she know? He chewed his cheek, not wanting to lie more, but not willing to tell his 15-year-old daughter that he'd been planning on killing himself. Finally, she said, "At least do me one favor. Let's not pretend that either of us doesn't know you're lying." "Okay." Relief showed on her face, though she covered quickly, wiping her nose roughly on her sleeve. More silence. He started for the door. "You hate him," she said. "What?" "Shithead Jason. You hate him." Nate paused, hand on the knob, trying to switch lanes. The dispute loomed ahead like a pile-up. "He doesn't exactly make a glowing first impression. Jay is a musician. He's an artist." "No. Eric Clapton is an artist. Jason is a mouth-breather with a guitar." "Who's Eric Clapton?" Nate thought, "I'm gonna kill myself in earnest." She was already caught up in her objection. "Who do you want me to date? One of those, is this gonna be on the test dorks from my AP classes? I like Jay because he's different. And you know what else? He's here for me. Unlike some people." "I know you still like me a little." Nate gestured at the uncovered family portrait in the closet. "You keep the ridiculous picture of us in here." She curled her broad shoulders, withdrawing into herself, her hands gone again in her sleeves, turning the cuffs to puppet mouths. "Nowhere else to store it?" He nodded. They were done here. As he passed her on his way out, his arm brushed lightly against hers, and he realized that this touch of fabric was the first physical contact he'd had with his daughter in years. How had it gotten here? The question weighed on him all the way down to the kitchen. The smell of burned onions laced the air. Pete paced, circling the island, and Janie sat on the bar stool. She was grimacing in pain, her head tilted and one arm stretched low with the wrist cocked back. "I have an acquaintance who's a cop," Pete said. We have to take this to someone who knows what the hell he's doing." "And say what?" Nate asked. "What proof do we have? A pair of handcuffs in a warehouse? Even the ice is probably melted by now." "This is out of our league, Nate, and certainly too much for you to handle. We need to enlist the help of folks whose job it is to deal with people like this." "Pete, I researched this guy. He's a heavy hitter. He means what he says." "He made a death threat on a girl. They can move on him fast, get him behind bars." "Investigations take time, a lot of time. And Pavlo Shevchenko is rich and connected." "So he owns cops?" Pete's voice rose, fear and frustration masquerading as anger. "Federal agents? Who will do what? Call to warn him?" "I work in a cop shop, Pete. It doesn't take a dirty cop. It takes one clerk with a big mouth, one IT guy willing to search a file. Trust me. I looked stuff up today I wasn't supposed to." Jane lifted her head and pulled her arm across her chest, tugging at the back of her elbow, grimacing. "I'm talking about one offline conversation," Pete said, "with someone I trust." "Are you willing to take that chance?" Nate stabbed a finger up, aiming in the vicinity of Ciel's bedroom. "Given what he'll do to her if you're wrong?" Pete stopped pacing, his long face looking even longer. The drain dripped invisibly beneath the sink. "No," Janey said. "Not yet, anyway." "Shevchenko gave me 5 days," Nate said. "I have until Sunday." "To do what, Nate? Rob a bank?" Pete blew out a breath, ran both hands through his thick hair. "You make messes, Nate. That's what you do. And other people clean them up for you." Janey gripped the top of her head, pulling gently to the side, trying to stretch out the knot she always got on the right side when she was tense or upset. "Her shoulder." The words came out more sharply than Nate had intended. "What?" Nate pointed at Janey. "Rub her damn shoulder, Pete." A puzzled pause, and then it finally dawned, and Pete stepped behind her, massaging. Janey grimaced against the pain. Nate took her hands across the island and looked into her scared blue eyes. "No matter what I have to do, I will not let them hurt our daughter. I promise you." She gave the slightest nod. He started out. Pete called after him. "Where are you going?" "To handle it." Nate passed Casper at the front door, gnawing on Pete's wingtips. He seemed to be enjoying the hot sauce. Chapter 18. The Los Angeles County Department of the Coroner was closing up as Nate slotted the Jeep into a parking spot. The imposing administrative building, a majestic interlace of brick and stone, pinned down a street corner on North Mission at the brink of the USC Medical Center. The building had first been dropped into Boyle Heights, a not altogether pleasant East LA neighborhood, as the County General Hospital. Ceramic floor tiles still spelled out the original function. Given the surfeit of movies that used the location and the glut of tourists, yes, tourists, it was the only coroner's office, at least that he'd heard of, with a gift shop. Among the expected macabre paraphernalia, it sold coffin couches and chalk outline beach towels. A sign by the cash register declared, "Checks accepted with 2 forms of ID or dental records." It was Wednesday night, so Nate's favorite coroner, Eddie Yeep, would be toiling into the wee hours. Nonetheless, Nate put a spring into his step before the front door locked. As he had learned in his job, always start with the body. In this case, it was all he had. If he was ever going to figure out a way into Urban's safe deposit box, he'd need to find out as much about the man as possible. And finding out as much as possible about the deceased happened to be what Nate was best at. Department security had been beefed up since the OJ trial had brought to light evidentiary chain of custody weaknesses. Winding down the corridors, Nate greeted the sets of guards by name, finally ending up in the doorway of one of the wide, cool autopsy rooms. Eddie stood hunched over a corpse, his wet latex gloves pulling up into view, gripping a pair of angled scissors. A soft little man with a nervous laugh, he inexplicably referred to all the corpses as Jonesy. "Mr. Overbay, serving another death notification tonight? They're keeping you as busy as me." The understaffed department processed over 20,000 autopsies a year, and even so a crushing backlog waited in the wings. They were running out of space quicker than a state jail, the main lab and crypts jammed to capacity. Some years back there'd been a big stir when rats had gotten into the refrigerated annex behind the main building and chewed up the inert inhabitants. Yeah, must be a full moon. The chill tightened Nate's arms, raised the hairs at his nape. Did you work on Danny Urban? 9 mil above the right eyebrow. A hitman. That got Jonesy fast-tracked. Anything unusual about him? Guy had a whole damn armory in his closet. A real gear queer. Cops took assault rifles and no fooling C4 into evidence. Not your average Jonesy. Eddie glanced up. You give 'em all the treatment, don't you? Sit and hold their hands, read the reports. Even a hitman. I guess if it helps you with the next of kin. Not their fault, I suppose. Nate mustered a flat smile in response, glad to find Eddie focused again on his work. Where'd you store him? Dunno. Check the computer. I'm logged in. I'd do it myself, but... He shrugged, gloves buried to the wrists in the Y incision. Got my hands full. Nate checked the computer, then found his way to the appropriate crypt. A security guard unlocked for him the thick metal door, which released a waft of cold, medicinal air as it yawned open. The corpses were not stored in metal drawers, but slotted in plain sight on trays that lined the walls like bunk beds on a submarine. Full to the rafters. Nate moved among the scattered morgue gurneys that accommodated the overflow, checking tags attached to body bags or to the flesh itself. A short ways in, he found Urban's gurney and nodded a thank you at the guard, who left him alone with the body, as was their arrangement. When Nate unzipped the body bag, it exhaled a puff of sweet rot and ethanol. As the vinyl fell away, Urban's face emerged, cold and firm. The ridiculousness of the task struck Nate, but he hadn't known where else to start. What's your safe deposit box number? He asked Urban. The unblinking eyes stared up at him. Nate searched the corpse, taking his time. Hairline, toes, shoulders. One ankle was swollen and discolored. Urban had probably twisted it in the shootout. Nate didn't know what precisely he was looking for and discovered nothing of interest. Giving up, he sat beside the corpse and, more from habit than anything, took the intact hand in his own weakened grip. Alone with the dead, he considered the enormity of the job before him. A little more than 4 days to break into a safe deposit box for which he had no number, to retrieve he knew not what. If he didn't figure something out, CL would be next on that slab. So much to accomplish before he could rest. As he rose despondently, Urban's cool hand slid from his, and he felt a slight rub on the finger. He turned over the hand, examining the white flesh. A thin seam of something sticky across the pad of the index finger, and a bit more under the nail. Adhesive? The heavy door boomed back into place behind him when he exited the crypt, and he grabbed a few lungfuls of moderately fresher air as he crossed to the autopsy room. There's something sticky on Urban's hand. Did you identify it? I remember something, Eddie said. Turned out to be insignificant. Report's on my desk, though. You want to take a look? The file was there in Eddie's tray, fifth down in a towering stack. Eddie had run the substance found beneath Urban's nail, the lab identifying it as duct tape adhesive. Stuck to the adhesive was a strand of white carpet matching that in Urban's bedroom, where he was found. Chewing his lip, Nate stared at the result, trying to figure out some way to make it relevant. Then he jotted down Urban's address and headed for the exit. The sky above the row of townhouses had turned charcoal by the time Nate arrived at Danny Urban's Van Nuys address. A shoebox-sized package waited on the porch, the orange and blue FedEx label frayed from transport. He towed it. Surprisingly heavy, it gave off a clank, its contents shifting. Behind a crisscross of crime scene tape, the front door was locked. Judging from the way the door jiggled beneath Nate's hand, however, it was not deadbolted. He took a step back, looked in either direction, then kicked the door in. Ducking through the tape, he entered, reached back for the FedEx box, and eased the door shut behind him in the damaged frame. Then he clicked on the flashlight he kept stored in the cargo space of his Jeep. The bullet holes pockmarking the entry wall addressed a question that had been lingering in a corner of Nate's mind. Why hadn't Shevchenko's men tortured Danny Urban to force him to give up the number of his safe deposit box? Answer: they hadn't had a chance to. That's the problem with trying to knock off hitmen. They know how to shoot back. Squatting, Nate opened the FedEx box, yanking and tearing until the cardboard gave way. When he glanced inside, the contents set his head ringing, and he glanced away and then back as if hoping to find something else there. Nested in the U of a curled hunting catalog were maybe 20 lock-blade knives. They looked so ordinary resting there, but Nate knew what they represented. Urban, stocking up for future jobs. He left the box on the floor. The narrow flashlight beam restricted his view, so he progressed slowly, each movement a stomach-churning reveal. The townhouse's interior told the story of the assault. Bloodstains on the counter in the kitchen, where the fingers of Urban's left hand had been shot off. He must have had a weapon within reach when they'd burst in, for he'd returned fire quickly, punching divots into the entry wall and shattering a hanging mirror. Cupboards and drawers tossed, Shevchenko's men turning the place upside down in their search. Bloody handprint on the wall halfway up the stairs. Cabinets knocked open in the hall off the landing, side tables shattered by bullets. Bedroom door ajar, painted with a stroke of red. And then the cluttered master suite, covered with porn DVDs, Soldier of Fortune magazines, and faux antique furniture. Nate stepped over a fallen chair, taking in the lush white carpet marred with more handprints, and finally matted down where Urban's head had landed, once the triggerman, probably Misha, had caught up to him. Tufts of foam poked through slashes in the mattress. A letter desk in the corner had been searched. The drawers were empty, half pulled out, papers rifled through by the Ukrainians, or the cops, or both. Nate squatted over the amoeba of blood, which had hardened to rust in the thick carpet. Thinking about that white strand recovered from the duct tape adhesive beneath Urban's nail, he looked at the handprint smudges leading from the door at intervals. Urban had been dragging himself to safety. Nate pictured him wounded and desperate, clawing forward with a hand and a half, bathed in sweat as footsteps grew loud behind him. If they'd done this to a hardened hitman, what chance did Nate have against them? He spun, scanning the wall, the flashlight beam picking across a stack of Army surplus woodland camo fatigue shirts, a dented DVD player, and a single dirty sock. Something shiny winked at him, half hidden by the leg of the letter desk. A roll of duct tape. A crackle of electricity moved through him, pricking his skin. Trepidation and excitement rolled into one. He crossed the room and picked up the roll. One edge speckled with blood. A few indentations millimeters apart. Teeth marks. Nate called to mind the crime scene photo, Urban's square teeth spaced inside the terrible oval his mouth had formed in death. The man had needed to bite to tear the tape, since by the time he'd gotten upstairs, he'd had only one functional hand. With murderers on your heels, why go after duct tape? Nate dropped the roll, walked back to the blood splotch. Nothing. The flashlight beam moved toward the doorway as if of its own volition, illuminating the fallen chair. Then slowly, Nate pulled it north to the ceiling above it. A fan. The electricity along his skin surged into a current. Urban had run up here not only to get away, but to hide something. The thing Shevchenko's men were after. He'd stood on the chair and taped it to the fan. He'd fallen off the chair, twisted that ankle, tried to crawl to a position of cover. And then, his heart thundering, Nate walked across the room, righted the chair and stood on it. Reaching up, he felt along the tops of the fan blades. Sure enough, on the second blade his fingers touched a lifted edge of duct tape. He tore it free and held it under the flashlight. Adhered to one side like a glittering jewel, a safe deposit box key, stamped on the head, 227. He blew out the breath burning his chest, his vision spotting, clenched the key in his fist. Relief. Now all he had to do was impersonate a dead hitman, provide false documentation at the bank, get into the vault, trick a manager into using the guard key, and remove the box's contents while leaving no trace. Piece of cake. But still, he had the key, which was further than Shevchenko and his team of expert thugs had gotten. Maybe Nate could find a way out of this yet. The sudden ring of his cell phone cut through the silence, scaring him upright. He wobbled on the chair and had to take a quick step down, nearly turning his ankle in solidarity with Urban. His hands fumbled over the phone, finally opening it. "Nate! Nate!" Janie's voice, thin, wrenched high with fear. "You have to get here, now." Chapter 19. Nate screeched up into the driveway, back tires swiping across the lawn, flew from the Jeep, leaving the door ajar. He banged on the house door, shouting, and then hands fussed at the dead bolt and chain, and Janie was there, her nostrils and the rims of her eyes red. He grabbed her shoulders. "Where's CL? CL's okay. She was up in her room, with Casper." Hearing voices, Nate charged back toward the kitchen. Janie had described the intruder in their brief conversation. Yuri, the giant from outside the bank. Yuri of the mashed nose and the rescue saw. "He came to the house," Nate said, still grappling with the fact of it. "Yes, the driveway." Nate rounded the corner and saw Pete sitting on the counter, cradling his hand, which he'd wrapped in a dish towel filled with ice. His mouth was clenched, lips bloodless and trembling, his broad shoulders drooping. CL stood before him. Casper leaned into the backs of her legs as he did when agitated or craving attention. "I was in the car." Pete choked back pain. "Right in the driveway. Janie was inside." Nate wheeled to Janie. "If he laid a finger on you—" "No," she said. "I never saw him. I heard the noise outside." She carefully unwrapped the dish towel, and Pete's breathing quickened. "And then he was gone." "What did he do to you?" Nate asked Pete. "He grabbed my hand, slammed it in the car door." CL gave out a little cry. "Why? Who was he?" Janie finished unfolding the blood-spotted towel, laying Pete's hand bare. It looked wrong, bent at the middle, his thumb lolling at an unnatural angle. His skin was pink, angry from the ice. "It's broken, honey," Janie said. "There's no question. We need a dock to reduce and cast it." Pete said, "How will we explain it?" "Fell off a ladder," Janie said. "What are you talking about?" CL asked. "Why'd he come here?" Nate asked. "Just out of the blue?" Janie shifted with discomfort, and Pete's grimace tightened. "Pete called his friend," she said. "The cop. Earlier. From work." From the set of her mouth, Nate knew that this had already caused a disagreement between them. He felt his pulse beating at his temples. "Despite what we agreed?" Pete said, "I'm not really in the mood for a lecture right now." "So they caught wind of it," Nate said. "You broke the one rule." "Someone please tell me what's happening," CL yelled. "Don't lay this on me," Pete said. "This began with you, Nate. It's on your shoulders." Nate's voice rose to match Pete's. "You put my daughter at risk." Pete lifted his good hand, the fingers trembling. "I didn't. The guy, he said, next time we take her. So she's safe now. At least as safe as she was." CL screamed, a rush of fear and anger. "What the hell is going on?" An abrupt silence, broken only by the chop, chop, chop of a sprinkler in the backyard. "What?" With dread, CL glanced from face to face. "What are you keeping from me now?" Janie looked over at Nate. Save the freckles across the bridge of her nose, her skin was washed of color. She gave a little nod. "The guy behind the bank robbery found me," Nate said. "And he thinks I owe him for breaking up the heist. He wants me to steal something for him." CL's eyes widened. "Or what?" "He threatened to hurt you." "Me? What did I do?" Nate reached for her, but she jerked back as if he'd struck her. "I will not let him touch you. I will do anything. So that guy, That huge guy you're talking about? CL was shaking her head, still backing up, twisting away from him. And you weren't going to tell me. I'm the one at risk, and you kept it from me. That was my fault, Pete said. I didn't want to scare you. Well, guess what? CL kept her glare on Nate. I'm fucking scared. With the longest of the kitchen knives held across his knees, Nate sat downstairs in his former living room on his former couch, staring at his former TV, though it was turned off. In the dark rectangle of the flat screen, he could see his pale reflection and the portrait of Pete, Janie, and CL on the wall behind him. Their frozen faces hovered ghost-like over his shoulder. Since Janie had to take Pete to the emergency room, Nate had agreed to stay and keep watch over CL, who had retreated angrily to her bedroom. Twice he'd gone up to knock and talk through the locked door, but his attempts at comforting her were met with no response. The sounds of her frightened crying eroded something inside him, until he'd put his back to the wall and slid to the floor. He'd sat in the hall outside her bedroom for a time, torturing himself, before taking up the more strategic position on the couch. His anger had spent the last few hours simmering as he contemplated what to do. The rusty complaint of the garage door announced Janie and Pete's return. Nate rose to meet them, knife in hand. Janie helped Pete along, a white cast encasing his hand, his protruding index finger clamped by an additional splint. A couple metacarpal fractures, Janie said. Spica cast for 6 weeks. I'm sorry, Nate said. You're right. This did start with me. Pete waved him off. He looked shaken still. CL? Janie asked. Upstairs. Won't come out. Janie nodded and started up. Nate and Pete regarded each other awkwardly. I'm gonna take care of this, Pete. I'll keep you guys out of it. I promise. I'm gonna go see this guy. Tonight. Nate, Pete said, his eyes glassy. Can I talk to you a minute? Of course. He gestured toward the garage, and Nate stepped out after him, puzzled. Once the door had closed behind them, they faced each other in the quiet. Look, Nate, I'll be honest with you. Pete shifted on his feet, uncomfortable. What, Pete? Spit it out. The guy, when he grabbed my arm, it was like I was a doll. I mean, Ukrainian gangsters. This is real. I know. And I mean, this is your mess, Nate. I've cleaned up after you before. But I don't know. What? The light from the garage door opener clicked off, leaving them only with a faint throw of moonlight through the window. Nate could hear Pete breathing, see the outline of sweat on his cheek. I don't get it. What are you saying? Pete cleared his throat. I mean, what did you get me into here, Nate? It's your mess. Yeah, it is. When Sally died, I barely came back from it. It took me months just to notice that the fucking sun was still in the sky, you know? No one's gonna die here, Pete. Not Janie, not CL. I don't know that I could get through something like that again. More breathing. Something jangled in his hand, and Nate saw he was making a fist around his car keys. I just moved in 2.5 months ago. Wait, Nate said. No. I can't do it, Nate. It's not my mess. I paid off the mortgage here before things got tough financially. This isn't about money, Pete. They love you. Janie loves you. And CL... Think about how she feels about you. You have to stay. And I love them, too. His voice broke in a half-sob. I'll go with nothing. They can keep it all. But I can't leave them knowing they're, alone. It took everything Nate could muster to hold his mouth closed, teeth clenched, lips pressed, and then he felt all the anger and tension leave, deflating him. Okay, Nate said. I got it. I mean, you're in the middle of it anyway. You might as well, Pete, I said I got it. Tell them. Tell them I love them. And I'm sorry. Pete shifted the keys in his hand, his face narrowed with grief. He shuffled to the car, cast drawn into his stomach protectively. His fingers pulsed and the car chirped, and when he ducked in, Nate could see in the dome light that he was sobbing silently. The garage door whirred up, and Pete backed out, and then the door closed and Nate stood there until the overhead light clicked off again. He took a deep breath, his lungs aching, blew it out, went inside. Janie sat cradling Ciel on the couch. They looked up, faces drawn. I heard the garage door, Janie said. I thought you left. No. Nate bit his lower lip. Pete. Janie's face broke. Nate couldn't stand to see her grief head on. He studied the tips of his shoes. He loves you both very much. But it's a lot to handle. Too much, probably, for anyone. He couldn't believe he was defending the guy. And he wanted to make sure you were taken care of financially. The house, at least. He was broken up. He cares about you a lot, that much I could tell. When he finally dared to lift his head, Janie had composed herself as best she could. For the moment, she and Ciel were holding it together, but they looked utterly shell-shocked. My God. Janie blinked, tears finally spilling. She stroked her daughter's hair. We're all alone in this. Nate could hear the faintest click of the kitchen clock. I'm still here. Their faces showed that to be scant consolation. Chapter 20. Passing a strip mall on a busy street in Tarzana, Nate spotted the illuminated sign with glowing ornate letters, New Odessa, Pavla Shevchenko's suggested meeting place. Granted, Nate was a few days early, but it was his best bet to find the man, and in light of Yuri's attack, they had business to discuss. Janie was okay with holding up behind locked doors, 911 ready on speed dial. Vowing to check in on them later, Nate had stopped off at his place to pick up his gun and his medication, the two essentials he'd require moving forward. He flipped a U-turn, the Jeep rattling into the lot, and parked at the far end. He popped the glove box and reached for the Beretta, but as soon as his hand touched the cool metal, something made him look up and across at the restaurant. A done-up, middle-aged couple, the man with a cheap suit and skinny tie, the woman in a slinky sequined dress, approached a large oak door. A vast bouncer emerged from the shadows of the awning and patted them both down thoroughly, the diners submitting readily to the search as if it were a commonplace prelude to a meal. Nate looked back across at his hand buried in the glove box. Then he moved it from the stock of the handgun to the pill bottle. He gulped down his nightly dose of riluzole and antibiotics, adding Advil in response to the complaints of the stitched wound in his shoulder. His heartbeat reverberated in his palms, his neck, matching the taps of his steps across the parking lot. As he neared the awning, the bouncer loomed. I'm here to see Pavla Shevchenko, Nate said. Spread arms. Nate complied. The man's paws groped Nate's sides, his belt line, squeezing each leg and sliding from groin to ankle. As he knelt, his pant cuff pulled high, exposing a gun barrel strapped to the ankle. Satisfied, he rose and checked Nate's chest and stomach, presumably for a wire, untucking and lifting Nate's shirt without a trace of hesitation. Come. Nate followed him into a dim lounge, dense with smoke and sweet perfume and the tang of pickled fish. Couples and groups of men crowded the tables, animated voices speaking what Nate assumed was Ukrainian. A glimpse through velvet curtains revealed a brick-walled banquet hall to one side, a makeup-intensive singer swaying and crooning lyrics in a foreign tongue as partygoers slow-danced drunkenly, holding each other as if in grief. A momentary disorientation washed over Nate. He had stepped through a portal into a foreign country. The bouncer put a broad hand on the small of Nate's back, steering him forcefully through. A table in the rear corner was framed by several pillars, affording it relative privacy and clear place of distinction. Drawing into view at the table's head, bent so his elbows framed his plate, was Pavla Shevchenko. He wore a dark suit, slightly dated in style, with a thin, expensive-looking dress shirt. Hunched protectively over his food, chewing, he looked lean and hungry, his face angular in the faint light. His eyes lifted to freeze Nate in a cold stare. Across from Pavla in the other seat of honor sat a heavy older man, thick-lipped and wearing an expression of general displeasure. The rest of the chairs were occupied by men wearing velour warm-ups and chunky gold Rolexes, sipping vodka from weighty shot glasses, right out of central casting. None of the henchmen from the warehouse were in evidence. Tiajiki. Shadow people. The bouncer had a brief exchange with one of the men, the words sharp. Pavla interrupted, addressing Nate directly. "You have accomplished my task already." "No. I need to speak with you. About what happened tonight, at the house." Pavla leaned back, crossed his arms. "Sit." He gestured at the man beside him, who vacated his seat obediently. Nate slid down into the chair, the bouncer sidling behind him out of his line of sight. At the table's center stood a slender bottle of vodka. Pavla gestured at the man at the other end of the table. "Best Ukrainian restaurant. It is owned by a Georgian. Can you believe?" Nate took a closer look at the restaurant owner. His jaundiced fingers twiddled with a thick black lock pasted across his forehead, arranging and rearranging it with a vanity befitting neither the matted hair nor his slovenly demeanor. He'd missed a spot shaving, a few coarse black threads at one corner of his mouth. The skin under his eyes was dark and flecked with skin tags, textured pouches like oyster shells. It was a magnificent face. A Depression-era photographer would have turned cartwheels to find such a face on a breadline. He appraised Nate sullenly, silently. Perhaps he did not understand English. "Eat," Pavla said. "Blini, with red caviar. The Americans have with black caviar to spend more, but is better with red." He gestured at a mound of small half-moon dumplings beneath a dollop of sour cream. "And varaniki. Small, not like big China pot stickers. Eat. You work for me now. One of my associates." "I'm not hungry," Nate said. Pavla remained perfectly still, hands frozen at the sides of his plate. "The Georgian will be insulted that you do not eat." "Then he'll have to be insulted," Nate said. A chilled silence. The others set down their utensils. "Your man came to my wife's house," Nate said. "He broke the hand of—" Pavla slid his plate to the side. "You did not make call to police. You did not break our arrangement. That is only reason your daughter still breathes." Nate's gaze moved to a steak knife just beyond his elbow. Pavla's eyes followed his stare, then rose again to his face, unconcerned. "This man who called police. Next time we will kill him. We know where he called. We know who he spoke to. His protest, it has been misfiled by police. We own many police. You do not know which ones in which departments. Every time you make phone call, you play Russian roulette with your daughter. Is this clear?" "I will do what you want me to do. I will get you what's in that safe deposit box. If you stay away from my family." A glint of sturdy Soviet dentistry. "It is not any more your family." "Don't fuck with them." Pavla set his hands on the table's edge, pushed back, his chair chirping on the foam marble floors. He stood. The men at the table were on their feet swiftly, even the Georgian. Nate became aware of uniform movement in the space all around him, and when he turned, his skin prickled at the sight. Every diner in the restaurant had risen, even those in booths, bending with difficulty from the effort. Their gazes stayed carefully forward, not fully turned toward Pavla. Napkins fell from laps. The strains of music drifting in from the banquet hall only underscored the abrupt silence in the restaurant proper. Nate, the only person sitting. He had never seen anything like this. A headache thrummed at his temples, every sense heightened. A spoon clattered to the floor across the restaurant. To Nate, it sounded like drumsticks beating a snare. Pavla made a slight gesture with his hand, and the diners somehow noted this and rumbled back into motion, sitting, pouring wine, resuming conversations. His focus swiveled to Nate. "You come here for Strelka. Meeting. As if you are my equal." His voice raised for the first time. Up until now he'd conveyed all his power and menace with little more than a whisper. "I will teach you who I am." He pulled at his thin dress shirt, buttons popping off one after another, skittering across the table. At first his skin seemed bizarrely dark, but as his shirt fell away, Nate realized it was covered with blue, slightly blurred tattoos. Pavla lifted a thumb to a rose needled into the base of his neck. "My initiation." An 8-pointed star came next, just below his collarbone. "This says I am Vor, professional. I do not belong to myself. I belong to a code, to a world of thieves. I have no family but them." Below the star, a church with multiple domes. "And here, each dome a trip to the zone." He shed his jacket, his finger jabbing into a tattoo on his shoulder, a hand holding a tulip wrapped 3 times in barbed wire. "Convicted underage for robbery. 3 years spent. Each barb on the wire 1 month. And this," a cross and shackles with numbers and Cyrillic lettering. "Second trip. Corrective labor colony number 6. Here, isolation cell, block 7. Nate said, "Look." "Close your mouth!" The sudden rage severed the words in Nate's throat. Pavla indicated a tattoo of a wolf with a bare-toothed scowl. "My promise to avenge those who put me inside." He tore his shirt off altogether, pointed to a gnarl of scar tissue in his side. "Deribasivska Street in Odessa. Stabbed." He translated a Cyrillic scroll across his ribs. "Mother, do not cry for me any longer. Let me be dead to you." He turned around. 2 eyes on his back required no explanation, but he indicated an eagle on his shoulder blade. "This shows escape from Vorkuta camp, and this," a quarter-size patch of shiny skin, "assassination try in Kiev." Nate risked a glance around the restaurant, everyone eating and talking, dutifully ignoring what was happening in plain sight. Dozens of witnesses, none of whom would see a thing. He moved to rise, but a vice grip crushed his shoulders, sinking him back into the chair. The bouncer, breathing down on him. Pavla slammed his hands on the placemat in front of Nate, silverware and glasses jumping on the starched white tablecloth. Nate strained to lean back, but the pressure on his shoulders was unrelenting. Pavla pointed at the fingers of one hand, ticking off each ring tattoo, an asterisk in a circle. "Fatherless. I become thief because of broken home." A white cross on a dark rectangle. "I survive the crosses. Solitary." A skull within a diamond, split by bars. "I serve in prison for violent criminals only." Leaning forward, he gave off a waft of spicy cologne and old-fashioned shaving cream, the smell of a man from another era. His face inches from Nate's. His eyes fluttered closed, words tattooed on his lids. "Do not rouse me. For this, the pricker insert a spoon beneath eyelid to firm it for needle." Pavla straightened. One loafer hit the floor, then another. Shackle tattoos on his ankles, words on the insteps. He translated, "They drag me under armed guard." Pavla tore at his belt violently. His pants fell, exposing boxer shorts of a blue that matched the ink decorating his flesh. His kneecaps sported stars. "I kneel before no man. And last—" With dread, Nate watched Pavla's hands move to his boxers. Tattooed thumbs hooked the band and slid them down to mid-thigh. Nate shoved back violently in the chair, but the man whose seat he occupied stepped in to help the bouncer hold him in place. He flushed, skin on fire. He felt like a child, utterly and comprehensively overpowered. The stink of the herring on the table was making him queasy. In the background he could hear the clink of silverware against plates, no one daring to stop eating. Pavla fisted Nate's hair with both hands and forced his face toward his bare thighs, toward the private smells of musk and talcum powder. The swollen butt of his head nudged out from a nest of gray wire, Cyrillic lettering low beneath his belly button. Pavla leaned over, teeth clenched as he hissed the translation. "Let them hate as long as they fear." Anger burned in Nate's chest, evaporating any panic. He braced a foot against one of the table legs and shoved with all his might. The table skidded a foot or so, plates and glasses jumping, and the two men holding him down lost their grip. Nate twisted up and away from Pavla's grasp, but then the bouncer palmed his head and slammed it to the table. A cool ring of steel pressed against his temple, and he heard the soft click of the gun cocking. "You want to do it?" Nate said. "Then do it. But quit wasting my time with the freak show. I've got a job to do." A view of Pavla, offset by 45 degrees. Nate felt as though his skull might collapse from the pressure of the giant hand. One finger smashed his nose, another smeared his lips to one side. Vodka glugged unevenly from the toppled bottle. Pavla studied him calmly as he looped his belt, buttoned his coat. The spilled alcohol was making Nate's eyes water. "Pull the trigger," he said, "or get off me." The Georgian had barely moved. Overflowing his chair, now displaced from the shoved table, he uttered his first words in broken, barely intelligible English. "Take him into kitchen. I will have cleaned up." But Pavla gave a small shake of his head. The ring of steel lifted, and the pressure came off Nate's temple. He straightened up. "You are as crazy as Chechen nigger," Pavla said. "I have seen many men in many circumstances, and you, my friend, are not correct in your head." This, Nate thought, from a man nicknamed Psick. "We will see if you are still wise enough to fear." Though his pants were now buckled again, Pavla set a hand above his groin where the slogan was tattooed. "If you want any chance at getting what's in that safe deposit box," Nate said, "then keep out of my way, and stay clear of my family." "I will give you and family space if you obey, but we will be watching. You have 4 days, and then—" Pavla made a quick slashing gesture across his stomach with the blade of his hand. "Sft!" He pointed toward the door and sat down again at the strewn table. Nate felt all eyes on his back as he threaded through the tables, his step quickening as he neared the big oak door and the fresh nighttime air beyond. Chapter 21. Nate faced Janie across the kitchen counter, her hands cupped around a mug of chamomile tea. She'd drawn all the curtains, he'd checked all the rooms, and for the moment it was just them again in their old house, their daughter upstairs. But now, he realized, it was probably time for him to leave. He got up from the bar stool, withdrew the Beretta from the waist of his jeans, and set it carefully on the counter. "If they come again, you're here with CL." "Is this real?" Janie's eyes were unfocused, dazed. "What?" "All of it. You're dying. The death threat on CL. Pete leaving. I'll make sure CL is safe, and you're safe too. And then Pete can come back, and you and he can work it out. Start over." "How about you?" she asked. "The ALS." He smiled. "That I can't fix." She reached across, slid the Beretta back to him. "I don't want the gun." He made no move toward it. "I know you don't." Her eyes went from the gun to his face. "Will you stay with it?" He looked down, embarrassed that she'd seen what this meant to him. He picked up the gun, tucked it in his jeans again. "I'll sleep down here on the couch. Keep watch. Talk to your daughter first. She needs you, whether she knows it or not." Janie turned to wash out her cup, and he looked at her back for a moment before starting for the stairs. Casper rose from his slumber to follow him up. He confronted CL's bedroom door a moment before tapping. "Honey, it's me." "What do you want?" I just want to see your face." A long silence. Then she said, "I heard Pete say to Mom, I am not cleaning up his mess again. Is that what I was to him? A mess? Oh, honey. No." He leaned against the closed door. "He was talking about me and what I got us all into. Pete loves you." "Then why'd he leave?" "Because he was scared." "I'm scared too, and I don't get to leave. Because they're after me." Fear cracked her voice. "I never get a say in anything. Everything's just you guys making choices and doing things, and then I'm the one who has to live with it all." He pressed a hand to the wood. "From here on out, I will tell you everything, every move, every choice, and you will get a say. Deal?" "What were you doing at the bank?" Not a hesitation. The question right there, locked and loaded. His mouth went dry. How could he tell her something like that? "You said you'd tell me everything," Ciel said. "So?" He struggled to find a point of entry. "Remember how I told you your grandma died?" Her voice came through the door. "Yeah. Cancer." "I never talked to you about what that was like. For me as a kid. And so, with me now and what I'm looking at, I didn't want to put you through that." He took a breath. "That's why I was on that ledge." He waited, palm against the door, listening. Nothing. Just as he was about to turn away, the knob twisted and the door pulled open a little more than an inch. Her face, red from crying, filled the crack. She looked in his eyes, really looking at him for the first time since he'd come back. Then she nodded and closed the door. Chapter 22. Waking on the well-worn couch to the sight of his favorite potted plant in the corner, the artfully distressed wood of the coffee table, and his dog curled in a spot of light beneath the curtains, Nate felt a momentary peace. Then he sensed the hard metal against his palm. He raised his hand. The pistol he was gripping came clear in the early morning light, and the whole disastrous situation came flooding back in on him. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes, and Casper padded over to him. He dug his fingers into the dog's scruff and kissed his head. How he loved the smell of his fur after it had been baking in the sun. First order of business. Urban's safe deposit key, which he dug from his pocket, the number 227 stamped unevenly on the head. He tapped it against his knuckles, flipped it like a coin, slid it back into his pocket. He took his pills at the kitchen sink before walking down the hall to the bathroom. Passing the laundry room, he saw Janie's kicked-off clothes from last night, her underwear atop the heap. They were her favorite style from the Gap, pink, cross-hatched. Not her most alluring pair, but still, the sight of them brought a rush of nostalgia. More times than he could count, he had watched her blow-dry her hair in them, had folded them out of the dryer, had slid them from her body. And now he diverted his gaze and kept on, because noting them was somehow inappropriate. The shifting politics of intimacy. When he returned to the living room, Janie was there, straining to reach above the mantel, the oversized Lakers t-shirt she slept in pulled high to the backs of her thighs. It took a moment for him to realize what she was doing. With a little grunt, she reached the frame and unhooked the portrait of her, Pete, and Ciel from the wall. She turned, noticing Nate. "I bet this makes you happy." "Not today." She set the frame on the floor, leaned it against her legs, and stared down at it. "You were always messy. You infuriated me, and then, well, we could make love or fuck sometimes, and I woke up mad next to you and woke up ecstatic, but I never woke up," she searched for the words, "mildly contented. Pete was so safe after you, and kind. But there were times I thought, if I have to drink another glass of Kendall fucking Jackson Pinot Noir, I'm gonna hang myself with one of his woven silk ties." Nate couldn't help but smile. All humor faded, though, when he saw the weariness that remained on her face. She was voicing everything he'd dared to hope these past few years was true. And yet now that she was relating it, it felt nothing like how he'd dreamed it would be. An impression came over him, walking out onto thin ice, cracks spiderwebbing around his feet. Any direction he moved could put him under. He struggled to find the right next step, to find what was right for her. He cleared his throat. Pete had his good points, too. Yeah. Janie carried the portrait to the kitchen and set it against the back door, the spot for trash. But I will never forgive him for walking out the way he did. Nate recalled standing on the beach that fateful day as Janie, still dripping from her near drowning, argued with her date. He thought again, now would be a really good time to not say anything. Still facing the door, she lowered her head, and her lovely shoulders rose once and fell. When she turned, her eyes were wet, but she held herself together. I'm scared, Nate. I'm really goddamn scared. She stayed by the door way across the room from him, as if any human proximity were painful right now. I keep wanting to get CL out of here while you do this, but a woman and a girl on the run from these guys might not be a safety improvement. She ran a hand through her chopped blonde hair. I suppose I'll do what I have to do, when I have to. I don't want to leave, he said. Here. He felt a need to avert his gaze and realized he was no longer talking about safety. I don't want you to leave either. The scoop of skin visible at her collar turned pink, as it did when she was trying not to cry. Her chest rose and fell, rose and fell. The diamond glinted at her left hand. But I'm afraid to count on you. You can. People don't change. I changed once. Yeah. Not quite a smile. For the worse. He sensed, over his shoulder, the empty space above the mantel where the portrait once hung. Then I can change again. Walking out, he felt her gaze on his back. He stepped over the loose brick on the porch and headed for the curb. As he reached the Jeep, a mangled hand snared the driver's side handle and tugged the door open for him. Charles, bowing like a chauffeur, his smart-ass grin showing off a few chipped teeth. You're going to the bank? He asked as Nate climbed in. Nate tugged the door closed, turned over the engine. Yes. To do what? Nate smiled as he pulled out, leaving Charles behind. Chapter 23. A surreal elevator ride up to the 11th floor, a numb walk through the lobby, and out onto the bank floor, the site of 5 homicides that he himself had perpetrated. Nate had timed his arrival to coincide with the lunchtime swell. Lots of customers, lots of distraction for the busy staff. The trolley housing the complimentary coffee had been restored to its upright position, though he noticed a ding in the metal side, no doubt where one of the gunmen had kicked it over. After pouring himself a cup of decaf French roast, he took his place at the back of the substantial line, which gave him plenty of time to relive where the bodies had fallen, how the blood spatter had misted, and countless other subtleties that left his stomach roiling. As he trudged forward in the teller line, his fingers worked Urban's key nervously in his pocket, digging his nail into the indentations of the stamped number 227. The damn box was less than 20 yards away, but the distance between here and there felt like a marathon. When he'd finally made his restless way through the velvet rope switchbacks, a tense young teller greeted him, bringing him up to speed on the policies for renting a safe deposit box. Was he aware that a checking account was required? Already have one. Each time he would need to show his driver's license and sign in to gain access to his box. No problem. His signature would be double-checked against the signature card. Swell. Safe deposit boxes were either 3x5, 5x10, or 10x10. Which would he prefer? You know, he said, tapping his hands on the lip of the teller window, I'm a little bit superstitious. I have a lucky number, and I was hoping I could... Happy to look for you, Mr. Overbay. She went back to nibbling at her thumbnail, a thin pendant cross jiggling against the front of her sweater. 228, he said. My first street address. She clicked around on the keyboard, her eyes darting at intervals from the screen to his face. Her jumpiness was making him uneasy, and yet how could she suspect he had an ulterior motive? I'm sorry, that number's taken. He feigned disappointment. I could get you 328, she offered. He took a casual sip of coffee. How about 229, 226 or 7? 226 it is. She guided him through a few forms, then handed him a familiar-looking key. 226. He rubbed the number as if it were a lucky rabbit's foot, then dropped the key into his left pocket. Thank you. I'll buzz you through, and the guard will take you back to your box, she said. As he stepped away, she reached beneath the glass and rested her hand on his sleeve. I didn't want to embarrass you, Mr. Overbay, but thank you for what you did for us Tuesday. I was here. Her fingernails, on second look, were chewed to the quick, her face raw from sleeplessness. He pictured that face pressed to the tile, gunfire erupting overhead as she'd prayed for her life. And here she was a few days later, doing her job as best she could, and trying to put it behind her. He touched her hand, and she nodded a few times rapidly, and turned her focus to the next customer. After leaving the counter, he noticed a stout manager at the end of the teller line staring at him, phone to his ear. Did he recognize Nate as well? The man offered a cordial little smile, and Nate returned his attention to the job before him. Pausing before the teller gate, he made a fist around Urban's key in his right pocket. Squeezed. CL's life rested on the next 2 minutes. A harsh buzz announced the gates unlocking. He took a deep breath and stepped through. The security guard, an older gentleman with a fringe of blonde mustache, nodded in greeting. As Nate headed toward the massive laid-open door of the vault, his steps slowed, the stutter of gunfire replaying in his head. There's where the bank manager had toppled over, roses of blood blooming on her stiff pink suit. The glass day gate creaked open, and Nate stepped into the vault, eyeing the corner where he'd unloaded 2 bullets into the robber's stomach. He looked down. His feet, precisely in the spot they'd been when he'd felt that letter opener sink into the flesh of his shoulder. He will make you pay in ways you can't imagine. The security guard had said something. Sorry, Nate said. You okay, sir? He took a nervous sip of coffee. Yeah, fine. He had to pull it together. Stepping forward, he eyed the nests of boxes. Everything repaired, just as Pavla had promised. Nate ran his fingers across the small metal doors until he reached what he was looking for. Danny Urban's safe deposit box, directly below the one Nate had just signed up for. The guard fussed among the keys, fanning from an overburdened ring. Let's see, 226, right? Again Nate slid his hand into his pocket, his right pocket. That's the one. The guard raised the master key, and Nate, pretending to juggle the key and the styrofoam cup, dropped his coffee. It hit the floor, splattering on the guard's cuffs. Oh, man, Nate said. I am so sorry. No problem. The guy swiped at his ankles with a handkerchief as Nate crouched over him. It's fine, the guard said. Come right out. Nate rose and plugged Danny Urban's key into number 227. He waited patiently, holding the key so his hand blocked the number on the tiny door, his pounding heart seeming to reverberate in the hard walls of the vault. The muscle in his hand started to cramp, the faintest complaint of the disease. Jesus, he thought, not now. He fought off the sensation, forcing his fingers to hold in place. Distracted, the guard rose, folding the handkerchief back into a pocket and sliding the master key home. He nodded at Nate. They twisted at the same time, and the door to 227 popped open. And then Urban's safe deposit box was sliding out and, at last, in his hands. The spring-mounted door swung back and auto-locked. They turned together, Nate gripping the box tightly, and headed for the private viewing rooms just beyond. 5 steps, and they'd be clear of the vault. He counted them off, tried not to rush. Stepping through the day gate, he swept a gaze across the teller stations and the crowded lobby, and his muscles froze. Agent A.R.M.Y had just come through the bank doors. Nate turned away reflexively, bumping into the guard. The long metal box in his hands gave off not so much as a rattle. "Whoa, sir, this way." Nate couldn't just reverse course and return the box without looking in it. Too suspect. Plus, when would he have another chance to get to its contents? And yet he couldn't risk being caught with a stolen safe deposit box belonging to a dead hitman. The guard took the choice out of his hands, nudging him forward and indicating a door to the right of the vault. Keeping his face turned from the bank floor, Nate ducked through and closed the door swiftly behind him. The plain room crowded in on him. White walls, elevated desk, framed watercolor of a girl playing at the beach. Nate pictured that stout bank manager watching him, phone to his face. Clearly, by the time Nate had reached the front of the line, the manager had alerted A.R.M.Y, who'd been standing by somewhere close. Because he suspected Nate of what? More important, how long did Nate have before the agent tracked him to this room? He set the box down hard on the elevated table. The long lid yawned open on its hinges. Inside, a plain, sealed, business-size envelope. Nothing more. He grabbed it, lifted it to the light. All this for something that could fit inside an envelope. Based on its heft, it was no more than a single folded sheet. Its slightness only added to its menace. Did it contain something incriminating? As horrible as the glossy photographs Pavla had held up to Nate's face in the warehouse? He sharpened his thoughts to a single point. Get this envelope into Pavla's hands, and CL was safe. But if A.R.M.Y found it on Nate, he would certainly seize it, which, however indirectly, would lead to the saw and the block of ice. Frantically, Nate looked around the unadorned room. Where to stash the envelope? He thought about Urban himself, desperate to hide key 227 as he stumbled bleeding into his bedroom. Tape. A plastic desk caddy contained a stapler, some paper clips, and a roll of Scotch tape. Spilling the paper clips in his haste, he yanked 2 strips of tape from the roll and slapped them on the envelope, leaving sticky ends protruding from either edge. Couldn't stick it beneath the desk, too obvious. His gaze caught on the watercolor. Little girl at beach. He pulled the bottom of the painting from the wall, tilting it out. Reaching as far as he could toward the hanging wire, he pressed the envelope to the mounting board. He stepped back, straightened the frame with a tap of his finger, grabbed Urban's box, and bolted out the door. A.R.M.Y was 10 yards away at a window, talking to the manager. Through some miracle he did not glance over. Nate pivoted sharply, head lowered, rushing the vault door. The guard was waiting, hands clasped at his stomach. He cocked an eyebrow as Nate raced for the vault, somehow doing his best to look as though he wasn't hurrying. The guard followed Nate into the vault. Nate got there first, stuck Urban's key in. But the guard was just watching him, mouth shifting, making the mustache bristle. "I thought you were 226. The cool air froze the sweat on Nate's back. "Nope," he said. 227. The guard's mouth pursed. He made a puzzled noise low in his throat. A snatch of conversation drifted in from the main floor. "Believe he's in the vault, Agent." Nate tried to smile casually at the guard, though it felt like a death grimace. Footsteps approaching, the sound pronounced off all the metal, growing louder. The man's watery blue eyes took Nate's measure. Finally, he lifted the master to the second keyhole. Nate went to great pains to disguise his relieved exhale. They turned their keys in unison, and the tiny door swung open. Nate got the end of Urban's box, slotted in the hole, and was about to shove when a new realization struck him. If he was searched by A.R.M.Y, he could not be caught with Urban's safe deposit key. But where, inside a bank vault, was he supposed to hide it? The spring-loaded door pressed against the back of his hand. He stared at where it dimpled his skin. An auto-locking door. He lifted the long lid a crack and slipped Urban's key into the empty box, slid the box home. The tiny door to 227 swung back and locked with a click. And A.R.M.Y entered. Nate's breaths were coming fast and ragged. He did his best to muster a smile. "Agent? Nate?" He wore a dress shirt, unbuttoned slightly to show off tan brown skin. "Happened to open a safe deposit box today, huh?" "That's right." "Just got a hankering?" "After my brush here Tuesday, I realized I could stand to sort out my affairs a bit. Why not store some important docs away for safekeeping?" "Why not, indeed?" Abara moistened his lips. "So you thought you'd handle this sudden bit of logistics at the same bank where you killed 5 men?" "It's already been robbed. I figure it's the safest bank in town." Abara did not smile. He flicked his head at the nest of boxes. "Which one's yours?" Nate sensed the guard's head swivel over to him, felt the heat of his stare as he waited on an answer. Nate took a breath, tasted the metal of the vault. He had to say something immediately, and yet immediately had already passed. "You know what?" His best approximation of moral indignation. "Is there some reason you're following me, harassing me? I mean, I'm the one who took down the robbers." He was almost yelling, the words ringing off the walls. "Shouldn't you be thanking me instead of stalking me at every goddamn turn?" The security guard kept a steady gaze on Nate. Was he buying the act? The guard had just opened his mouth to say something when the stout manager leaned nervously through the day gate. Agent? Maybe you could take this line of questioning elsewhere? We have a bank full of customers." "Sure thing." Abara's smile never faltered. His glibness seemed to take an uptick with every remark. "You have a private room?" Of course they did. They were led a few steps past the vault. Eyeing Nate, the security guard unlocked the door and returned to his post, letting the matter of the box number lie. Nate stepped back inside the plain little room, confronting the watercolor of the little girl at the beach. With alarm, he realized that despite his effort earlier, it hung crooked. The door had barely closed when Abara stepped up on him. "Listen, I've done the nice guy routine up until now. A little banter, a little innuendo, but let me tell you what I've learned from 13 years on this job. I've learned to read liars, and you are lying. Now, I don't know why, and I don't know what about. You're all wrong. How you handled yourself during the shootings, your energy, when you're nervous, when you're calm." Just over Abara's shoulder, the crooked watercolor hung there, screaming for attention, and taped behind it, the envelope that would decide CL's fate. Nate struggled to keep his eyes fixed on Abara. "And yet," the agent continued, "I can tell you weren't part of the heist. You're not a piece of shit crook who decided to double-cross his team." He studied Nate's face. "I think you came here for something, and it wasn't to stow away Aunt Mabel's family photos in a safe deposit box. I will search you. Either you can give your consent here and now, or I will take you into the federal building for questioning, where your person can be searched as you enter. Which is it?" A long beat. Nate emptied out his pockets, slapping his wallet and cell phone on the desk beneath the watercolor, resisting the compulsion to reach over and straighten it. The key came next, number 226. Abara lifted it to the light, made sure the number passed muster. "That it?" "That's it." "Mind if I search you?" "I would love if you would search me." Abara spun him, not gently, and nudged him between the shoulders so his hands thudded forward on the desk. The coerced lean brought his nose to within a foot of the painting. Girl at beach, askew. Abara's hands checked his crotch, his armpits, pressed his pockets flat to his thighs, the cold proficiency calling to mind not only the firm pat-down administered by the Ukrainian bouncer outside New Odessa, but also the poking and prodding Nate had grown accustomed to in sterile exam rooms. His body, less and less his own. Abara's knees cracked as he rose. Nate stared at the watercolor. "You done? Or are you going to try to get to third base?" "Now that you moved home," Abara said, "I'll leave that to your almost ex-wife." Nate turned around, the two men close in the small room, squaring off. "You watching me?" "Nah." Abara backed off. Drove by, saw the Jeep in the driveway. He opened the door, gestured graciously for Nate to step out. Just keeping an eye, like you asked. The walk across the bank floor seemed endless. Nate's clothes, damp with panic sweat, chafed him. His hand was on fire, wrist aching, a preview of what the disease would bring. He curled it to his sternum, cradling it like something precious as he stepped into the air-conditioned elevator for the ride down. Outside, the benches were taken, so he lowered himself to the curb. Grit and hot air found his face, the texture of passing traffic. He sat for a time, trying to catch his breath. Chapter 24. Doubt and fear swarmed Nate's brain, vying for attention. Had he pressed the tape hard enough onto the back of the watercolor? What if it didn't hold and the envelope fell out onto the desk? What if a janitor took the painting off the wall to dust and discovered what it hid? It was almost 6 o'clock as he parked in front of the Santa Monica house and climbed out of the Jeep. 3 days and 6 hours until he had to deliver that envelope into Pavla Shevchenko's hands. At least it was out of the bank vault. Baby steps. The sun had fallen behind the rooftops, clouds smudging the hot orange sky like a child's handprints. It would have been a beautiful evening had he been in a frame of mind to notice. Folded into his back pocket were the divorce papers he'd retrieved from his place before coming here. While in his apartment, he'd packed a few changes of clothes and swept the tiny forest of orange pill bottles from the bathroom counter into a grocery bag. On his way out, he'd plucked the thumbtacked photos of Ciel and Janie from the wall. Everything else he would happily leave behind. As he entered, Casper barreled toward him, claws scrabbling against the hard floor. Janie swung through the doorway. "How'd it go?" Her face almost collapsing with relief when she read his expression. He'd just set down the grocery bag and suitcase when Ciel descended the stairs, shithead Jason at her heels. Nate did a literal double-take at the husky kid before turning to Janie. "She told him everything," Janie said, "and they think he's staying here." "You what?" Nate spun to his daughter. "You told your boyfriend? This is life and death, Ciel." Shithead Jason held up his hands calmingly, the picture of maturity. "And I am here for whatever you need, bro." The muscles of Nate's left hand were contracting, and he did his best to shake out the knot forming in the meat of his palm. "Ciel, you need to—" "What? Keep it a secret? You guys haven't. You told Pete, and look how that turned out. So why can't I tell someone important to me?" "No one should know about this," he said. "No, Nate. It's just that you want to make all the choices. Who to tell, who not to." She drifted down the final steps, on tilt. "You said I could make my own choices. Well, this is my first. And his." She reached back for Jason, who took her hand and swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He'd removed his small-gauge earrings, leaving hole punches in his lobes through which Nate could see the sides of his neck. Janie turned to Nate. "You told a 15-year-old she could make her own choices?" "Not exactly," he said. They were arrayed around the entryway like enemy tanks in a clearing, everyone ready to pivot and fire. "I'm staying with her," Jason said. "That big guy comes back, I'll kick him in his Justin Bieber." "You don't understand," Nate said. "These men, they don't care about anything. They are perfect terrorists. You need to stay away from this for your own safety." "Far as I'm concerned," Jason announced grandly, "they can all go suck a bag of dicks." "Okay," Janie said. "Great. Thanks." A rush of fury, burning Nate's throat with the words. "You think this is a fucking joke? Some kind of video game? Do you guys have any concept of—" Ciel reddened. "I know what's best for me. You're inviting him here proves exactly how little you know what's best for you." Ciel stormed upstairs, towing her boyfriend. Jason paused, pointing across at Casper. "By the way, the dog's showing his lipstick. I'm just saying. It's a little gross." Ciel took up the slack, yanking him around, and then they were up and the bedroom door slammed, leaving Nate and Janie and an aroused Rhodesian Ridgeback. "Put that thing away," Janie said to Casper, who rose and padded off. She rubbed her eyebrows with thumb and forefinger, muttering something unintelligible. Nate's skin was tingling. The aftermath of the outburst. He looked at Janey. What? She's not 7, Nate. She is 15. You can't just pick her up and throw her over your shoulder. She has to be part of this. We need her to cooperate. He tamped down a flurry of objections. Okay, he said. Okay. What do we do about it? Absolutely nothing for 15 minutes. He followed her into the kitchen, unfolded the divorce papers, and dropped them on the island. I brought these. You just need to countersign and mail them in. The leak beneath the sink. Drip, drip, dripped. Janey cast a weary gaze at the papers. Thanks. She slid them off the marble, letting them clap to the side of her leg, and trudged over to her study, which was more of an alcove off the kitchen. Nate found his tools in a little box in the back of the pantry and dropped a new washer in the flanged tailpiece of the kitchen drain to stop the leak. After tightening everything up, he brought the mortar bag down from the garage cabinet and reseated the loose brick on the porch. Janey worked quietly at her desk the whole time, and Nate found a familiar calm in their separate but harmonized routines. As he came back in from the front yard, he noticed a few spots of Pete's dried blood on the kitchen floor, which he cleaned up with a wet paper towel silently so Janey wouldn't turn around and notice. Finally, he walked over and knocked gently on the wall behind her. When she pushed back on the rolling chair, he saw that she had out a calculator and a stack of bills. She traced his gaze and said firmly, "Late bills are not a problem. They're a welcome distraction." He nodded reluctantly. Has it been 15 minutes? It has. She rose, and they headed side by side up the stairs. Jason's deep voice was audible from the hall. I wish I had like 97 senses so I could love you with more of them. And CL, you are so lame. That's like a double trampoline bounce of lameness. Don't be a bitch. Nate opened the door sharply without knocking. The kids were sitting on the floor, their backs to CL's bed. Jason played with a Zippo lighter decorated with a skull and crossbones, flicking open the lid, snapping it shut. I don't like the way you're talking to her, Nate said. Dude, you seen the way she talks to me? Janey's voice, strained thin enough to break. Just go home, Jason. CL will call you later. He shrugged and lumbered out. CL examined her cuticles. Janey sat next to her and Nate against the adjoining wall. They looked at each other, united by parental helplessness. Janey made a gesture. You first. Look, Nate said. About Jason. CL said, I love him. I know, honey, he said. And colors are bright, and music is subversive, and when you see him, he puts a hum in your chest. I know. And that's how it should be. But it isn't safe right now. I am one move away from extracting us from this mess, and we can't have any complications in the mix. He's not a complication, CL said. Janey reached for her but thought better of it. I know you think you know everything right now. What decisions you want to make. CL's fists were at her temples, and she flung her hands, sending out flares of maroon-streaked hair. She glared at Nate. You don't like Jay because he's more creative than you. No, he said. I don't like Jason because he's not human. I wasn't either at his age. CL went back to her cuticles. Silence. Just beyond her line of sight, Janey regarded Nate imploringly. He gritted his teeth. Okay. Look, I'm sorry. CL's head snapped up. So we can stay? No. CL sank her chin beneath the frayed collar of her oversized sweater. He could help if those guys come back. What's he gonna do? Scare them off with his music? With a sleeve bunched over her fist, she wiped her nose forcefully, as if to tear it off. You don't get it. No. His voice was low, but hard as stone. You don't get it. We could all get killed, CL. Him included. How you gonna feel if he winds up with a bullet in his chest? Her expression shifted abruptly, the wrinkles smoothing from her forehead, reality slapping her. For a moment he thought she might start crying, but whatever twinge of guilt he felt was drowned out by the roaring necessities at hand. His phone vibrated in his pocket, breaking the silence. He stood with some difficulty, stiff from myriad bruises, and checked the ID. Janie read his face and said, with all too familiar disappointment, "Work." He pulled the phone open. "I can't," he said into it. Sergeant Jen Brown sounded unimpressed with his opening salvo. "Pregnant woman raped and stabbed to death in Griffith Park a few hours ago. Picnickers just found the body." "I can't." "Husband'll be home from work any minute. Doesn't know a thing yet." "I can't." "He's on the west side, 10 minutes from your door. If you don't go, I'll have to send Ken." Nate's head was bent, his neck tightening up, the heat of Janie's and Ciel's gazes boring through his back. Ken Nowak serving a death notification to a man who'd just lost his wife and unborn child. Nate's chest cramped at the thought of it. He did his best to stand still, to avoid squirming, to try to hold the course. Instead, he heard himself say, "Last time." Janie blew out a soft breath of disappointment, and Ciel's head snapped away to face the wall. He hung up, defeated, and turned to face them. "Look, I won't be an hour. It's an impossible one. This guy—" Janie waved a hand. "I understand. Go ahead." She slumped back down next to Ciel. Nate lingered a beat, but neither seemed interested in kick-starting this particular argument. He didn't blame them. Trudging downstairs, he breathed in the fragrances of the house. Carpet cleaner, the lingering after-scent of a honey candle, the trace of ash from the fireplace. A faint rain tapped the roof, and the refrigerator hummed. He patted the dog on the head and stepped out onto the porch. Halfway down the walk, he paused. He turned around, gazed back at his house, at the square of his daughter's window. There was a movement at the curtain, and then Janie and Ciel appeared, looking down at him. Something inside him swelled and broke, and he felt weak and emancipated all at once. Squinting against the flecks of rain, he stood for a time, night air crisp at the back of his throat, staring up at them staring down, the three of them motionless and silent, as if the slightest movement would shatter this unspoken dialogue. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed. Jen answered gruffly. "I'm not going," he said. "I'm taking some time off." "Ken left for home already. What if I gave you an order to handle this?" "Then I'd tell you what you can do with your order." A long silence, punctuated only by Jen's breathing. He could have sworn he sensed her mouth shape into a smile on the other end. "Hear that crackling?" she said. "Must be hell freezing over." He hung up and started back inside. His head was bent against the drizzle, but with each step home, he felt the warm gaze of his wife and daughter overhead. Chapter 25. Ciel's scream shattered Nate's sleep, and he bolted up from the couch, slamming his knee into the coffee table. For a moment he had no bearings, apartment or house, nightmare or real, but then he snapped to awareness, clawing his way past the furniture toward the stairs. Casper followed him up, 2 steps at a time, lunging as if fording water. Janie swung out of the master, nearly colliding with Nate at the landing, and then parents and dog were hurtling toward Ciel's door. They found her backed as far as she could get from the window, turned sideways as if trying to burrow through the wall. "What is it? Are you okay?" Ciel was shuddering beneath her t-shirt and boxers. A fall of dark hair covered one eye, the other wide and glossy. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. She lifted a hand and pointed to the window. Shoulders lowered, Casper slunk 4 steps toward the window and issued a growl seemingly too low even for his deep chest. Janie moved to Ciel, and Nate toward the bare pane, setting each foot down slowly, heel to toe. He paused beside the dog, who hummed with menace, a stone grinder rumbling. 4 more cautious steps brought Nate to the sill. There lay the front yard, twin ellipses of mowed grass split by the snake of the front walk. The sturdy magnolia, its wrinkled elephantine trunk dark with rain, planters brimming with subdued lavender and juniper, and beyond, the wide street, the friendly facades of craftsmen and Cape Cods looking on, observers at a parade. This panorama he knew in his bones, each lineament traced in memory, the curves and shapes of a cherished photograph. Comfort exemplified. Except a dark figure stood centered on the patch of grass directly beneath Ciel's window. From the shadowed head, huffs of cigarette smoke rose, beaten flat by the rain. The face tilted up at the window, legs confidently spaced. The man did nothing more than stand and smoke, but his presence there at this hour was invasive, horrifying. Large boots sank into the saturated sod. Nate himself had rolled onto the primed soil a few months after moving in. The sight pinballed around his insides, striking nerves at random, playing fears too primal to be named. "I got up to pee and—" Ciel's words flared off. "What is it?" Janie's breaths were audible. Keeping his gaze locked on the dark oval of a face, Nate said, "Yuri." The phone's ring sounded like a scream, scaring Ciel into a yelp. After the second ring, Nate found his legs again and unburied the cordless from a sea of decorative pillows on the futon. Mrs. Alizada's voice seemed to arrive from a different dimension. No, Nate said, moving back to the window. "Everything's okay. Yes, it's me. I'm back at the house again." Across the street, through the diaphanous silk of the old woman's bedroom curtains, he could make out her silhouette, down to the apprehensive curl of her shoulders. The two of them, like prisoners on their respective second floors, terrorized by a man on a lawn. The ridiculousness of this broke through his alarm, fired the breath in his throat. "It's probably just some looky-loo. Tracked me down after the whole bank thing." "You heard about the bank thing?" "No," Mrs. Alizada said. "I did not." "Better just to ignore whoever it is," Nate said. "He's scaring me. I will call 911. "That's not necessary." "I do not like this, Mr. Overbay." "I'll take care of it," Nate said. He hung up, threw the phone at the futon, and started for the door. "You're going out there?" Ciel asked. "Lock the door behind me." Janie and Ciel followed him down. Stepping onto the porch, he waited for the thud of the deadbolt. Seconds later, two worried faces appeared in the living room window. His bare feet squished in the grass. The form waited patiently as Nate neared, the face becoming recognizable by degrees in the dim light. "Get the fuck off my lawn." "It is not even your lawn anymore." The cigarette flared orange. "Pavla will watch you and your family as he please, through my eyes or through someone else." Rain spit at them. Nate lifted his eyes past the big man's shoulders to Mrs. Alizada's porch by her upstairs window. She drew back slightly at his movement. Yuri's gaze ticked left past Nate, no doubt taking in Janie and Ciel. Two men squaring off on an unlit stage of grass, a can't-look-away spectacle. The wetness brought up the scent of the night-blooming jasmine. One wrong move, and violence would explode here in the perfumed air of Santa Monica. "You're scaring the neighbors. Someone will call the cops." "We don't worry about police. You must worry about police." The cigarette bounced at the brink of Yuri's mouth, a prop from a black-and-white movie. "You must pray we stay free men. If you let us get taken in by police, well—" His lips clamped the cigarette and curled up at the edges. The log-like arms made a slashing gesture, the fists gripping the handle of an imaginary rescue saw. "Get off my property," Nate said. "Let me do the job you need me to do." "No, I think I will stay a while. Finish my cigarette." Yuri splayed a hand toward the house. "Go back to your beautiful women." Nate took a step forward, and Yuri stiffened ever so slightly, a gathering beneath his great dark coat. Standing ready, he made a scolding noise through pursed lips, a ticking of the tongue. Nate's breath clouded about his face. He let the rain dampen his temper, let it sizzle the rage until it was safe to move, to retreat. Walking back, he kept his eyes trained on Janie and Ciel, their faces disembodied behind the pane. When he reached the porch, he finally turned. The front yard, empty. A cigarette butt smoldered in the wet blades. a last gasp before it was extinguished by the needling rain. Chapter 26. Despite waking up on the couch, Nate felt as though it was almost a normal morning. He changed the dressing on his shoulder wound, took his pills, put coffee on for his soon-to-be ex-wife, and flipped through the soggy newspaper to the bleeding obits. An avid golfer, Kevin Struthers leaves 2 daughters, Nancy and Olivia, both pediatricians, and, as he tenderly called them, a brood of 7 grandchildren. His wife, Elsie, predeceased him. Nate raised an orange juice toast to good old Kevin and washed down the bitter aftertaste of the Riluzole and antibiotics. Glancing through a window, he checked the front yard. Nothing there but 2 boot-shaped indentations in the soggy front lawn. He withdrew from the late morning gloom and sat at the kitchen counter, listening to the coffee percolate and flexing his hand, testing the muscles. The numbness had crept from wrist to forearm. With mounting dread, he regarded his arm. Maybe the stress had accelerated the disease. He wondered if his body would give out before he could get done what needed to get done. After Yuri's intrusion last night, he and Janie had sat on Ciel's bed for hours to honor an unspoken agreement to stay with her until she drifted off. They were all 3 wired from the encounter, tension jumping from one to the other. It wasn't until the morning sun crept through the windows and overtook the shadows that Ciel had dozed off. After an awkward moment at the top of the stairs, Nate and Janie had parted ways. She shuffled into the kitchen now, rubbing her eyes, a snarl of hair raised in the back, drawn by the scent of coffee. Ciel was still slumbering. There'd been no question she'd miss school today. "Don't you look all perky and ready to go," Janie mumbled. "Got a date with the bank." He poured her a cup and slid it across. Her gaze snared on something on the counter, his left hand trembling slightly against the marble. Involuntary. He pulled his hand into his lap, but in doing so knocked over one of his pill bottles, which rattled more loudly than seemed probable. The silence made an awkward return. "You were really going to do it?" Janie said. "Kill yourself?" "Yes." "Idiot." She took a sip. "Why? Because of the disease?" He thought about it. Given the monumentality of the decision, it struck him as odd that he had no ready answer. "I wasn't killing myself because of the disease," he finally allowed. "I was killing myself because there was nothing left but the disease." She leaned against the doorway to the study. "You couldn't find something? Anything? To make it worth it for another day? Another week?" "Like what?" he said. "I'm not researching the cure for cancer. I'm not Lou Gehrig. Don't get to make a speech in front of a sold-out crowd at Yankee Stadium. All I had left was to inflict this on myself and others." Her face stayed firm, whether from grief or anger he didn't know. He got up and started digging through the kitchen drawers, leafing through takeout menus, old receipts. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I need a pretense to get back into that private viewing room at the bank. Best bet is bringing something official-looking to put in my safe deposit box. Something I can just leave in there." He was pulling together a few old pieces of mail when Janie said, "Take this." Something in her voice sounded different, and he stopped what he was doing and looked up. She was offering up a stapled document. Even from across the room, he could see what it was. He took a beat, because he didn't trust his voice. "You sure?" "Of course not." He stayed put by the kitchen drawer, unsure what to do next. At length, she nodded. "Yes, I'm sure." She shook the divorce papers impatiently. He crossed and took them on his way out. The line at the bank offered a good vantage to the private viewing rooms. There were 2 of them, an added complication that Nate was none too keen to account for. A wizened man stepped into the desired room as Nate neared the front of the line, forcing him to stall by pretending to fill out deposit slips. When the man at last shuffled back into sight, Nate hurried forward to the next available teller and was buzzed through. The security guard waited, the same older gentleman from round 1. As they stepped into the vault, he studied Nate with eyes as small and hard as marbles. "227, right?" he asked. Nate offered his best grin, even as his hand left a sweat stain on the divorce papers. 226. The guard said flatly, "Senility must be coming on stronger than I imagined." Nate got his safe deposit box and strolled as casually as possible into the open private viewing room. The watercolored girl at the beach, still there. He hastened the pneumatic door closed with an elbow, then tossed down the box and rushed to pluck the painting off the wall, flipping it over. At first he could scarcely believe it was still there. The business-size envelope taped firmly to the backing. So many worst-case scenarios had flashed through his mind in the past 24 hours that he'd half convinced himself he'd willed one into existence. But no, the envelope easily peeled free. Stepping out of his sneaker, he folded the envelope 3 times and hid the dense rectangle beneath the insole. He pulled the shoe back on, laced it tighter than necessary. As he placed the divorce papers inside the safe deposit box, bade them goodbye, and lowered the lid, he couldn't help but note how the contraption resembled a coffin. This was one burial he didn't mind a bit. The security guard helped him deliver the box to its resting place within the vault, refusing to return his smile. As Nate headed out, the thrice-folded envelope dug into his arch, but he felt like he was walking on air. Chapter 27. "Should we open it?" Janie asked. "No," Nate said at the precise moment CL said, "Dunno." The 3 of them were pulled into the kitchen table, the envelope sitting untouched on the otherwise blank surface like some unsavory dish. Outside, the hunched clouds seemed to be giving way to dusk, a transition from gray to grayer. Janie's laptop glowed on the counter opposite, open to the homepage for New Odessa Restaurant, complete with the number for reservations. Beside the computer stood the cordless phone. Nate's impatience burned beneath his skin. He wanted to call the restaurant to see if Pavla was there, and willing to take early delivery. "Did Shevchenko ever say anything about opening it?" Janie asked. "He didn't even mention what it was." CL took the envelope and held it up against the overhead light. They'd each given this a try, hoping for a better result. A single sheet, folded, no writing or typing visible. "What could be so important that it could fit on a single piece of paper?" Janie asked. "Doesn't matter," Nate said, rising. "Let's just get it to the man and call it a day." He'd reached the counter and was thumbing the area code into the phone when he heard a ripping behind him. CL, sliding her finger beneath the flap. Nate hung up. She tilted the envelope and the folded paper fell out. She reached for it delicately, laying it open. Janie rose, leaning over the table. She gave a faint, dismayed groan. "What?" CL said. "I don't get it." Nate's legs carried him across, and he stared over CL's shoulder, seeing what the paper held as Janie answered in a voice flat with regret. "A list of names." There they were, 8 of them, handwritten, and beneath each one, an address in the LA area. The top name was crossed out. Nate felt his stomach lift, as if he'd fallen off the edge of something. "No." His voice was loud, almost a shout. "You were safe. You were in the clear." "What is it?" CL asked. Nate took a mental snapshot of the first few names, turned back to the laptop and typed furiously. The sole crossed-out name at the top, Patrice McKenna, and then her neighborhood, Brentwood. "What, Mom? Why are you guys being so weird?" Google spit out results, and he clicked the first link. Brentwood, California. The body of 37-year-old schoolteacher Patrice McKenna was found in her apartment today, with multiple stab wounds inflicted by a lock-blade hunting knife discovered at the scene. He pictured himself in the dark entry of Danny Urban's shot-up townhouse, crouched over that FedEx box, the clank of dozens of murder weapons inside. At the table, Janie was murmuring, her voice slurred by her hands pressed to her mouth. "My God, why does it have to be?" His fingers had moved to the next entry. Luis Milan, Marina Del Rey. A dozen Google links, none indicating a murder. Because the name hadn't been crossed out yet. The third, Wendy Moreno, Westchester, yielded a similar non-result. Nate spun around, put his back to the counter. CL said, "Someone tell me what this is. You're freaking me out." "Honey," Nate exhaled, hard. "Why would a hitman keep a list of names?" The answer struck, CL recoiling in her chair. "Wait, no. What? These are people he was planning on killing? And this guy, the Ukrainian, he wants the names to—" Janey said, "To finish the job." In his head, Nate replayed Shevchenko's raspy voice. "We had disagreement over fee and ownership of object." Given how badly the Ukrainian wanted this list, he clearly didn't have the names on it, so he must have hired Urban to identify these people as well as kill them. But the whole venture had gone south when Urban demanded more money to keep going. Which raised a bizarre question. If these were people Shevchenko wanted dead, why didn't he know who they were? 8 people, CL said. 8 lives. 7. Nate pointed at the list. 1's already crossed out. CL folded the sheet back up, stuffed it into the torn envelope, as if trying to rewind the past 5 minutes. "What do we do?" The complications and ramifications raised by that single folded sheet seemed too vast to reason through. Hand over the sheet. Kill 7 strangers. "We give it to Shevchenko," Janey said, "just as we planned." "Mom! How can you say that?" "For all we know, they're rival thugs." "Or they could be innocent." CL whirled to Nate. "That first name, the woman who was killed. Did it say what her job was?" He couldn't speak. Janey said, "We don't need to know that. We don't—" CL glared at Nate. "Answer me." "Schoolteacher," Nate said. Janey dragged her elbows back off the table and fell into her chair. "So what do you think?" CL asked him. "Turn over the list? Kill all those people like Mom says?" Nate reached behind him, eased the laptop closed. He could feel his heartbeat, pushing blood through his veins, one tiny surge at a time. He thought about a pink bundle in Janey's lap as he'd steered her wheelchair out of the maternity ward. Those faded lines in the doorway upstairs, marking off his daughter's height at each young age. At his hesitation, CL's face turned incredulous. "But what about those people?" "I don't love them." The intensity in his voice, even to his own ears, sounded like fury. "We can get the cops to help," CL said. "Anything we do besides give that list to Shevchenko puts your life at risk," Nate said. "I get a say in this," CL said. "It's my life, and I'm the one who'd have to grow up knowing—" She was starting to come undone, tears leaking. "You can't do this. You can't decide this for me." A pressure built in Nate's chest, threatening to split him open. But at the sight of his daughter's face, he crouched and took her hands. "Okay," he said. Janey's face was blank, shell-shocked. CL's warm hands squeezed his. Her tears fell, dotting his knuckles. Their fingers locked. His knee ached against the floor, but he didn't dare to move. Didn't want to move. Until, shattering this moment of serenity, came the rising wail of police sirens. Janey's head rose from where it rested against the union of her hands. "Are they coming?" He saw her mouth shape the final word. "Here?" But the sound was lost behind the screech of tires in the front yard. He pulled free of CL's grasp and ran for the door, Janey close behind. His last glimpse back captured CL still in her chair, framed against the sliding glass door, head bent, envelope in hand. Red and blue lights washed the ceiling of the foyer. He threw open the front door and spilled onto the porch, slipping on the wet brick. Wearing a black guayabera shirt, Yuri stood beneath the magnolia, hands raised passively as 4 cops closed in on him. He smiled broadly. "There he is. My friend. Tell them." Nate stopped a few steps onto the grass, Janey back on the porch. Confronting Yuri again reminded Nate how vast the man was. Not beefy, but constructed like a cliff face, all ledges and hard outcroppings. A female officer said, "We got a disturbance call to this address. A trespasser? Across the street, Mrs. Alizadeh stood plaintively in her kitchen window, arms crossed as if to shiver, one arthritic hand clutching the telephone. "I am not trespasser," Yuri said. "Tell them, Nate. Tell them I am your buddy pal." His smile was genuine. He was enjoying himself. Nate glowered at him. The officer nodded to the others, and they moved in another few steps on Yuri, a tightening noose. Their black gloves rested on holstered guns. Yuri's lips gathered above that lantern jaw, an expression of sheer menace pointed at Nate. From the porch, Janey called out sharply, "He's a friend!" The cops halted. Janey stepped down and walked over to Nate, threading an arm around his side. "I forgot to tell you, honey. I invited Yuri over." Yuri said, "I was just having a smoke outside. They don't like me to smoke in the house. They have a child." The female officer peered across at Nate from beneath perfect curled bangs. "So he's a friend." "Old friend." Yuri grinned. Nate's smile felt like a baring of his teeth. "Neighbors around here get a bit jumpy." The cops withdrew quickly and with annoyance, doors slamming, engines coughing. The patrol cars splashed off through puddles, on to the next complaint. The quiet reasserted itself. A slight movement across the street as Mrs. Alizadeh drifted from view. Yuri tilted his large head to Janey, breaking the calm standoff. "Smart lady." "Why are you here?" Nate said. "Just to fuck things up?" A key fob hung over the edge of Yuri's breast pocket. "You went to bank today." Between Ibarra and Pavlis thugs, Nate wondered how many people were following him at any given time. "You retrieve item?" Yuri asked. Nate pictured CL inside at the table, clutching the envelope. Her fierce words earlier, "You can't decide this for me." "No." He had to force out the word. "Not yet. I'm maneuvering into position." Yuri mulled this over. "Today is Friday. Bank closed tomorrow. You must deliver Sunday night." "As you boys pointed out, I'm a VIP at that bank now. Special rules for the hero." "How do you plan to get?" "This isn't a joint effort. You'll have it done by the deadline, if you can manage not to get arrested between now and then." Yuri nodded once, severely, and lumbered away, vanishing past the Kettner's hedge. Janey's arm fell from around Nate's side. "We could have just handed him that list." Her voice, heavy with dread. They walked back inside in silence. The door had no sooner swung shut behind them than Nate caught the scent. "You smell something burning?" "CL?" Janey jogged into the house. "CL?" Nate ran after her, a wisp of smoke coming clear in the kitchen. CL was leaning over the sink, her face flushed with emotion. A steady stream ran from the faucet. "What did you do?" Janey yelled. "What did you—" CL opened one plump fist, and her boyfriend's skull and crossbones Zippo fell to the tile. "I couldn't do it. I couldn't let them get killed." With horror, Nate noted the empty envelope on the counter. A fleck of paper flew up from the sink, a light, orange turning to black. On weightless legs, he moved forward. The sheet of paper was no more than a delta of wet ash around the drain. Chapter 28. Exhausted, CL shuffled toward her bed and sat. She was fully dressed, sweatpants and a black hoodie she wore low across her shoulder blades like a shawl. She hugged her midsection, her eyes glazed.